Chapter 190. Yan Zhaoge gazed at that towering golden pagoda as well as the red door projected down below. The door of the 9 underworlds was about to open. After the initial shock, Lu Xingfeng let out a strange laugh. Pay me back 100 times? Who do you think you are? That's right. Even if I've been reborn and my strength has increased, I might still not be a match for you. But so what? There was a hint of madness in Lu Xingfeng's smile. The 9 underworlds will descend. This place will become our paradise. Do you think you can stop it? There are so many great grandmasters out there who can't do it. Do you think you can do it? That's right. You did sneak in. But what can you do as a mere guru? Lu Xingfeng grinned as he turned to the side, making a gesture of courtesy towards Yan Zhaoge, indicating for him to head towards the golden tower. We'll make way for you and let you attack the core of the formation. With your cultivation, you won't be able to destroy such a large formation. It's like an ant trying to shake a tree. Yan Zhaoge's expression was calm. Indeed, with my cultivation base, I would indeed be unable to do it. The descent of the 9 underworlds is indeed something that must be stopped. Otherwise, even if I save senior brother Yi, junior sister Zhang, and the others, the end result will be that everyone will die together. So, why do you think I didn't beat you into a pig's head and save senior brother Yi and the others just now? What did you think I was preparing for? As Yan Zhaoge spoke, the roiling sound of thunder suddenly resounded by everyone's ears. Amidst the rumbling, a purple pearl slowly rose up, like a purple sun, appearing in the blood-red world. It was the fragment of the Eye of the Thunder Emperor. Berserk lightning that gave off a destructive pressure surged out from within. Purple lightning snakes twisted in the air. Yan Zhaoge lightly tapped forward with his finger at an extremely slow speed. His fingertips felt like they were carrying a heavy burden, carrying an infinite weight. The purple orb formed from the fragment of the Eye of the Thunder Emperor emitted a humming sound, before transforming into purple lightning. It crashed towards the golden tower. The purple lightning clashed with the golden tower. A crack visible to the naked eye immediately appeared on the tower, extending from the top all the way to the bottom. The black runes that wrapped around the golden tower trembled non-stop. A large number of fractures. Even the red door of light at the top of the golden tower began to tremble, its surface rippling like water. However, the golden tower did not completely shatter. The projection of the red light door on the ground was still there. The terrifying aura became stronger and stronger, and the door of the 9 serenities was still about to open. The core of the formation was under attack, and the formation itself was constantly operating, dissipating the power, and the formation was also changing. The red canopy above their heads split open. The rolling black fog was churning. Amidst the devilish chi that surged to the heavens, 2 streaks of spiritual light shot into the skies as 2 lofty mountain peaks, one black and one red, now appeared before the eyes of Yan Zhaoge and the others. Taking a closer look, the 2 mountains seemed to be thousands of zhang tall. Floating in the sky, they exerted a tremendous pressure. Numerous enormous spirit talismans, each about an acre in circumference, gathered together and formed a huge spirit formation. Then the 2 sky-propping divine mountains collided with each other. The berserk aura tore apart the surrounding fiend domain heaven and earth. That black divine mountain. It clearly held the upper hand. A loud laughter resounded within the sky. Shan Sherwing, you were originally not my match. Here you are even less so. This laughter was precisely the voice of that infinite boundless mountain's elder Mo originally. He should have been surrounded and captured at the very first moment, but now he was majestic and awe-inspiring. Suppressing Shan Sherwing. His loud laughter resounded, deafening to the ears. This is what you're relying on? Child of the Yin family, son of the heavenly thunder hall's Lin Tianfeng, spreading the news of you obtaining a sacred artifact fragment to the entire world. How could we not know about it? But so what? You are a mere martial scholar at the end of the day. Even if it's a fragment of a sacred artifact, it is still the foundation of a sacred artifact. How much of its power can you wield? This old man's luck is not bad, just happening to be nearby. This sacred artifact fragment, this old man will kindly accept it. I have to thank you for giving this old man such a treasure. The black divine mountain seemed to grow even taller, directly suppressing the red divine mountain. Cracks even began to appear on the surface of the red divine mountain. Elder Mo laughed coldly, still wet behind the ears brat, relying on some talent, not knowing the immensity of the heavens and the earth. You must know that geniuses like you are the easiest to die prematurely. Still want to exchange blows with this old man? Sure, this old man will satisfy you today. After the 9 underworlds descend, this old man will slowly deal with you. On the ground, Zhao Hao said expressionlessly, leave him to me. If I don't personally kill him, my heart won't be at ease, my thoughts won't be smooth. Elder Imo laughed loudly, let's see if his life is that tough, whether he can survive under this old man's hands. While cracks had been left on that tall golden tower by the Eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment, the fragment was also embedded within, being sucked in by the tall golden tower. Numerous streaks of blood-red light flickered. The tall golden tower actually resembled a living being as it attempted to devour the Eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment. Looking at Yan Zhaoge, Lu Shengfeng chuckled, what are you still spacing out for? Hurry up and save your treasure? If you save this treasure of yours, then immediately run away with your tail between your legs, you might be able to escape with your life? As for my side, you don't have to worry about it. Lu Shengfeng grinned as he walked towards Yi Zhongzhou and the others. Let them take revenge with their own hands, taking revenge on me 1,000 times over. There is no longer any hope of that. You'd better hope that you can survive taking revenge for them in the future. But you know that I'm afraid of death. I'll definitely hide well. Yi Zhongzhou, Zhang Yao and the others watched the Eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment being trapped by the tall golden tower, feeling the terrifying aura within the great 9 underworld's door growing more and more dense and real. At this moment, a feeling of despair finally arose within their hearts. Glaring furiously at Lu Shengfeng, Zhang Yao yelled loudly, only knowing how to bully the weak, a coward who bullies the weak and fears the strong. Back when you were beaten into a pile of mud by senior apprentice brother Yen, wagging your tail and begging for mercy, not even comparable to a dog. What a joke. Lu Shengfeng chuckled, wanting to anger me into killing you, you'd have to do it quickly? How could it be so easy? Right, I'm just bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Before experts, I'm the most obedient little dog. Before weaklings like you, junior apprentice sister Zhang, I'm your most terrifying nightmare. Lu Shengfeng came before Zhang Yao, pinching her cheek, forcing her to meet his gaze. Little girl, now this pile of mud of mine is going to be smeared all over your face. Are you prepared? Move your hand away. Yan Zhaoge's voice suddenly resounded by Lu Shengfeng's ear. Lu Shengfeng frowned. He suddenly discovered that Yan Zhaoge's tone was very calm, not having the slightest hint of a sense of defeat. Yan Zhaoge's gaze swept past Lu Shengfeng's trio as well as Zhao Hao. Looking at Yi Zhongzhou, Zhang Yao and the others lying on the ground, he suddenly laughed. I'm not targeting anyone, I just want to say. Yan Zhaoge's gaze turned cold. All of you, as long as you're still standing, you're all trash. Chapter 191. Before Yan Zhaoge's words had landed, that fragment of the Eye of the Thunder Emperor which seemed to have been trapped within the golden tower suddenly flickered intensely. Along with this flash, the golden tower suddenly trembled. As the golden pagoda shook, the entire array seemed to shake as well. The red door projection on the ground shook violently, and time seemed to freeze at this moment. The boundlessly terrifying and intimidating aura of the netherworld seemed to have weakened slightly at this moment. In the sky, Elder Mo's furious roar rang out from the Black Divine Mountain. All the fallen evils in the infernal domain were affected by the feedback of the 9 underworlds, and their minds were shaken, causing them to fall into a momentary daze. At the same time, Yan Zhaoge's figure flickered, already disappearing from the spot. As it rose and fell, a beam of green light suddenly lit up. A long rainbow pierced through the sky, instantly piercing through space and slashing straight in front of Lu Shengfeng. After a momentary daze, Lu Shengfeng came back to his senses and almost subconsciously increased his strength to crush Zhang Yao's skull. However, to a martial practitioner like Yan Zhaoge, this instant of time was already long enough. With a flash of green light, blood splattered everywhere. Lu Shengfeng let out a muffled groan. The arm with which he had been pinching Zhang Yao's face had already been chopped off by Yan Zhaoge's sword. The 2 fallen evils beside him also came to their senses at this moment. Ignoring Lu Shengfeng, they raised their hands in unison. 2 ropes flew out with runes and runes appearing on them. In an instant, a powerful light lit up, transforming into a sphere of light, wanting to lock Yan Zhaoge within. Not even looking at it, Yan Zhaoge flipped his left hand, a glass vessel appearing within which a blood-red light flickered. After breaking Lin Zhou's blood cocoon web last time, Yan Zhaoge forged yet another blood devil plate. The blood-red light shot out and instantly broke the sphere of light. The 2 fallen evils furrowed their brows. The strength of their barrier was due to the infernal domain's geographical advantage. It was enough to trap a reaching heaven state guru for a period of time, and even a great grandmaster for a few breaths. who knew that Yan Zhaoge would actually immediately break through, not obstructing him in the slightest. Both of them were experts in combat. Since their first strike had missed, they did not hesitate. He immediately launched his second attack. One of them let out a low roar, kicking straight at Yan Zhaoge. As he kicked out, his aura chi immediately transformed into an illusory heaven and earth, boundless tides sweeping towards Yan Zhaoge. This martial practitioner's legs struck out consecutively, resembling an unceasing tsunami, each higher than the previous as it slammed madly towards Yan Zhaoge. Yan Zhaoge was about to face the enemy when the other fallen practitioner formed a ring with his hands. A large amount of stellar energy gathered between his hands and burst forth with blinding light. The aura chi of this person's entire body gathered together, forming a massive ball of light before he pushed it out with his hands, blasting towards Yan Zhaoge from another direction. The massive ball of light not only enveloped Yan Zhaoge, it also swept along the collapsed Yi Zhongzhou, Zhang Yao and the others. If Yan Zhaoge didn't handle this carefully, Yi Zhongzhou and the others would immediately be caught in the crossfire. If he helped Yi Zhongzhou and the others to defend against the other opponent's attack, he would not be able to do so. He wanted to pose a threat to Yan Zhaoge. Yi Zhongzhou and the others stared wide-eyed. If they were in their shoes, it would be difficult for them to deal with such a dangerous situation. What will he do? Wan Ping's heart tightened. Zhang Yao's lips unconsciously opened. Senior apprentice brother Yan? Yi Zhongzhou clenched his fists. Don't worry about us. At a time like this you have to prioritize your own safety. Lu Xingfeng's gaze was savage. Clutching the wound of his severed arm, a black jade pendant hanging by his waist now flew up, transforming into a streak of light as it connected to his severed arm. Yan Zhaoge. Lu Xingfeng howled madly. At the wound of his severed arm, the black light actually temporarily condensed into a brand new arm. His entire body's aura chi congregated before he struck out simultaneously with both palms, striking towards Yan Zhaoge. Knowing that Yan Zhaoge had quite a few spirit artifacts on him, in order to prevent Yan Zhaoge from relying on spirit artifacts to forcibly resist their attacks, Lu Xingfeng and the others simultaneously opened their mouths and roared loudly. As they opened their mouths, they each spat out a streak of dark light, forming a ring in mid-air. The ring was not a spirit artifact but a unique treasure. As the dark light flickered, Yan Zhaoge temporarily lost his connection with the spirit artifact. Seeing this, Yan Zhaoge was not flustered or hurried in the slightest, his gaze calm as his body abruptly shook, a hand extending outwards, resembling an illusory shadow. The 12-winged heavenly snake king that resided within the sea of stars, swallowing a true dragon, seemed to have reappeared within this world. Yan Zhaoge grabbed out, breaking through the waves of the sea, grabbing the other party's right leg. Not waiting for that fallen practitioner to make his next move, Yan Zhaoge's body spun, exerting force with his arm, directly making a great circle. The next moment, this fallen practitioner's entire body was thrown into the air by Yan Zhaoge in another direction. That direction was precisely the massive ball of light that the other person had pushed out with both palms. A boom resounded as the first opponent was forcibly used as a meat shield by Yan Zhaoge, blocking the ferocious attack of the second opponent. The violent light scattered in all directions, unable to harm Yan Zhaoge as well as Yi Zhongzhou, Zhang Yao and the others. After flicking his arm, Yan Zhaoge also shot out like a thunderbolt, his palm continuing to slam onto the body of the first fallen practitioner who had blocked the attack for him. Having originally already been heavily injured after receiving a full-powered blow from his companion, Yan Zhaoge now followed up with another palm, instantly losing his life. At this moment, within the fragment of the Eye of the Thunder Emperor atop the Golden Tower, a boom resounded. The purple orb abruptly vibrated, a vibration so fast that it could not be captured by human vision. It was as though the ancient Thunder Emperor had blinked, flicked his finger, blinked in an instant. Infinite, boundless, violent thunderbolts completely erupted in this short instant. An instant's thunder, in an instant, combusting everything, concentrating all of its power to be unleashed in a single instant. Illuminated by the light of thunder, Yan Zhaoge's expression did not change as he pushed the corpse of his first opponent with his palm, resembling raising a shield, continuing to smash towards his second opponent. The enemy clenched his teeth, pushing out with his palms once more, wanting to shatter his companion's corpse along with Yan Zhaoge. However, just as the two neared each other, Yan Zhaoge's figure resembled the agility of a monkey as he abruptly spun. The enemy's palm only shattered that corpse, while Yan Zhaoge appeared by his side, a violent palm mightily descending with the momentum of collapsing the heavens. An explosive boom resounded as the second opponent's skull was directly smashed apart by Yan Zhaoge's palm. Only now did Lu Xingfeng, who had been chasing Yan Zhaoge with all his might, just arrive behind him. Yan Zhaoge turned, his gaze like lightning as he gazed at Lu Xingfeng. Lu Xingfeng's heart trembled, the light of thunder illuminating his face to the point that it turned purple. Meanwhile, Yan Zhaoge strode forward, punching straight out towards Lu Xingfeng. His aura-chi agglomerated, blazing fire enveloping the heavens and covering the earth, sweeping away all evil spirits and monsters. Not daring to hesitate in the slightest, Lu Xingfeng's new arm formed of black light also punched out. As the light flickered, numerous illusory scenes were formed, countless evil devils seemingly howling savagely within the black light. As Yan Zhaoge punched out, the roars of dragons and tigers resounded, the terrifying power extinguishing countless evil devils as it swept through everything before it. Chapter 192. Yan Zhaoge punched out with his right fist before immediately taking a step forward, his left elbow smashing out horizontally. Then he took the third step, lowered his body slightly, and smashed forward with his right shoulder. Finger-flicking shocking thunder triple strike. The first punch of Yan Zhaoge's right fist directly shattered that new arm of Lu Xingfeng's formed of black light. Lu Xingfeng was shocked. He couldn't dodge in time and could only take it head-on. He circulated his divine mountain body to the extreme. However, Yan Zhaoge's left elbow shot out like a sudden clap of thunder, mightily striking Lu Xingfeng's chest. Lu Xingfeng's face suddenly turned pale. The divine mountain overlord body was broken again. Next, Yan Zhaoge's finger-flicking shocking thunder propelled his third strike, his right shoulder slamming mightily into Lu Xingfeng's chest. A muffled pang resounded as Yan Zhaoge seemed to have smashed into a great mountain with his shoulder, Lu Xingfeng's body directly flying backwards. Amidst his tragic cries, fresh blood spurted madly out of Lu Xingfeng's mouth as his entire body's aura-chi was scattered by Yan Zhaoge with a single blow. A large part of his chest had caved in. Many white bones twisted and pierced out of his flesh. Lu Xingfeng fell to the ground like a rag sack. His entire body was limp and he was gasping for air more than he was gasping for air. Blood foam kept flowing out of his mouth. While his strength had risen due to falling to the dark side, the current Yan Zhaoge had improved even more than when they had first clashed. Beneath the flickering light of thunder, Yan Zhaoge's gaze was cold as he looked calmly at the fallen Lu Xingfeng on the ground. I said before, senior apprentice brother Yi and junior apprentice sister Zhang will have the chance to personally take revenge on you. Lu Xingfeng's eyes widened and his body twitched as he struggled, but it was difficult for him to even move a finger. As though proving Yan Zhaoge's words, atop the golden tower, the Eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment flickered with immeasurable radiance in that instant, releasing infinite thunderbolts. An instant later, the light from the Eye of the Thunder Emperor suddenly dimmed, disappearing without a trace. It was as if the terrifying scene from before had been an illusion. However, crackling sounds rang out incessantly. The light on the golden tower suddenly dissipated. Its surface lost its luster and became like an ordinary stone pillar. The surface of the pagoda was covered in cracks. It kept shattering and falling down. It was like a meteor shower. The black runes that were wrapped around the tower like chains vibrated in unison. Then, as if they were enduring an irresistible force, they stretched taut. Afterward, these black formation patterns were breaking apart one by one. Countless spirit patterns rolled backwards, shrinking back into the surrounding black mist. The entire formation actually began to reverse. Elder Mo's angry roar resounded in the air, and the other decimating abyss experts' cries of surprise and anger rose and fell in the distance. What made Lu Xingfeng feel the most despair was that he was lying on the ground, struggling to turn his neck to look at the red door of light in the sky. It was difficult for him to move his neck, but he could see it from the corner of his eyes. The red light gate that was originally standing at the peak of the tower began to dissipate as the tower collapsed. Needless to say, the real door of the 9 serenities that was projected on the ground, the door of the 9 serenities that was about to open, had lost all hope. Yi Zhongzhou, Ruan Ping, Li Jingwan, Xiao Yu and Zhang Yao all had dazed looks on their faces. In their eyes, in a short instant, the situation that was on the verge of despair suddenly reversed. In the red light devilish domain, the towering pagoda shattered and collapsed, turning into countless pieces of rubble that fell like a torrential rain. Down below, Yan Zhaoge's towering figure resembled that of a descending divinity. The terrifying aura of the 9 underworlds. After a slight pause, it shook crazily, yet showed signs of being at the end of the road. An instant's thunder, in that instant, ignited all of its power and erupted, its might powerful. The Eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment. Wielded by Yan Zhaoge, it truly shook the core of the devilish domain grand formation, to the disbelief of others. After burning it once, the Eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment uncontrollably fell into a dormant state, the purple orb turning dim and lusterless, its aura completely gone as it entered a dormant state, awaiting recovery. Yan Zhaoge's own essence, qi and spirit, closely linked with the Eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment, also began to decline rapidly at this moment. But just at this moment, a sword light lit up. The sword light was bright as fire, instantly illuminating the dark space, its target being Yan Zhaoge. Yan Zhaoge's expression did not change as he calmly looked at the Zhao Hao who was assaulting him. Zhao Hao stared coldly at Yan Zhaoge, the crimson sword within his hands overflowing with light, resembling flying fire. It was shockingly a spirit artifact. Xiao Yu stared hard, his eyes wide. As a fellow disciple, he knew that infinite boundless mountain had not bestowed a spirit artifact upon Zhao Hao. Yan Zhaoge was not surprised at Zhao Hao's heaven-defying fortuitous encounter, possessing a treasure along with him, as he only focused on the sword that was attacking towards him. Your strength is currently greatly diminished, and I originally disdained taking advantage of you when you were down. However, your cultivation base is originally higher than mine, and only now can it be considered a fair battle between us. Zhao Hao said coldly, during the Heavenly Connection meet, I contacted you through old MO, wanting to battle you at the same cultivation level, but you did not dare to accept. But now if you dare you want a battle, if you don't dare you still want a battle, it is not up to you. The sword within his hands, in the time it took for sparks to fly off a flint, the sword aura resembling blazing fire spreading throughout the plains. The sword light was like fire, as specks of starlight seemed to light up, numerous shooting stars descending from the sky. Under this sword, a sharp, profound sword intent was contained, the starlight and the fiery light seemingly merging as one. The crimson sword light gradually turned from red to gold. The all-encompassing golden fiery light scattered, before all of its power condensed into a single line, its target being Yan Zhaoge. Pill fire divine sword starfire trailing skies. Yan Zhaoge, draw your sword. Zhao Hao roared, come fight. Accompanied by this loud roar of his, the aura of his sword surged madly. While he was still a late inner aura martial scholar, under this sword, it seemed like it could split the heavens and the earth apart. At this moment, Zhao Hao's body seemed to have become incomparably tall, as within his pupils, a figure vaguely surfaced. That figure wielded his sword and sang loudly, domineering, completely unbridled as he rampaged through the world. As he brandished his sword, the heavens cleaved and the earth split apart, as though there was nothing that could obstruct his footsteps. While Zhao Hao was clearly still only a late inner aura martial scholar, the power of his sword was terrifying, enveloping the surrounding area, pressuring people to the point that they trembled, their limbs turning soft. Yi Zhongzhou, Zhang Yao and the others were all shaken, shocked beyond compare. Only Yan Zhaoge's expression was as per usual, just that he was looking at Zhao Hao with a slightly strange gaze. Facing this starfire trailing skies of Zhao Hao's, while Yan Zhaoge was currently extremely weak, he was still not flustered. A jade light lit up, meeting Zhao Hao's golden sword light. The clear qi within Yan Zhaoge's dantian dispersed, the chaotic qi mass surfacing, ice and fire intermingling, yin and yang merging. His aura qi was no longer blazing hot, nor icy cold, instead remaining completely chaotic, without yin and without yang, without beginning and without end. The next moment this chaos mightily exploded. Not the coiling dragon sleeve, not the Big Dipper sword, not the Taiji Cloud Dragon sword, nor any other sword art, nor was it any other martial art. Yan Zhaoge's mind was clear, all that he had cultivated and seemed to have been merged together at this moment, before in some indescribable manner, the many different forces merged together, erupting simultaneously. It was as though all things had been absorbed into chaos. Before the chaos was destroyed, the universe reopening. The jade green sword light and the golden sword light met head-on in midair. The golden light shattered mightily. Looking at Zhao Hao's disbelieving expression, Yan Zhaoge said softly, Gaozhe, you want to die once more, right? Chapter 193. Two spiritual swords, one dark green and one pure gold, clashed in midair. As Yan Zhaoge brandished his sword, the grand scene of chaos being extinguished and the universe being reopened vaguely appeared within the concept. It was like the end of everything but also like the beginning of everything. Wherever the sword light passed, Zhao Hao's flashing golden flame sword light was instantly extinguished. The incinerating light sword in Zhao Hao's hand was instantly suppressed by the jade dragon sword, becoming dim and lightless. Yan Zhaoge's terrifying sword intent shot upwards, chopping straight towards Zhao Hao. A slightly stunned expression surfaced on Zhao Hao's face, as he could only feel that Yan Zhaoge's sword contained a terrifying concept that could annihilate all things. His astral energy and sword intent had actually completely collapsed, and he was unable to withstand it. During the heavenly connection meet, I also didn't see him execute it. This sword of his to the end. Zhao Hao could feel Yan Zhaoge's current weakness, to the point that even releasing his aura qi was difficult. In terms of cultivation base, the current Yan Zhaoge did not possess an advantage. Zhao Hao had been a martial saint in his previous life, so how could he possibly suffer a loss in this aspect if he were to talk about the horizons and knowledge brought by a higher cultivation level? However, without any reason at this moment he was defeated cleanly and cleanly. Zhao Hao shouted, "Devour the earth." With a flip of his palm, an inconspicuous little pill furnace that was pure black in color appeared. There was no aura coming from the pill furnace, nor was there a flash of spirit light. There were no special energy fluctuations. It was as if it was an ordinary object. However, as Yan Zhaoge's sword tapped on the small black pill furnace, the power contained within the sword was like a clay ox entering the sea, instantly vanishing without a trace. The low-grade spirit weapon, the jade dragon sword, pierced the surface of the pill furnace, but it did not leave any marks on the pill furnace. Yan Zhaoge narrowed his eyes, not slowing in the slightest as he immediately struck out with another palm. Carrying the pill furnace, Zhao Hao resembled a shield as he moved to block Yan Zhaoge's attacks. Yan Zhaoge raised his brows, unable to activate it. One can only rely on the miraculous nature of the treasure itself. Is it used as a shield? His palm that was striking towards Zhao Hao suddenly changed direction. His exquisite moves were unleashed, and a sky full of palm shadows enveloped over. Zhao Hao waved his sword in retaliation. "Yan Zhaoge, I will kill you today." The golden tower collapsed, the red door of light disappeared, and the formation supporting the infernal domain suddenly reversed. The world of red light that everyone was in gradually disintegrated, and the black demonic chi above their heads suddenly stopped and then quickly dissipated. One was black and the other was red. Two divine mountains that resembled pillars supporting the heavens appeared above Yan Zhaoge's head once more. Elder Mo's furious roar came from the black body. "Little brat from the Yan clan, you're courting death." The towering mountain peak directly smashed down towards Yan Zhaoge's head. The light before Yan Zhaoge's eyes instantly dimmed as a black shadow above his head grew larger and larger, obscuring the heavens and concealing the sun. The terrifying aura almost paralyzed his entire body, rendering him unable to move. "Take care of yourself first." Yan Zhaoge's expression did not change as he smiled indifferently. The demonic domain formation began to reverse, and strands of demonic chi began to frantically surge into the bodies of the fallen evils. At this moment, the fallen evil martial artists who had received the boost from the demonic chi were unable to enjoy the boost in power. The rapidly reversing devil chi had instead become a huge threat, violently attacking their bodies. That black divine mountain had originally been pressuring down towards Yan Zhaoge. Now, however, it shook intensely as if a mountain was collapsing. The massive spirit formation that supported the black divine mountain also became unstable at this moment, beginning to break apart unceasingly. Numerous runes and sigils were extinguished, transforming into streaks of light as they dissipated within the air. Elder Mo roared in rage, "Little thief!" At the same time, the red divine mountain formed of Shan Sherwang's fist intent. It mightily collided with the black divine mountain. The black divine mountain, which had originally already been on the verge of collapse, instantly began to collapse and shatter. Elder Mo's devilish chi rebounded. The Shan Sherwang who had originally been suppressed by him instantly surpassed Elder Mo in terms of power. The situation of the battle instantly reversed. The black divine mountain and the black spirit formation shattered together. Elder Mo's manic, unresigned face was revealed, his golden pupils staring at the red divine mountain before him, then at Yan Zhaoge down below, a blood-red light flickering madly within his pupils as the flames of rage surged to the heavens. However, Shan Sherwang did not let him off. The red body formed of his fist intent descended once more, shocking Elder Mo to the point of spurting out fresh blood madly. Elder Mo roared in anger. His body was connected to thin and long chains made of black light and shadow runes. The thin chains formed of devilish chi surged towards his body in reverse, the impact instantly causing Elder Emo to spurt out another mouthful of fresh blood. Meanwhile, Shan Sherwing's attack did not give him any chance to counterattack at all as it struck once more. Child of the Yen family, you will not have a good end. Elder Emo knew that it was already hard for him to escape. Letting out a frenzied roar, he completely ignored Shan Sherwing, wanting to muster his final bit of strength to kill Yen Zhaoge, venting the hatred in his heart. However, the black runic chains on his body caused his already heavily injured body to be unable to bear the burden, his flesh and blood exploding mightily. As Elder Mo's figure halted in midair, Shan Sherwing's attack had already caught up to him. A massive boom resounded, the sound of 10,000-year profound rock completely shattering and shattering resounded. Elder Mo's life came to an end as he spat out a mouthful of blood, his Orochi and fist intent completely extinguished. He died with remaining grievances glaring at Yen Zhaoge. This old man is unresigned. A veteran martial grandmaster expert, perished just like that. The violent essence chi within the air dispersed, sweeping up boundless winds and clouds, blowing to the point that even those below were unable to stand stably. Yi Zhongzhou, Zhang Yao and the others who had stood up with much difficulty, all fell unsteadily once more. Bearing the impact of the chi currents, Yen Zhaoge also resembled a small boat in the wind, but his attacking hands were stable as a monolith. Stabbing towards Zhao Hao with his sword, Zhao Hao retaliated with the incinerating light sword. Yen Zhaoge's empty hand punched out towards Zhao Hao, the terrifying concept of chaos being extinguished and the universe opening once more appearing. Facing Yen Zhaoge's iron fist, Zhao Hao's gaze was both cold and blazing hot as he raised the small black incense burner, using it to block Yen Zhaoge's attack. However, as Yen Zhaoge's fist came into contact with that small black incense burner, the destructive power suddenly calmed, everything turning completely silent and undetectable. It was as though the process of the universe opening had temporarily come to a halt, everything returning to chaos once more. No yin, no yang, no before, no after, no beginning, no end, no sense. Zhao Hao's expression changed slightly. His face expressionless, Yen Zhaoge's stance abruptly changed as he spread his fingers, grabbing towards Zhao Hao's wrist. Being extremely experienced, Zhao Hao's reaction was even faster. At the same time that Yen Zhaoge changed his stance, he abruptly increased the force in his hand that was carrying the small incense burner, the back of his hand resembling a massive hammer as it smashed down towards Yen Zhaoge's arm. It was Infinite Boundless Mountain's direct lineage martial art, the heaven-breaking hammer. Yen Zhaoge's gaze was like lightning as he quickly regained his chi, exerting force once more. Fingers snapped shocking thunder. Spreading open his fingers, he abruptly clenched them together and lightly brushed Zhao Hao's wrist, as if he was playing the pipa. However, Zhao Hao's arm trembled as if it had been electrocuted. Blood gushed out from his wrist as all his meridians were severed. Zhao Hao's hand could no longer hold onto the small incense burner. Not waiting for him to react, within Yen Zhaoge's other hand, the Jade Dragon Sword roared out, a terrifying force that could extinguish chaos slashing towards Zhao Hao once more. Yen Zhaoge. Amidst his indignant roar, Zhao Hao felt a chill on his neck. Subsequently, the destructive sword intent spread from the wound on his neck to his entire body, tearing his entire body apart. Flesh and blood shattered. Tendons and bones broken. His soul was shattered. Everything shattered. Yen Zhaoge's expression was cold and indifferent. This is the second time already. Now it feels like it's also not that big of a deal? Chapter 194. As Yen Zhaoge's sword aura entered his body, Zhao Hao's body was unable to withstand it as it completely shattered, directly transforming into a mist of blood that filled the air. An indistinct illusory figure seemed to be drifting in front of Yen Zhaoge. His facial features were somewhat similar to Zhao Hao's, but they weren't exactly the same. Yen Zhaoge had seen the portrait of the Pill-Fire Divine Sword Gaozhi that year. Other than resembling Zhao Hao, this illusory figure also resembled Gaozhi. It was the other party's soul. However, at this moment, his soul was also fragmented and on the verge of destruction. Zhao Hao, or perhaps Gaozhi, glared fixedly at Yen Zhaoge, letting out a soundless, enraged roar that seemed to resound by Yen Zhaoge's ears. If I don't die today, I will definitely make a comeback and take revenge. Yen Zhaoge and the broad Creed Mountain behind you, we will not rest until one of us is dead. We will definitely fight it out with you to the death. Yen Zhaoge looked at him calmly, saying mildly, "You die, I live. This is pretty good." Zhao Hao roared unwillingly at the sky. At this time, the small black incense burner that had fallen to the ground suddenly emitted a suction force, pulling Zhao Hao's broken soul into it. You're doing the same thing? The corners of Yan Zhaoge's mouth arched slightly upwards. Extending his palm, his power surged as he instantly locked Zhao Hao's remnant soul in place, causing it to be unable to enter the small black incense burner. Looking at Zhao Hao, Yan Zhaoge smiled mildly. The reason Yi Jing was able to play this trick in the Sealing Dragon Abyss back then was because I did not intend to kill him at that time. As for you, damn it, you won't survive. As Yan Zhaoge exerted force with his palm, Zhao Hao's remnant soul instantly distorted. Zhao Hao roared, "You little ant!" Yan Zhaoge chortled, "You had best understand that right now, you are the ant that you speak of. How weak is it?" Yan Zhaoge raised his brows, "Weak to the point that I don't even care if you hate me, don't care why you view my broad Creed Mountain with hostility. If you're not in the way, I can't be bothered with you. If you dare to poke a thorn in my side, I'll just kill you." Yan Zhaoge looked calmly at Zhao Hao. "This is my view of you, simple and clear. It's just as simple." Zhao Hao's face was ashen, but he could no longer say anything. His soul was completely extinguished within Yan Zhaoge's palm. His soul was destroyed and he was beyond redemption. Yan Zhaoge's expression remained calm. He didn't even blink. Yi Zhongzhou, Xiaoyu, Zhang Yao and the rest stared blankly at this scene, unable to regain their senses. On the other hand, Lu Shengfeng, who was paralyzed on the ground, was dumbstruck like a wooden chicken, and he seemed to have lost his soul. Actually, from the moment Yan Zhaoge had appeared till now, only a short period of time had passed. Saving people, breaking the array, killing the enemy. Everything. It happened in the span of a few breaths. The situation was completely reversed in an instant. A moment earlier, the Great Nine Underworld's door had still seemed like it was about to descend. The next moment, it was Yan Zhaoge domineeringly slaying Zhao Hao and the others, the devilish domain grand formation collapsing in reverse. Gazing at Yan Zhaoge's towering figure on the great earth, Yi Zhongzhou, Zhang Yao and the others were momentarily dazed. Yan Zhaoge calmly watched as the all-encompassing black mist-like devilish qi gradually dissipated. The terrifying aura that originated from the nine underworlds also gradually faded away. The illusory great door on the ground completely vanished. There seemed to be an extremely unwilling will transmitted over from across endless space and time, roaring by Yan Zhaoge's ear. Yan Zhaoge's expression did not change. Returning his sword to its sheath, he raised his head and gazed over, seeing the dissipating devilish qi transforming into numerous chains that danced all over the sky. It was not just infinite boundless mountains. Elder Mo. The other fallen practitioners all suffered the backlash of the formation to some extent. The devilish qi surged in reverse, rushing back into their bodies. The higher the cultivation base of the fallen practitioner, the more severe the backlash they suffered from the devilish qi would be. Without the boost of the devilish qi, they would instead be injured by it. Under such circumstances, the decimating abyss experts instantly collapsed, suffering a great defeat. Within the sky, the red divine mountain paused for a moment. Yan Zhaoge could feel Shan Sherwing's gaze falling on him. A pity that he is not a disciple of my infinite boundless mountain. Shan Sherwing seemed to sigh regretfully whilst also in praise, leaving behind some indistinct words before he instantly left, continuing to kill the other decimating abyss experts. As Yan Zhaoge watched Shan Sherwing leave, a suction force emanated from his palm, sucking up the small black incense burner that had fallen beside Zhao Hao's corpse. To him, compared to Zhao Hao, he was instead more interested in this small incense burner. That sword which had slain Zhao Hao and that sword which had previously defeated Zhao Hao's Starfire Trailing Skies were both martial arts that Yan Zhaoge had comprehended and created himself. His cultivation base unceasingly rising, he had unceasingly sorted out his martial arts, already beginning to form his own style, integrating them into one. Finger-flicking shocking thunder was just the beginning. The martial art that he had just executed contained a more profound principle. While it was still in its embryonic form as compared to finger-flicking shocking thunder, its power was already not to be underestimated. Yan Zhaoge had executed this martial art, transforming it into a sword art, controlling his spirit artifact, the Jade Dragon Sword, to assassinate, yet had been unable to leave behind even a single mark on this small black incense burner. This meant that this seemingly unremarkable small black incense burner had an extraordinary foundation. Therefore, while Yan Zhaoge was extremely interested in this black incense burner, he also felt some fear. As he regulated his breathing, recovering his depleted vitality, he inspected the black incense burner. At first, he hadn't felt anything, but as Yan Zhaoge focused all of his attention on the incense burner, He felt his mind shake, as though his soul was about to leave his body and enter that black incense burner on its own. Yan Zhaoge's heart jolted slightly as he stabilized his mind. He slowly extended his hand, infusing his aura qi within, causing it to surge unceasingly. The aura qi he infused within quickly disappeared without a trace, also without any feedback whatsoever, completely severing its connection with its original owner, Yan Zhaoge. Accompanied by the unceasing infusing of aura qi, Yan Zhaoge's mind was struck, and he instantly felt slightly dazed once more. However, he had long since been prepared this time. Even as he stabilized his mind, he still continued to investigate the small black incense burner. Yan Zhaoge's consciousness seemed to have merged into a world of complete darkness, tranquil and deep, an eternally endless darkness. Yan Zhaoge knit his brows. He discovered that there was a strange force acting on his mind, preventing him from leaving this world of darkness, attempting to make him sink deeper and deeper within. The world in front of him didn't have any light at all. The darkness was extremely pure, as though all of the light that shone on it had been absorbed, leaving only the deepest darkness behind. Even though it was only a boundless darkness, Yan Zhaoge's mind seemed to have been endlessly enticing his mind to sink completely within. Although Yan Zhaoge could feel that this world of darkness originally didn't have any ill intentions. However, he could be 100% sure that if he couldn't control his mind and was engulfed by the darkness, his soul would forever be imprisoned within this boundless darkness, and his fleshly body would also become an empty shell. To be continued. Congratulations to book friend 140/705/135/821/981 for becoming this book's new alliance chief. Book friend 140/705/135/821/981. The alliance is mighty and domineering. I would also like to thank everyone who tipped, subscribed and voted for this book. Thank you everyone. Chapter 195. Yan Zhaoge was calm, not panicking in the slightest. Advancing within this darkness, it was undoubtedly another tempering of his mind and will. Any weakness, laziness, or wavering would allow the darkness to take advantage of it. Through resisting the temptation of the darkness, Yan Zhaoge's willpower rose once more, expelling the impurities within his mind. At the end, Yan Zhaoge strolled leisurely within the boundless darkness, relaxed and at ease. While there was darkness that could pull people into the deep abyss, it was completely ineffective against him. At this moment, Yan Zhaoge felt something. Smiling, he raised his head. Above his head in the darkness, a pair of jet-black eyes appeared, silently gazing at him. Within the silent darkness, Yan Zhaoge did not speak, the black eyes also not emitting any sound, but a strange connection was formed between the two. The black eyes were emotionless, seemingly acknowledging Yan Zhaoge's existence as they gradually closed, no longer appearing as if they had never existed in the first place. Yan Zhaoge smiled slightly. At this moment, his consciousness had freely retreated from the world of darkness. Seeing light once more before his eyes, Yan Zhaoge played with the small black incense burner rather interestedly. Flipping it over, he saw two ancient characters inscribed at the bottom of the incense burner. Devouring Earth. Yan Zhaoge thought of how Zhao Hao had also shouted these two words when he had clashed with him earlier. Earth devouring burner? Yan Zhaoge pondered. This was not an ordinary treasure, nor was it a spirit artifact, but it seemed to possess its own spirituality and will. That pair of black eyes was not a mental imprint left behind by someone else, but a manifestation of the earth-devouring burner itself after it had gained spirituality. Yan Zhaoge muttered to himself, interesting, wanting to truly grasp this treasure and not use it clumsily like Zhao Hao, I'm afraid that I'll have to spend some effort. Keeping the incense burner. Yan Zhaoge stood where he was, continuing to meditate quietly. Previously, he had also expended a great deal of energy. It wasn't that he was completely exhausted. It was also the battle that consumed the most yuan qi in history. Fighting against Lu Shengfeng, Zhao Hao and the others was fine. What was crucial was that his vital energies had fused with the fragment of the Eye of the Thunder Emperor, allowing him to activate an instant's thunder and ignite the power of the Saint Artifact fragment in an instant. Although Yan Zhaoge himself would not act like he was currently retracting the fragment of the Eye of the Thunder Emperor. His essence qi had completely dried up, but he also felt like a thief had left. However, it would not be difficult for Yan Zhaoge to recover. In his Dantian sea of energy, the mass of chaotic energy vibrated and split into streams of ice and fire. Yin and Yang complemented each other and rapidly nourished his nearly dried-up vitality. Comparatively speaking, the Eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment was much more troublesome. The purple orb formed by the sacred artifact's fragment dimmed. It was like a gray stone bead without the slightest luster. As Yan Zhaoge communicated with it mentally, he could only feel a minuscule amount of spirituality as the other party seemed to have sunk into a deep slumber that resembled a fake death. He wanted to turn it back into lightning and merge it with his right eye, but he couldn't do it for the time being. As Yan Zhaoge regulated his breathing, he pondered, after all, it is only a fragment, not the true sacred artifact of the past, the Eye of the Thunder Emperor. It is rumored that at its peak, the Eye of the Thunder Emperor, an instant's thunder, cleaves the heavens and cleaves the earth. Heaven and earth split, and in the next instant, its power will be restored to its original state. Just like how we breathe an exhalation. It is a bolt of divine thunder that shatters space. As it inhales, the surrounding essence of the heavens and the earth will all replenish itself. And now, having exhausted all of its power, wanting to accumulate it once more, I'm afraid that a very long time will be needed. When it is used the next time, it will be fine if I don't use an instant's thunder. Otherwise it will still be like this time, exhausting everything in one go. Yan Zhaoge let out a long breath, his condition recovering greatly. Luckily, I established a close connection with the Eye of the Thunder Emperor earlier. Otherwise, things would have been much more troublesome this time. TSK, after returning this time, I definitely have to properly strengthen my attainments and formations. Yan Zhaoge shook his head, turning to look in another direction. There Yi Zhongzhou, Zhang Yao and the others supported each other, bandaging their wounds and regulating their breathing to alleviate their injuries. Seeing Yan Zhaoge look over, Yi Zhongzhou sighed emotionally, "Junior brother Yan, it was all thanks to you this time. Otherwise we would all have lost our lives. Not only would we have died at Lu Xingfeng's hands, more importantly, the opening of the Great Nine Underworld's door would have been disastrous." Yan Zhaoge walked over. "Senior brother Yi is polite. At a time like this, having the ability to do something, I naturally couldn't just stand by and watch. It's just that in order to break the formation earlier, I needed some time to prepare. I've made you suffer." Zhang Yao shook her head repeatedly. "Senior brother Yan, don't say that, it was you who saved us." Li Jingwan said, "If senior brother Yan had not stopped the opening of the Great Nine Underworld's door in time, we would still have died at the end of the day, still having the possibility of falling into Lu Xingfeng's hands, suffering even more pain, even more torture." As she said this, she swiveled her head to look in the other direction. There Lu Xingfeng lay limply on the ground, half dead, while the other two fallen practitioners who had already been killed by Yan Zhaoge had already vanished without a trace. Ruan Ping was currently bandaging his wounds. His face was pale and his expression weak, but his gaze was cold. He stood right by Lu Xingfeng's side, looking down on him as he lay on the ground. Lu Xingfeng barely managed to squeeze out a fawning smile that was filled with fear. "Senior? Brother Ruan, you are a great person and do not stoop to petty offenses." The latter half of his words were stuck in his throat, replaced by a tragic cry. Ruan Ping forcefully stomped down on Lu Xingfeng's body. Lu Xingfeng's chest had long since been a mess of flesh and blood. Now, being stomped down by Ruan Ping, he was instantly in so much pain that he wished he were dead. Ruan Ping laboriously moved his foot, then stomped down on the wound on Lu Xingfeng's severed arm. Lu Xingfeng sucked in a breath of cold air, unable to even let out a tragic cry. Yan Zhaoge came to Ruan Ping's side. Looking at him, Ruan Ping was silent for a moment before saying, "Many thanks for saving my life." "You're welcome," Yan Zhaoge nodded. Ruan Ping hesitated slightly. "You want to stop me?" Yan Zhaoge waved his hands. "What are you talking about? Sparing his life was specifically for you to deal with." As he said this, Yan Zhaoge made a grabbing motion with his palm, threads of black light being sucked out from the wound on Lu Xingfeng's severed arm, landing within Yan Zhaoge's palm. "I was just a little interested in the technique he used to temporarily reconstruct his severed arm." Keeping the black light, Yan Zhaoge turned and walked away. "Do what you need to do, don't worry about me." Ruan Ping nodded, gazing down at Lu Xingfeng once more. A look of despair instantly surfaced within Lu Xingfeng's eyes. Looking at the tragic cries of Lu Xingfeng, Yi Zhongzhou frowned slightly, sighing, not saying a word. Li Jingwan and Zhang Yao both turned their heads to the other side. Xiao Yu, who was also of the same clan as Lu Xingfeng, was currently a little dazed, seemingly thinking about something. Yan Zhaoge's gaze instead turned towards the place where the Golden Tower had previously been. That place was already a stretch of dilapidated walls, but amidst the rubble, there seemed to be something existing. "It's going to be 515 soon," I hope that I can continue charging towards the 515 red packet rankings. On the 15th of May, the reign of red packets will be able to reward the readers as well as publicize my work. Being together is also love. I will definitely do my best. Chapter 196. There seemed to be something buried in the ruins. A faint black light shone out from the ruins. After observing the ruins for a moment, Yan Zhaoge extended his palm, his aura chi surging as he blasted the shattered rocks away. A black crystal appeared in front of him. Yan Zhaoge stared at the black crystal for a while, carefully feeling the pulsating aura within before extending a finger, lightly tapping on its surface, infusing his aura chi within. After entering the black crystal, the aura chi circled once before returning to Yan Zhaoge's body. Following that, the essence chi contained within the black crystal was drawn out. Looking within his own body, Yan Zhaoge could see that as his aura chi flowed back, an existence that resembled a black thread flowed from his fingertips into his body, reaching his Dantian's chi ocean along with his aura chi. That black thread of essence chi was pure and condensed, making people feel a bit cold. But at the same time, he felt a wave of agitation in his heart, as if something was being tugged at and was about to make a move. A figure seemed to appear within Yan Zhaoge's mind. That figure was blurry and indistinct, but its facial features actually seemed similar to Yan Zhaoge's. It was just that as this figure met Yan Zhaoge's gaze, an evil chi that was not concealed could be seen within it. Looking calmly at this scene, Yan Zhaoge laughed lightly. Crystals formed after the formation has been reversed? The clear energy in his Dantian dissipated, revealing a mass of chaotic energy. As the primal chaos surged, the black thread of essence energy was sucked into it. When the black thread entered, it immediately emitted white smoke. Within Yan Zhaoge's mind, that figure filled with evil chi instantly began gradually disappearing. Accompanied by Yan Zhaoge strengthening the amount of aura chi he had infused within the black crystal. The crystal stone essence chi that was drawn out from it was getting thicker and thicker. In the end, it was like a black stream of light. Through Yan Zhaoge's fingertip, it flowed along his meridians all the way to his Dantian. More and more black light flowed in, and the mass of primal chaos chi gradually expanded. After a long time, the black crystal suddenly made a kacha sound, and then a crack appeared on the surface of the crystal. Then it completely shattered. The shattered fragments of the black crystal quickly turned into sand, and in the end, were blown away by the wind, turning into dust. After expanding, the chaotic chi mass within Yan Zhaoge's Dantian's chi ocean shrank very quickly, finally returning to its original state, as though nothing had ever happened at all. However, Yan Zhaoge could feel that his aura chi was growing more and more vigorous. At the same time, his spirit grew stronger and stronger. Gradually, he felt like he could do as he pleased. He was one step closer to the late Xiantian stage. The mass of primal chaos chi calmed down, and a clear chi emerged, wrapping around and concealing the mass of primal chaos chi. Yan Zhaoge retracted his technique, scanning their surroundings. He saw that the devilish chi between the heavens and the earth had already gradually dissipated. It was on the muddy bottom of clear concealed lake. The water in this area had completely dried up, and this place now resembled the bottom of a massive basin. The demonic chi dispersed and the demonic domain collapsed. Without the influence of the devil chi, the lake water that had been isolated further away began to fill up the empty space again and surge toward this area. Yan Zhaoge could hear the sound of rushing water resounding from all directions, resembling mountain torrents. Over there. Lu Shengfeng had already died at Ruan Ping's hands. Yi Zhongzhou, Li Jingwan and the others were all supporting each other. Yan Zhaoge pushed out with his palm, his aura chi expanding outwards, transforming into a massive hand that lifted Yi Zhongzhou and the others up, rising into the air together. Very quickly the flood surged over from all directions. Beneath their feet, it had once more turned into a kingdom of water. However, the current clear concealed lake was destined to be different from before. For example, Clear Concealed Island and the other islands in the central region of the lake already no longer existed. At the bottom of the lake, a massive, deep crater was an indication of what had happened earlier. Gazing into the distance, Yan Zhaoge felt that the geography of Clear Concealed Lake was also completely different. Numerous martial practitioners, especially quite a few martial grandmaster experts, had engaged in a great battle on or in the vicinity of Clear Concealed Lake, easily affecting thousands of li as the heavens were overturned and the earth was overturned. The once beautiful Clear Concealed Lake had completely become history. The fog that enveloped the lake all year round had completely vanished, the the flow of spiritual qi in the entire region chaotic to the point that it had completely changed. Compared to the strength of the participants, if not for the existence of the devilish domain grand formation and the grand formation that Turbid Wave Pavilion had originally set up here, the vast clear concealed lake might have already been completely erased from the face of the earth. Standing in midair, Yan Zhaoge's heart suddenly jolted slightly. Swiveling his head, he saw a figure rapidly approaching from the distance. The newcomer was a burly man who looked like he was crying to the heavens and crying to the earth. "Young master, it's really great that you're all right. Who else could it be but Ahu?" Yan Zhaoge smiled. Luckily it was a daunting experience without any mishaps, successfully resolving the problem. Behind Ahu followed a massive creature, its fur alternating between black and white, with massive dark circles around its eyes, charmingly naive as it strode forward with its trademark splayed inwards. This big fella was naturally Pan Pan. Not caring about Sikong Qing sitting on its back, it spread its legs, shooting towards Yan Zhaoge like it was flying. Yan Zhaoge was naturally happy that Pan Pan was intimate with him. However, he didn't want such a big fella to pounce on him, as he hurriedly raised his hand to stop Pan Pan. Yan Zhaoge patted Pan Pan's big head, and Pan Pan stuck out his tongue, lightly licking Yan Zhaoge's palm. Looking at the body of water before her which was gradually regaining its calm, feeling the spiritual qi fluctuations brought about by the great battle that had yet to conclude in the distance, Sikong Qing's eyes shone brightly. Letting Sikong Qing, Yi Zhongzhou and the others pay their respects, Yan Zhaoge looked to the other side. There the figure of Xuefei appeared. Seeing that Yan Zhaoge and the others were fine, Xuefei first let out a sigh of relief before asking Yan Zhaoge, the devilish domain grand formation having collapsed, the aura of the 9 underworlds also vanishing. "All this is..." Yan Zhaoge smiled. Luck. Xuefei lightly punched his shoulder. "You're really good, you really managed to do it. This is much greater than the matter of the heavenly connection meet." Xuefei sighed in admiration. It's hard to imagine that this is something that a martial scholar can do. Yan Zhaoge smiled slightly. "Senior apprentice brother Su, you know that I had a fortuitous encounter, obtaining a sacred artifact fragment. Otherwise even the cleverest housewife cannot cook without rice." Xuefei shook his head. "It's a sacred artifact fragment, not a sacred artifact. Being able to use it sufficiently as a martial scholar, this in itself is already very impressive. Let alone the fact that this fortuitous encounter of yours was obtained through fighting with your competitors. It did not fall from the sky for no reason at all." Amidst his words, another figure appeared in the distance. Swiveling his head to look, Yan Zhaoge saw that it was Tang Yonghao who had been separated from him earlier. Tang Yonghao had also known that Yan Zhaoge had wanted to enter the core of the formation, just that they had been separated in the process afterwards. At this moment, with the devilish domain grand formation having been destroyed, Tang Yonghao had immediately thought of Yan Zhaoge. After knowing that it had been Yan Zhaoge's handiwork, he said sincerely, "Junior apprentice brother Yan, regardless of the relationship between our two clans in this matter, I have to express my admiration, also thanking you for not letting the ordinary citizens of the 8 extremities world suffer a calamity." Yan Zhaoge said, "Senior apprentice brother Tang speaks too seriously." Looking into the distance, he knit his brows slightly. "The reason why things have become so troublesome this time is because the decimating abyss's corrosion is too strong. I wonder who exactly the problem is this time? It's going to be 515 soon. I hope that I can continue charging towards the 515 red packet rankings. On the 15th of May, the reign of red packets will be able to reward the readers, as well as publicize my works. Being together is also love. I will definitely do my best." Chapter 197. Hearing Yan Zhaoge's question, Tang Yonghao fell silent for a moment. Noticing this, Yan Zhaoge and Su Fei both felt rather puzzled as Su Fei asked, "Senior apprentice brother Tang, do you know something?" Tang Yonghao replied with a frown, "I met someone on the way here and heard some rumors but I'm not sure yet." Yan Zhaoge said, "Why don't you tell me about it first?" Glancing at Yi Zhongzhou and Li Jingwan, Tang Yonghao sighed but did not speak, instead sending a sound transmission with his Orachi to Yan Zhaoge and Su Fei. According to the rumors, the one who caused the problem was Jade Sea City's Elder Qin, who led the team over to clear concealed lake this time. The face of that obstinate old man of Jade Sea City surfaced within Yan Zhaoge's mind. "Elder Qin?" Tang Yonghao said, "Right now it's still not certain. Elder Qin seems to have disappeared without a trace. Only when he shows up will we be able to figure out the truth." He was of the Sacred Sun clan, the sworn enemy of Jade Sea City, and it would not be good for him to make any further evaluations. He himself was also not someone who would jump to conclusions. However, Yan Zhaoge still understood that Tang Yonghao's underlying meaning was that Elder Chen was currently nowhere to be seen, neither dead nor alive. Such a veteran great grandmaster powerhouse had actually disappeared. It was truly somewhat inconceivable. There are always reasons for being tempted by the 9 underworlds. For example, Lu Xingfeng has a violent temperament and likes to torture others. However, his temperament has been suppressed by the sect. Yan Zhaoge rubbed his temples. Martial grandmasters, especially martial grandmaster experts with high cultivation bases, tend to have firmer wills, not easily shaken by the 9 underworlds. However, it is exactly because of your firm will that you will be even more stubborn and crazy after your mind is changed. Yan Zhaoge let out a long breath. I don't know why Infinite Boundless Mountain's Elder Mo is like this, but from the looks of it he is obviously extremely extreme. He was filled with resentment. While Jade Sea City's Elder Chen seemed rather unruly and irascible before this, he is still magnanimous and upright at the end of the day. Tang Yonghao nodded. Xue Fei pondered for a moment. He said hesitantly, could it be because of his grandson? Yan Zhaoge was rather baffled, while a look of realization appeared on Tang Yonghao's face. Xue Fei explained, Zhaoge probably doesn't know much about it because it happened a little too early. Elder Chen had lost his son when he was young, and he only had one grandson left. However, his body has always been weak and sickly, and he is unable to practice martial arts. He can only slowly recuperate, and seeing his body getting weaker and weaker has become Elder Chen's biggest worry. He sighed, this is something that happened a few years ago. In recent years there hasn't been any news, so I don't know. Sigh. Is that so? Yan Zhaoge nodded, not saying anything more. His eyes looked into the distance. There. Victory and defeat were about to be decided in every battlefield. There was no hope for the 9 underworlds to descend, and the infernal domain had been shattered. The experts of the decimating abyss no longer had any hope of victory. Those who could flee began to flee, and those who could not flee fought to the death. The few who did not fall to the dark side still had a chance of survival after being captured alive. Most of those who had fallen to the dark side would be captured alive and interrogated for information. He would most likely be killed as well. As the great battles ended one after another, the events of Clear Concealed Lake this time finally gradually calmed down. One powerful aura after another began converging towards the center of the lake once more. The first to arrive. It was a white-haired old woman, her back arched as she coughed repeatedly, looking extremely weak. However, Yan Zhaoge, Su Fei and Tang Yonghao all recognized this old woman as the Grand Elder of Turbid Wave Pavilion, one of the few experts of the entire lake domain. Zhang Yao saw that old woman. She even cheered, Grand Master. Ruan Ping also bowed, disciple Ruan Ping greets Grand Master. Looking at Zhang Yao, the old woman's face revealed some affection. Yan Zhaoge and the others, including the heavily injured Yi Zhongzhou, Li Jingwan and Xiao Yu, also came forward to greet the old woman. After hearing Ruan Ping and Zhang Yao's reports, the old woman's gaze fell on Yan Zhaoge. After carefully appraising him, she said slowly, Broad Creed Mountain is very fortunate. Yan Zhaoge smiled, Senior overpraises me. The old woman similarly smiled, no longer saying anything. As someone like her saw it, the Yan Zhaoge who had dispelled the devilish domain grand formation was even more worthy of attention than the Yan Zhaoge who had swept through the numerous geniuses of his age in the heavenly connection meet. Indeed, being able to look down on all others of the same age, surpassing other monstrous geniuses, indicated that a youth's future was limitless, with the possibility of becoming a legend in the future. However, with a mere martial scholar cultivation base, he had suddenly emerged, intervening in a major matter that only veteran martial grandmasters could play a decisive role in, also succeeding in a single stroke. This showed that Yan Zhaoge's vision, judgment, spirit and talent were outstanding, already completely surpassing his current age and cultivation base. Being able to intervene in a matter that could affect the overall situation of the entire world as a martial scholar, when Yan Zhaoge's cultivation base rose in the future, what kind of storms would he be able to stir? From another perspective, geniuses who didn't die young were true geniuses. Among the masses, while the proportion of geniuses and heroes was small, under the conditions of such a massive population, monstrous geniuses also appeared in an endless stream. With the old woman's status and age, she had seen too many geniuses of all kinds in her lifetime. Not talking about others having been able to reach her current position in cultivation base, when the old woman herself had been young in that era, hadn't she also been a heaven's favored daughter? However, while there were innumerable geniuses, those who could ultimately reach such heights would forever only be a limited minority. With great waves washing away sand, too many geniuses had not been able to reach the heights that others had expected them to reach. And as the old woman saw it, Yan Zhaoge's actions as compared to those young geniuses who merely possessed outstanding talent in the martial Tao, at least had a greater chance of walking towards higher and further places. Broad Creed Mountain has a successor. Now, it all depends on whether he can surpass his predecessors. Looking at Yan Zhaoge, the old woman sighed in admiration within her heart. The experts of the other sacred grounds arrived in succession. A purple-haired old man, a longtime elder of the Heavenly Thunder Hall, after having understood the whole story, gazed at Yan Zhaoge, not speaking for a long time. A middle-aged martial grandmaster beside him frowned. The decimating abyss experts were all tied down by us. This kid was just lucky, succeeding in his sneak attack with the power of the sacred artifact fragment, also not having any martial grandmasters obstructing him. Hearing his words, that purple-haired old man swiveled his head to look at this middle-aged man. The old man did not say a word, but caused the entire body of the middle-aged man to feel numb, virtually suffocating, cold sweat pouring out of him. Seeing that the middle-aged man was about to be unable to hold on any longer, the purple-haired old man retracted his gaze, saying mildly, "First of all, that sacred artifact fragment of his was not picked up on the road, but obtained after consecutively defeating my Heavenly Thunder Hall disciples." Yan Shan aside, "Do you think that you can defeat the mid-Xiantian Lin Zhou as an early Xiantian martial scholar? Afterwards, given you a sacred artifact fragment, how much of its power can you wield with your mid-Xiantian martial scholar cultivation base? Finally, you have also seen the strength of that devilish domain grand formation. How many martial scholars can accurately find the core of the formation while trapped within it? Even with the sacred artifact fragment wanting to shake the core of the formation, they would also need to accurately judge the timing of the circulation of the formation, only then being able to succeed in a single strike. Otherwise, it would just be a pointless waste of the sacred artifact fragment's power." The purple-haired old man looked at that middle-aged man. "Now, do you still think that this was merely luck, that if it were any other martial scholar, as long as they had the sacred artifact fragment, they would be able to do it?" That middle-aged man's face was rather ashen as he lowered his head, not speaking. The purple-haired old man said mildly, "Indeed, the experts of the decimating abyss have all been held back by us on the outskirts. However, if not for him, the great 9 underworld's door would already have been opened, and the situation would have been completely different." Looking at Yan Zhaoge, he sighed, "From now onwards in this old man's eyes, you are no longer just Yan Di's son. Broad Creed Mountain's Yan Zhaoge, this old man will remember this name." It was not just this purple-haired old man. The experts of the various sacred grounds present were all focused on Yan Zhaoge. From today onwards, the name of Broad Creed Mountain's Yan Zhaoge would be known by all. Who under the heavens would not know of a monarch? Chapter 198. The peak experts of the various sacred grounds met once more, summarizing the new intelligence they had obtained, as well as discussing the next step regarding the issue of the 9 underworlds and the decimating abyss. Although the incident at Clear Concealed Lake this time was resolved, the various sacred grounds similarly suffered losses. Martial artists with relatively low cultivation bases were not idling around either. They were all communicating with people they were familiar with. The younger generation that had previously participated in the Heavenly Connection meet were no longer the main characters. However, as the core disciples of the various holy lands, their horizons, knowledge and grasp of the current situation far surpassed their peers. Most of them had their own thoughts about the changes in the 9 underworlds. Among them there were some who had perished in this strange change. No matter what their relationship was normally like when their fellow disciples thought about it, they all felt a bit sad. Of course, their gazes also fell on Yan Zhaoge from time to time. Looking at Yan Zhaoge at this moment, the bunch of youngsters all felt rather complex emotions. Even though he had been in the limelight during the Heavenly Connection meet, even though his talent and strength had suppressed many, when they had looked at Yan Zhaoge earlier, there hadn't been much of a difference between them and themselves. Yan Zhaoge was more outstanding, having taken the lead. Amidst the admiration of many, most of them wanted to catch up and compete with him in the future. However, after understanding everything that had happened, many people gradually changed their minds. Yan Zhaoge seemed to be separated from them by a layer, no longer being of the same race. Although he was only a Grandmaster realm martial artist, he had solved many problems that even a great Grandmaster might not be able to solve. Such a person. His performance in the Heavenly Connection meet seemed to be only natural. It was even to the extent that sparring with those of the same generation in the Heavenly Connection meet was actually not sufficient to truly display Yan Zhaoge's brilliance. The young geniuses had this thought in their hearts. All of them were momentarily silent. Countless thoughts appeared in their minds, their thoughts in disorder. There was an indescribable feeling. Everyone focused their attention on the 9 underworlds and the decimating abyss, on Yan Zhaoge. As such, very few people noticed that a person who should not have appeared at Clear Concealed Lake had also come here. A handsome youth with a calm expression and a sharp gaze, garbed in the garb of a direct disciple of the Heavenly Thunder Hall. The son of the Heavenly Thunder Hall's first seat elder Lin Tianfeng, a heaven's favored son of the Heavenly Thunder Hall's younger generation, the thunder-rumbling young master alongside Yan Zhaoge, Huang Jie and Song Chao Lin Zhou. His face was pale and weak. He had been injured by Yan Zhaoge earlier. Lin Zhou had been forced to use the blood transformation flowing light jade to activate a forbidden technique to escape, causing him to suffer a great loss of vitality. Even now he had not fully recovered. Therefore the Heavenspan Alliance meet this time, Lin Zhou was the same as Yan Shan, both not participating. Coupled with Jade Sea City's direct lineage martial art, one-line edge, Jade Sea City had always wanted to find trouble with Lin Zhou. While the Heavenly Thunder Hall had provided intelligence on the 9 underworlds this time, more or less making Jade Sea City feel indebted to them, no longer pursuing the matter as urgently, Lin Zhou himself still avoided appearing before the eyes of Jade Sea City's bigwigs as much as possible. But this time, surrounding and annihilating the decimating abyss martial practitioners. Lin Zhou continued to secretly travel alongside the Heavenly Thunder Hall experts, arriving at Clear Concealed Lake. He didn't come here for the Heavenly Connection meet, nor for the 9 Hells Abyssal Abyss. It also wasn't for revenge against Yan Zhaoge. Lin Zhou was here for someone else. Far away, concealing himself, he gazed into the distance, gazing at the figure of a girl who had already returned to the side of the Jade Sea City experts. Seeing her full body of injuries, a pained look appeared within Lin Zhou's gaze, but seeing that she was still fine at least. He also let out a sigh of relief. Jingwan, it's good that you're fine? Lin Zhou gazed dazedly at Li Jingwan, recovering after a while as he sighed. Sadly, you don't recognize me now. We should originally have gotten to know each other during this time's Heavenly Connection meet. Thinking of the Heavenly Connection meet, Lin Zhou's face sunk as his gaze swept past Yan Zhaoge's figure. In order to avoid drawing attention, his gaze swept past, not remaining for long, but Yan Zhaoge's appearance was firmly engraved within his mind. And you, Yan Zhaoge, your life should originally have reached its end during this time's incident at Clear Concealed Lake. Lin Zhou closed his eyes, sucking in a deep breath. The infiltration of the decimating abyss is indeed powerful, being even more proficient in concealment. I exposed the identities of some people, forcing them to change their plans. Only then did those who had concealed themselves even more deeply be exposed. Otherwise, if the matter at Clear Concealed Lake had gone smoothly, the other party would still have continued to conceal themselves. This means that this time's incident at Clear Concealed Lake was only the beginning. They still have an even greater plan. Thinking of this, Lin Zhou frowned. Him and the Heavenly Thunder Hall having seized the initiative, they originally could have not only quelled the chaos of the decimating abyss, they would also have obtained benefits from the other 5 sacred grounds. However, because of the decimating abyss's counterattack, a huge twist had occurred in the matter, nearly causing them to fail on the verge of success. In the end, it had been Yan Zhaoge who had turned the tides, settling the matter with a single blow. This way, while the others would still thank the Heavenly Thunder Hall, a considerable number of them would feel that Yan Zhaoge had played a greater role. The favor that the other sacred grounds owed the Heavenly Thunder Hall was immediately diluted greatly. Lin Zhou slowly opened his eyes, lowering them, his gaze calm and without fluctuations. This time was only the beginning. Those of the Sacred Sun clan were similarly paying attention to Yan Zhaoge. Having produced such a figure of Broad Creed Mountain's younger generation, the Sacred Sun clan had no choice but to place great importance on him. Moreover, tracing back to the source in the previous war of the Eastern Tang, as well as Infinite Boundless Mountain's enmity with the Heavenly Thunder Hall due to the Thunder Element Revival Art and the Giant Spirit Magnetite Vein, finally allying with Broad Creed Mountain and Jade Sea City, becoming enemies with the Sacred Sun clan. All these things were inextricably linked to Yan Zhaoge. The Sacred Sun Clan's higher echelon who had been in charge of surrounding and ambushing the decimating abyss martial practitioners this time was precisely the Twilight Lord of the Seven Reigning Suns. Before this, the Sacred Sun Clan elder who had come to clear Concealed Lake along with Tang Yonghao, Huang Jie and the others to participate in the Heavenly Connection meet was the Daybreak Lord of the Seven Reigning Suns. At the same time, the Daybreak Lord had also been the decimating abyss spy in the Sacred Sun Clan. In the end, in the great battle earlier, the Daybreak Lord had been personally slain by the Twilight Lord. The Twilight Lord's expression was calm, not the slightest ripple of emotion as he just looked quietly at the distant Yan Zhaoge. In the Eastern Tang he had once been prepared to make a move to kill him, but in the end he had been counterplotted by Broad Creed Mountain. Not only had he not been able to do as he had wished, he had even been heavily injured by Shi Tai and Yan Di. The Twilight Lord looked for a while, not even turning his head as he sent a sound transmission with his aura chi to the Huang Jie behind him. Having specially made a trip to clear Concealed Lake, you have already seen it. What do you think? Behind him, the serene and quiet youth did not answer the question, only saying, "My second life-bound year is about to arrive." Although it was a sentence without rhyme or reason, the Twilight Lord understood its meaning. Because he was one of the few people who understood the youth behind him. It's fine if I keep a low profile normally, but my life-bound year should be a little special. Do something big and leave it as a memento. This was what Huang Jie had said before. What few people knew was that in his first life-bound year, when he was merely 12 years old, he had been confirmed as the next chief of the Sacred Sun Clan. This had caused the position of chief to be held by the Huang family for 3 consecutive generations, virtually being hereditary. However, not a single one of the core higher echelon experts of the Sacred Sun Clan objected, all of them supporting this decision. It will be 515 soon. I hope that I can continue charging towards the 515 red packet rankings. On the 15th of May, the reign of red packets will be able to reward the readers, as well as publicize my works. Being together is also love. I will definitely do my best. Chapter 199. Yan Zhaoge's gaze swept past Huang Jie, before falling on the other Sacred Sun Clan disciples beside him. Not a single one of them had come to participate in the Heavenly Connection meet. While he still couldn't be sure if the other party had left, having similarly clashed with that masked martial grandmaster, however much Tang Yonghao trusted Huang Jie, he would definitely have done the most basic of investigations. Huang Jie being so calm, with some people having hindered his movements, the suspicion could already be largely eliminated. Yan Zhaoge's gaze surveyed the surroundings, seemingly nonchalant, but he was actually appraising those martial grandmasters whose cultivation bases were similar to the masked man's. Actually, it was very hard to say whether there were still any decimating abyss spies amongst those present. After all, not every decimating abyss martial practitioner would choose to fall to the dark side. In the heavens and earth of the devilish domain, it was indeed easy to arouse the devilish intent within one's heart, coveting momentary pleasure and completely falling to the dark side. However, this was not a definite thing. One may know a person's face but not their heart. This phrase was displayed to the point here. Not falling to the dark side, even if one's heart was filled with crafty schemes, as long as they concealed it well enough, it would be very hard for others to see through them. As long as there were no witnesses, even if this person had secretly killed another person and then disposed of the corpse in a timely manner, he would still be able to strut out to meet everyone afterwards. On the contrary, fallen practitioners, once having completely fallen to the dark side, would be completely different from how they were normally, also hard to conceal, basically having no possibility of continuing to conceal themselves. Yan Zhaoge didn't dare to be certain. In this world, there definitely wasn't a method of regaining one's human form after falling to the dark side, but the possibility of this was really too small. Comparatively speaking, restraining oneself from completely falling to the dark side would be the more likely choice for the lurking practitioner. Just like before the incident of Clear Concealed Lake. Like Elder Emo and the others. Could I have been too stubborn before? Yan Zhaoge pondered, that martial grandmaster who ambushed and assassinated me was not a spy. After all, from the looks of it, he has already fallen to the dark side for some time and not recently. He must be a member of the decimating abyss organization that usually hides in the earth domain. Yan Zhaoge stroked his lower chin, covering yourself up tightly, yet not displaying the martial arts that you are truly proficient in. If they didn't catch him on the spot, they wouldn't be able to tell his identity. Who would know who he was? If you fall to the devil, you will become an obvious target. If he's not trying to hide his identity, why doesn't he use the martial arts that he's good at? Yan Zhaoge carefully recalled the scene back then. The sword arts and palm arts he used when clashing with me, senior apprentice brother Su and the others were actually already at a very high level. Compared to his cultivation base, while we can be sure that it was not the martial arts he was originally proficient in, he should have also put in a lot of effort into it. Yan Zhaoge thought, his eyes narrowing slightly into slits. Why do I feel that? It's a little close to the time when he became a demon. This time Zhaoge has done something extraordinary. As Fang Zhuan's elegant voice resounded by his ear, Yan Zhaoge reined in his thoughts, smiling as he answered, "The fortune of the heavens, second apprentice uncle overpraises me." Fang Zhuan slowly shook his head. "No, you did very well. If not for your sudden appearance, the Decimating Abyss organization would have had a very high chance of success this time. With the Great Nine Underworld's door open, wanting to close it again, that would be extremely difficult." Yan Zhaoge asked, "Why hasn't Turbid Wave Pavilion's Pavilion Lord arrived? Is it the Flame Devils over at the East Sea causing trouble?" Fang Zhuan said, "That's right. It should be the Decimating Abyss organization colluding with the Flame Devil world to act together, causing us to be attacked from both front and back. It's not just Turbid Wave Pavilion's Pavilion Lord and Jade Sea City's City Lord Song. The Lord of the Heavenly Thunder Hall also hurried over to the East Sea. Also, great waves have also arisen over at the Earth Domain. Our clan and Infinite Boundless Mountain have joined hands to suppress them." Fang Zhuan narrated the events that had transpired at Clear Concealed Lake this time. While it seemed like a sudden incident at Clear Concealed Lake, it was actually very widespread. Over at Clear Concealed Lake, after urgent communication, it was finally decided that the Sacred Sun Clan's Huang Su would come over with the Great Sun Heaven Measuring Ruler. Yan Zhaoge raised his brows slightly. "Then where is he?" Fang Zhuan's expression turned somewhat solemn. The Devil Saint reappeared, intercepting Huang Su and the Great Sun Heaven Measuring Ruler. Yan Zhaoge raised his head slightly. The Devil Saint in the current Eight Extremities world, there were a total of 6 martial saints whose cultivation bases could be confirmed and were known to all. The Sacred Sun Clan's Grand Elder, the East-coming Martial Saint, Great Sun Rising East Huang Guanglia. The Lord of Jade Sea City, the Jade Sea Martial Saint, Boundless Waves Boundless Song Wuyang. The Lord of Turbid Wave Pavilion, the Roiling Cloud Martial Saint, Turbid Wave Roiling Cloud, and Qinglin. The Lord of the Heavenly Thunder Hall, the Green Thunder Martial Saint, 8-Directional Shocking Thunder, Shinli. As well as the Sectless Painting Saint and Devil Saint. Of them, the Painting Saint Old Man Mo was currently the oldest and most senior expert who was confirmed to still be alive. When Broad Creed Mountain's exalted Heaven Shaker Zhan Donga and the Heaven Diviner Zhan Shilo had still been alive that year, Old Man Mo's name had already spread far and wide, all the way till now. This old man usually resided beyond the seas, unconcerned with worldly affairs, uninvolved in disputes. Most of the time, people were completely unable to sense his existence at all. It was only when the invasion of the Flame Devil world was rather urgent that this old man would appear, aiding the other human experts in repelling the invading Flame Devils. Comparatively speaking, Old Man Mo stood aloof from worldly affairs, with Broad Creed Mountain, the Sacred Sun Clan and the other major powers not daring to offend him lightly. Meanwhile, the Devil Saint Yuan Tian was different. His personality was unruly, yet his cultivation base was also high, his destructive power extremely great. His relationship with the 6 great sacred grounds was extremely bad, his way of doing things also being very unruly and temperamental, hard to understand, giving everyone a headache. Yan Zhaoge had once secretly analyzed the descriptions of those involved or bystanders after the Devil Saint had clashed with others, discovering that the Devil Saint Yuan Tian had most likely obtained some legacies left behind after the Great Calamity, gradually forming his current martial arts. Tracing back to its source, it seemed to have the shadow of the impermanent Devil sect of before the Great Calamity. Is the Devil Saint Yuan Tian related to the Decimating Abyss? Or was it that the Decimating Abyss was single-handedly founded by Yuan Tian? Yan Zhaoge smacked his lips. From what I remember, Yuan Tian still likes to act alone, doing things straightforwardly. Fang Zhuan said, "For what reason Yuan Tian helped the Decimating Abyss to obstruct Huang Su and the Great Sun Heaven Measuring Ruler? This is still not something that can be determined. However, to be cautious, it is still better not to treat it as a coincidence. We have to guard against Yuan Tian making a move again next time." Yan Zhaoge nodded. "Second apprentice uncle is right. Fang Zhuan said, "This matter will temporarily come to an end here. The aftermath of Clear Concealed Lake should still be left to Turbid Wave Pavilion to handle. Speaking of it, their losses this time were the greatest. Of their 2 elders, one was a spy finally being executed while the other died in battle." Shaking his head, Fang Zhuan continued, "Regarding the decimating abyss and the 9 underworlds, there are still many things that need to be slowly discussed. Let us first return to the mountain now." Yan Zhaoge nodded in agreement. "I understand." Fang Zhuan suddenly laughed. "When we return this time, the clan will definitely reward you heavily once more. I originally still said that you wouldn't need more than 10 years, just a few years. When the world looks at you, Zhaoge, they will no longer just regard you as junior apprentice brother Yan's son, instead valuing you as a person. But I never thought that I would still have underestimated you. From today onwards, your name is already known by all under the heavens, known by everyone. It will be 515 soon. I hope that I can continue charging towards the 515 red packet rankings. On the 15th of May, the reign of red packets will be able to reward the readers, as well as publicize my works. Being together is also love. I will definitely do my best." Chapter 200. Towards Fang Zhuan's praise, Yan Zhaoge smiled, saying, "Second apprentice uncle really overpraises me, praising me till I'm almost embarrassed." Fang Zhuan shook his head. "You can accept it." After gathering the other Broad Creed Mountain martial practitioners, they immediately left the lake domain, returning to the heaven domain. Although they had come to an agreement on the issue of dealing with the decimating Abyss organization, and had joined hands to deal with the enemy during the incident at Clear Concealed Lake, however, now that the Battle of Clear Concealed Lake had concluded, the contest with the decimating Abyss organization had temporarily come to an end. Broad Creed Mountain was still Broad Creed Mountain, and the Sacred Sun Clan was still the Sacred Sun Clan. Yan Zhaoge and Fang Zhuan's group returned to the Heaven Domain from the Lake Domain, still via that route of the Earth Domain. Although it was very likely that the decimating Abyss lair was here, after the previous great battle, and with the several holy lands joining hands to once again suppress the Earth Domain, it was currently still safe. On the other hand, if one didn't take this route to return to the Tianyuan region from the Lake region, they would have to pass through the Fire region. With Huang Guanglia still in seclusion and the Sacred Sun Clan having suffered a great defeat in the Battle of the Eastern Tang, if Mengwan did not win the Extreme Yin crown in the third Extreme Yin bout, it would be fine for Yan Zhaoge, Fang Zhuan and the others to directly trample over them from the Fire Domain. However, now that the Sacred Sun Clan had 2 sacred artifacts in their hands, while they did not counterattack, the situation was also not that bad. If Yan Zhaoge and Fang Zhuan wanted to continue traversing the Fire Domain, they would have to face their opponent's attacks. It wasn't just Broad Creed Mountain. Shan Sherwin was also leading Infinite Boundless Mountains group back to the Mountain Domain, similarly passing through the Earth Domain, and not the Fire Domain. And on the other side, the people of the Heavenly Thunder Hall were similarly returning to the Thunder Domain via the Earth Domain. Otherwise, they would have to make use of the Water Domain. Of course, the Heavenly Thunder Hall would not be traveling together with Broad Creed Mountain and Infinite Boundless Mountain. Yan Zhaoge, Su Fei and Sikong Qing looked over at Infinite Boundless Mountain's side, then looked over at their side, feeling a little uncomfortable within their hearts. Including how he had previously comprehended the concept of the Eye of the Thunder Emperor, absorbing its essence and rising from the early Xiantian stage to the mid-Xiantian stage. It also included how he had analyzed the Devilish Domain Grand Formation, thereby relying on the power of the Eye of the Thunder Emperor to break the formation. After hearing it all, Yuan Jingfeng said, "Zhaoge, you did very well this time, extremely well." Yan Zhaoge answered, "I was still somewhat lucky. If I could have analyzed that Devilish Domain Grand Formation more thoroughly, it might have been a little easier. Especially not having to watch Jade Sea City's senior brother Yi and Turbid Wave Pavilion's junior sister Zhang be tormented by that bastard Lu Xingfeng." On Shirtai's stern face a rare hint of gentleness could be seen. "You have already done very well. First, not speaking of ability, charging into the core of the Devilish Domain as a martial scholar, attempting to stop the descent of the 9 underworlds, just this boldness and courage alone is already very hard to come by. Especially when it was not just a moment of bravery, but that you had the ability to back it up." Opposite Shirtai and Yendi, the 2 Grand Elders similarly nodded slightly. "That's right. You did very well this time." At this time, Yan Di instead didn't say anything, just smiling as he looked at Yan Zhaoge. Yan Zhaoge could clearly see an extremely rare smile on his father's face. That was clearly a rather proud and smug smile, as though he was silently showing off that he had such an outstanding descendant. At Yan Di's current age and status, wanting to see him reveal such an expression in front of others would really be as hard as ascending to the heavens. Yan Zhaoge expressed, living long on the main seat. Yuan Jingfeng was clearly also in an extremely good mood. The old man suddenly resembled a naughty child as he tilted his head and glanced at Yan Zhaoge. Yan Zhaoge was baffled by his gaze before he heard Yuan Jingfeng say, Zhaoge, this old man is feeling a bit of a headache now. The speed at which you have accomplished merits is too fast, and each merit is greater than the last. The clan doesn't even know what to reward you with. The reward is too light, isn't it? Not suitable and unfair to you, also going against our clan's principle of fairness in rewards and punishments. But conversely, this little bit of wealth of our clan will very quickly be emptied out by you, with no more rewards to be awarded. Yuan Zhengfeng was not someone with a stern personality. On the contrary, the old man was very easygoing, teasing a junior like this when he was in a good mood. However, this did not affect his authority. The authority of the old chief of Broad Creed Mountain had never been established through a straight face. If there really were people who didn't know the immensity of the heavens and the immensity of the earth, Yuan Zhengfeng would let them know why he was known as the heaven-equaling hand. Yan Zhaoge more or less understood Yuan Jingfeng. Hearing his words, he licked his lips and smiled, Grand Master, just give as you see fit. You have always been generous, you definitely won't treat me unfairly. Yuan Jingfeng smiled, pointing at Yan Zhaoge, you ah. He gazed at Shirtai, who nodded before looking at Yan Zhaoge, saying, the reward for you is a special privilege. From today onwards, you can act as you please without reporting anything you encounter, only having to report it afterwards. You can act decisively before the matter, handling it on your own, also mobilizing the clan's resources to assist you. Shirtai paused for a moment before saying, anything. Yan Zhaoge let out a long breath. In the entire history of Broad Creed Mountain, from the founding of the clan till now, there had never been a martial scholar who had obtained this privilege. It's going to be 515 soon. I hope that I can continue charging towards the 515 red packet rankings. On the 15th of May, the reign of red packets will be able to reward the readers and promote my works. Being together is also love. I will definitely do my best. Chapter 201. At the same time, he could mobilize the sect's resources to help. Generally speaking, this was the authority of a first-seat elder of Broad Creed Mountain. Strictly speaking, some of the head elders did not have such great authority, or it could be said that they only had such authority in certain areas or places. For example, the East Continent elders had such authority in the East Heaven Continent, but outside of the East Heaven Continent, it would not be as convenient. In the history of Broad Creed Mountain, there had never been a first-seat elder of the martial scholar realm, so naturally there had never been a martial scholar who had obtained such authority. Yan Zhaoge had set a precedent. This reward was for him to successfully break the devilish domain grand formation and prevent the 9 underworlds from descending. Therefore, from a certain perspective, this reward was not because of Yan Zhaoge's outstanding talent and potential in the martial Dao as a junior disciple. This reward was actually an acknowledgement of Yan Zhaoge's own abilities, an acknowledgement of his ability to deal with various unexpected and major incidents. To a certain extent, it was also due to the battle of the Eastern Tang and the giant spirit magnetite vein at Cloud Portent Mountain, as well as the accumulation of Yan Zhaoge's usual impressive performance in the Battle of Clear Concealed Lake this time that the clan's trust in his abilities had risen to a whole new level. Therefore, this reward, which had never appeared before in history, had been created. After the Battle of Clear Concealed Lake, Yan Zhaoge's name had truly shaken the world, not as the son of Broad Creed Mountain's first-seat elder Yan Wudi, nor as a disciple of the younger generation. Although he was young, he was already capable of stirring up the world. Within Broad Creed Mountain, they had already adjusted their view of Yan Zhaoge. And this time, the higher echelon bigwigs of Broad Creed Mountain raised Yan Zhaoge's evaluation even further. Giving him greater authority and freedom meant more trust in Yan Zhaoge's abilities, at the same time also representing greater responsibilities in the future. Yan Zhaoge had already been mentally prepared for this. Although he had the right to make decisions on the spot. However, this did not mean that they were completely absolved of responsibility. If they committed a grave mistake, they would still have to take responsibility. Just like Elder Qin of the East Continent, in principle, what happened in the East Heaven Continent. He could make a decision with a single word. In fact, this was true for most things. However, Elder Qin could make the decision on whether or not to allow Feng Yunxing to stay, but if the result was a big mess, he would have to take full responsibility. Yan Zhaoge was very open-minded about this. While enjoying power, he also had to shoulder responsibility. I'm young and inexperienced, so I'm afraid that I'll be unable to live up to their expectations. Granting me such a privilege, I will do my best. Yan Zhaoge bowed solemnly towards Yuan Jingfeng. Yuan Jingfeng smiled and said, Zhaoge is so serious. How long has it been since I last saw you? Relax, this is a reward for you, not an immediate increase in your burden. For now, the most important thing for you is to focus on training. Yuan Jingfeng exclaimed in admiration. Although there were many fortuitous encounters, the speed of your cultivation progress is indeed breathtaking. In the past, you spent too much time on miscellaneous studies. Now, it seems that you didn't throw them away and your martial arts cultivation has also improved. Yan Zhaoge's expression did not change, found some balance. However, in terms of miscellaneous studies, most of the time, I'm actually living off what I already have. By the side, Fang Zhuan smiled. You might as well say that it's due to accumulation. Everyone laughed. Yuan Zhengfeng thought of something. Speaking of miscellaneous studies, Zhaoge, you've researched quite a bit into ancient characters, and are also very interested in the legacies left behind after the Great Calamity. From what this old man knows, you've also personally excavated quite a few legacies. Yan Zhaoge nodded, yes. Grand Master. He looked at Yuan Jingfeng. Since the other party had asked this, there was most likely more to come. Could it be that the clan had unearthed a legacy of the Great Calamity that no one had discovered before? If that was the case, Yan Zhaoge would indeed be a little interested. Yuan Jingfeng said, in the Great Desert of the Wind Domain, someone of the clan discovered a legacy, very likely something that existed before the Great Calamity, left behind after. However, the diagrams of the legacy are extremely strange and hard to decipher, not understanding their meaning. The Wind Domain was to the west of the Heaven Domain, also bordering the Mountain Domain and the Fire Domain. Within its borders were thousands of li of yellow sand, tall mountains and rivers, its geographical environment rather harsh, with many martial scholars and even martial grandmasters finding it hard to endure natural disasters. In the boundless Great Desert, if one were to be trapped within, it was even more possible for them to lose their sense of direction, finally perishing within the sea of sand, never to return. However, while the natural conditions were extremely harsh, the vast, boundless Wind Domain, other than dangerous natural disasters, also contained many rare treasures and resources. After the destruction of the Wind Domain's sacred ground, Black Nightmare Mountain, Broad Creed Mountain, the Sacred Sun Clan and Infinite Boundless Mountain had all advanced into the Wind Domain, each occupying their own territory. Broad Creed Mountain had originally held the greatest advantage, virtually monopolizing it. However, following the invasion of the Flame Devils that year, a great change had occurred. Broad Creed Mountain had declined from its peak, also losing most of its territory in the Wind Domain, especially during that conservative period when they had concealed their strength and bided their time. They had been forced to retreat step by step. And in the time that the Sacred Sun Clan had risen to become the current #1 sacred ground, they had seized a large amount of territory in the Wind Domain. Currently, more than half of the Wind Domain was also controlled by the Sacred Sun Clan. Broad Creed Mountain and Infinite Boundless Mountain both had a foot in the Wind Domain, and the areas where the three clans intersected had always been filled with conflict. In the previous battle of the Eastern Tang, Broad Creed Mountain had held the upper hand. Other than counterattacking into the territory of the Fire Domain, they had also expanded their territory in the Wind Domain, their authority and area of control greatly increasing. Hearing that it was indeed a relic left behind from the Great Calamity, Yan Zhaoge couldn't help but feel even more interested. Yuan Jingfeng looked at a grand elder of Broad Creed Mountain below him, an old lady of the same generation as him, junior apprentice sister. He let Zhaoge look through it together and see if there are any gains. The old lady elder. He nodded, taking out a crystal and opening it on her hand. Yan Zhaoge took the crystal, infusing his aura qi within. As his aura qi shook, light instantly shot out from the surface of the crystal. The light was projected in mid-air, forming an illusory scene of light. The all-encompassing black storm swept along the sea of sand below. The natural conditions of many places in the Wind Domain were still as unfriendly as ever. On the surface of the desert before them, something could vaguely be seen, resembling a stone pillar. The half of the stone pillar that was exposed outside of the yellow sand was uneven, with signs of it having been damaged. And on the surface of the stone pillar, majestic yet profound and complex patterns were inscribed. Looking at those patterns, one could vaguely feel the wonders within, but could not understand them, unable to understand their meaning. Everyone here, other than Yan Zhaoge, had already seen it more than once. Still, looking at it now, they still felt it to be captivating. After seeing the stone pillar within the illusory scene of light, Yan Zhaoge's pupils instantly dilated. Fuck. Yan Zhaoge nearly let out a curse. This is the pillar of the divine palace from back then, ah. Yan Zhaoge sucked in a deep breath. Chapter 202. Looking at that half-broken stone pillar, Yan Zhaoge's heart surged with turbulent seas. Yan Zhaoge had always kept the Great Calamity in mind. Having a chance to come into contact with the remnants of the Great Calamity was something that he was extremely interested in. However, as far as he knew, relics related to the Divine Palace had virtually never appeared in the Eight Extremities world up until now. The only possibility was that he was currently in the Broad Creed Mountains inheritance, which was vaguely related to the Divine Palace. However, it had yet to be confirmed. Other than that, according to the information that Yan Zhaoge currently possessed, ever since the Great Calamity, there had been no more legacies in the Eight Extremities world that had anything to do with the Divine Palace. The broken stone pillar that appeared in the Desert of the Wind region was the remnant of a broken pillar from the Divine Palace in the past. This caused Yan Zhaoge's heart to suddenly blaze with passion. He had always wanted to investigate the specific situation of the Great Calamity. As compared to the other relics, the Divine Palace relics were much more valuable. Although the stone pillars were in ruins, compared to the other ruins they probably had more clues and information. After staring earnestly at the stone pillar within the illusory scene for a moment, Yan Zhaoge said to Yuan Zhengfeng and the others, "The patterns are indeed complex and ancient. Wanting to decipher them would be very difficult. However, I have some ideas, but I don't dare to say how confident I am. Can I bring the stone pillars back? Now that I have the real thing in hand, the chances of deciphering it will be higher if I analyze it carefully." Elder, he shook his head slightly. "You should have some understanding of the Wind region's Great Western Desert. The situation there is very complicated. Even martial saints can't do as they please." She was also slightly vexed. That stone pillar is entangled with the natural power of the Great Western Desert, so it's hard to take it out. We can only stay where we are. The corner of Yan Zhaoge's mouth twitched slightly. Did this mean that if he wanted to see the stone pillars, he would have to personally make a trip to the desert to eat sand? Yuan Zhengfeng said, "It's good that you have an idea. There's no rush. This is the time when the black nightmare storm of the Great Western Desert is at its fiercest. Even a martial saint would find it hard to go in. Let's wait a few months for the black nightmare storm to weaken before entering. That relic is one with the Great Western Desert, so it's hard to excavate and move it. But even if we can't dig it out, it's the same for others. At the same time, we don't have to worry about being destroyed by others." The old clan chief looked at Yan Zhaoge. "There is also no need for Zhaoge to be in too much of a rush. Just keep this matter in mind." Yan Zhaoge nodded, ceasing his infusion of aura qi. The illusion of light and shadow dissipated. Looking at the stone pillar gradually disappearing before his eyes, Yan Zhaoge's gaze was slightly deep and distant. To outsiders, this was a relic of the Great Calamity that was hard to decipher and understand. But to him, this was the key to unraveling the mystery. It was a plan for his future, and at the same time, it could be an opportunity. Yan Zhaoge narrowed his eyes. Perhaps it was not completely impossible to bring the stone pillar out of the Great Western Desert, but just as Yuan Zhengfeng said, there was no rush at the moment. A natural disaster like the Black Nightmare Storm was not something that a human could withstand. Who knew how many martial grandmasters had been ripped to shreds by the Black Nightmare Storm? In the past, the Wind Domain's sacred ground, Black Nightmare Mountain, had always hoped to completely control the Great Western Desert, as well as the many natural disasters there. However, even up until their demise, they had never truly managed to do so. Broad Creed Mountain, the Sacred Sun Clan, and Infinite Boundless Mountain currently divided up the territory of the Wind Domain, actually all occupying areas that could be developed. Barren lands like the Great Western Desert were merely controlled in the outer regions. To put it bluntly, the Great Western Desert. That was completely not a place for people to stay in. Just like the current land of death, it was a land of great danger. However, what was worth rejoicing was that the natural disasters of the Great Western Desert were closely related to the local climate and seasons. For example, that terrifying Black Nightmare storm had a cycle of roughly half a year, being strong at times and weak at others. When the storm weakened, martial practitioners could make use of the chance to enter the depths of the Great Western Desert. Of course, the dangers and tribulations of the Great Western Desert were not just limited to the Black Nightmare storm. Yan Zhaoge said, "I will first observe the patterns inscribed of light, attempting to deduce the meaning within. When the storm has weakened, I will then enter." Yuan Zhengfeng nodded. "That is how it should be, Grand Master." Yan Zhaoge hesitated for a moment before asking, "For what reason was Elder Wang roped in and corroded by the decimating abyss?" Elder Wang was the highest known member of the decimating abyss in Broad Creed Mountain who had sent the message from the Heavenly Thunder Hall. He was an experienced great grandmaster who was of the same generation as Yuan Zhengfeng, Elder He, and the others. He had always been highly respected. Yuan Zhengfeng and the others were all silent for a moment, regretful looks appearing on their faces. Yuan Zhengfeng did not speak while Elder He answered Yan Zhaoge's question. "Senior apprentice Brother Wang is getting old?" A simple, obscure sentence, but Yan Zhaoge still understood the meaning within. Old, with no hope of breaking through, his lifespan nearing its end. Elder Wang was already very old, his lifespan nearing its end relative to his current cultivation base. And if he wanted to continue raising his cultivation base, the chances of that were slim. Yan Zhaoge sighed inwardly, feeling pity for Elder Wang. At the same time, his heart also rose as he unconsciously raised his head to look ahead. There, Yuan Zhengfeng sat on a chair with a calm expression on his face. While he had long since known that Yuan Zhengfeng's will was strong, his personality open-minded and optimistic despite his old age, Yan Zhaoge still couldn't help but feel worried. Because of his old injuries that year, Yuan Zhengfeng had been a transcending mortality martial grandmaster for many years, standing at the peak of all martial grandmasters. However, he had always been a paper-thin distance away from the martial saint realm. It must be known that when Yuan Zhengfeng had become a transcending mortality martial grandmaster that year, he had done so even earlier than Huang Guanglie and Qing Lin and the others. In the end, he had remained in the transcending mortality martial grandmaster realm for many years, watching those who had lagged behind him back then surpass him one by one. The reason was not that he had run out of ideas, but that he was bound by external chains. On the other hand, over at the Sacred Sun clan, Huang Guanglie had entered secluded cultivation once more in search of a breakthrough, giving Yuan Zhengfeng even more pressure. No one knew how much anxiety and unwillingness Yuan Zhengfeng was feeling, how much pressure he was bearing. Moreover, because of his old injuries that year, Yuan Zhengfeng's lifespan was also shorter than that of other transcending mortality martial grandmasters. While thinking like this was a little offensive to his grandmaster, excluding emotional factors, Yan Zhaoge had no choice but to consider this problem. For someone with a strong will like Yuan Zhengfeng, as soon as he lost control of his mental state, he would be far more stubborn and extreme than ordinary people. In truth, after understanding that the various sacred grounds also had people who had joined the decimating abyss and the 9 underworlds, other than Broad Creed Mountain, there were many who were secretly worried about Yuan Zhengfeng. Raising his head to look at Yuan Zhengfeng, meeting the old man's gaze, Yan Zhaoge saw that the other party's gaze was clear and intelligent, not turbid in the least, resembling that of a child. Yuan Zhengfeng seemed to know what Yan Zhaoge was thinking as he smiled. "It would be a lie to say that I'm not anxious. Everyone under the heavens knows that this old man is under immense pressure. But at least for now this old man can still bear it. It's going to be 515 soon. I hope that I can continue attacking the 515 red packet rankings. On the 15th of May, the reign of red packets will be able to reward the readers as well as publicize my works. Being together is also love. I will definitely do my best." Chapter 203. Looking at Yuan Zhengfeng, Yan Zhaoge also revealed a smile. "I was rash. Please punish me, Grand Master." Yuan Zhengfeng smiled, waving his hands. "It's fine. The problems revealed in the incident of Clear Concealed Lake this time are indeed shocking." The old man sighed towards the heavens. "The corruption of the 9 underworlds is pervasive and hidden, hard to guard against. Before this, we had actually already apprehended some spies, but their cultivation bases were all rather low, not like senior apprentice Brother Wang this time." Yan Zhaoge nodded, not speaking. Under such circumstances, whatever he said would not be appropriate. Elder Wang was of the same generation as Yuan Zhengfeng, having experienced Broad Creed Mountain's darkest period of concealment and biding their time together. Struggling together, they had watched as Broad Creed Mountain gradually regained its vitality. Below Yuan Zhengfeng, the two grand elders were also silent. They were of the same generation as Elder Wang, having been friends for many years. Yan Zhaoge did not ask how Elder Wang was doing now. Having been controlled before leaving Broad Creed Mountain, unable to come into contact with the devilish qi in the depths of the earth domain, he should not have fallen to the dark side. However, if the devilish intent within his heart was already too strong, it would similarly be hard to turn back. It was not something that could be resolved with just a few simple words of repentance. When the devilish intent within a person's heart grew to a certain extent, even if he did not fall to the dark side, even if he looked no different from how he usually did, he would actually already be lost and hard to turn back. Like a barrel of gunpowder that could explode at any time, it would definitely explode. It was just a matter of time. Looking at the expressions of Yuan Zhengfeng and Elder He, as well as them not mentioning anything about how they had dealt with Elder Wang, Yan Zhaoge knew that Elder Wang's situation was definitely not optimistic, most likely already having accumulated too much. Under such circumstances, the best outcome for him would be to be imprisoned in the heaven-sealing gorge. From a certain perspective, that would actually be a rather soft-hearted decision, or perhaps it would be just in case. Hopefully, Elder Wang would still be able to turn back. While Yan Zhaoge's current position was no longer that of an ordinary disciple of the younger generation, and Yuan Zhengfeng and the others also valued his opinion, Yan Zhaoge chose not to interfere in how Elder Wang would be dealt with. Leaving the Great Hall. Following behind his father, Yan Zhaoge asked via sound transmission with his aura qi, "Do you have the pill formula now?" Yan Di answered, "After receiving the pill formula that you sent back, I have been constantly analyzing it over the past few days. Now, I am already 80 to 90% confident." Yan Zhaoge nodded. It wasn't easy to concoct the heaven-reversing divine pill. Even with his current level of alchemy, coupled with his current cultivation level, he didn't dare to say he was completely confident. However, time waits for no man. Whether it was the Sacred Sun clan, the 9 underworlds decimating abyss or the Flame Devil world, all of them brought immense pressure to Broad Creed Mountain and Yuan Zhengfeng. Yan Zhaoge currently valued the heaven-returning divine pill more in terms of its own effects rather than what would come after it had been concocted. To bring merit to his father. When the nest is overturned, it is hard for eggs to remain intact. His Grand Master Yuan Zhengfeng breaking through the barrier, transcending mortality and entering sainthood, stepping into the martial saint realm, was of great significance to the entire Broad Creed Mountain. As for the other corresponding benefits, they were all attached to this point of value. Alchemy, the earlier one starts, the better. Because the heaven-reversing immortal pills refining method is very special, it needs to be repeated 9 times. It would take a lot of time to melt it down each time. If there were any failures along the way, the entire process would have to start all over again. Therefore, concocting the heaven-reversing divine pill was a matter that consumed a lot of time and effort. If one's luck was bad, the method of concocting it would be inappropriate. Even if the medicinal ingredients were all present, it wouldn't be unusual for it to take more than 10 years. And with the current situation, there wasn't much time left for Broad Creed Mountain and Yuan Zhengfeng. Yan Di looked at Yan Zhaoge. "In the days to come, I will mainly focus on alchemy. Your cultivation will have to depend on your own effort." Yan Zhaoge nodded. "You can rest easy, I won't slack off." Yan Di raised his head and thought for a moment. "The clan previously rewarded you with the right to freely enter the 1st to 3rd levels of the martial repository, at the same time also giving you a chance to enter the 4th level. This is allowing you to come into contact with the second half of the Clear Chi Profound Art in advance. As for our clan's 3 supreme martial arts, do you have your own rules for them?" The Clear Chi Profound Art was the foundation of Broad Creed Mountain's lineage. Becoming a core, direct disciple would be able to cultivate in the first half at the martial scholar realm, with the rest having to wait until they reached the martial grandmaster realm. As for the second half, it was the most important, its conditions even harsher. Up until now, those who had been able to come into contact with it at the martial scholar realm, from ancient times until now, had only been Zhan Dongge, Yan Di and Yan Zhaoge. As for Broad Creed Mountain's 3 supreme martial arts, they were the supreme martial arts of Broad Creed Mountain that had been passed down through the generations, representing the current highest achievements of Broad Creed Mountain's martial Tao, even surpassing the 8 extreme arts. At the same time, they were also one of the greatest achievements of the martial civilization since its redevelopment after the Great Calamity. Yan Zhaoge chuckled. Don't mind me if I were to choose, I intend to learn the Heavenly Broad Creed Palm. Broad Creed Mountain's three supreme martial arts were the Heavenly Broad Creed Palm, the Immeasurable Heavenly Saber and the Limitless Heavenly Sword. These three supreme martial arts were all profound and unfathomable, possessing great power. Only Broad Creed Mountain's most outstanding martial practitioners could cultivate in them. The standards were even stricter than the second half of the Clear Chi profound art. Even Fu Enshu, whom Yuan Jingfeng viewed as his own, had only been allowed to cultivate in them after becoming a martial grandmaster and undergoing numerous tests until Yuan Jingfeng was satisfied. Shi Tai was an exception. Up until now he had still not cultivated in the three supreme martial arts, instead analyzing the Vajrabody a step further, wanting to completely dig out all of its potential. This was due to his personality, being a special circumstance that could not be taken into account. As for Yan Di and Fang Juan, Yan Di cultivated in the Immeasurable Heavenly Saber, while Fang Juan cultivated in the Limitless Heavenly Sword. Hearing Yan Zhaoge's choice, Yan Di smiled, choosing a supreme martial art to cultivate in. If you want to choose, you should choose the one that is most suitable for you. It's not like the father learning the saber, the son also having to inherit his father's legacy. However, we thought that you would choose the Limitless Heavenly Sword. Yan Zhaoge smiled, actually, I am very interested in all three supreme martial arts, but the one I am most interested in is still the Heavenly Broad Creed Palm. Yan Di said, since I allowed you to go up to the fourth level to choose, this is up to you. Father and son returned to Yan Di's residence, chatting for a while before Yan Zhaoge took his leave, with Yan Di continuing to analyze the pill formula of the heaven-returning divine pill. Exiting Yan Di's residence, Yan Zhaoge sucked in a deep breath, taking out that crystal from his bosom. Within was the image of the remains of the stone pillar of the divine palace in the great western desert. Waiting outside, seeing Yan Zhaoge emerge, Ahu hurriedly followed him. Other than him, the massive Pan Pan rushed over even more warmly, looking like he wanted to crush Yan Zhaoge down. This big fella's current size was already comparable to that of an elephant, perhaps even a little larger. Yan Zhaoge naturally stopped him impatiently, patting Pan Pan's big head. You can already control your own figure now. Such a big figure takes up too much space. Rampaging about within the clan, if you break anything, you yourself might not even realize it. Pan Pan blinked, streams of spiritual chi surging about his body, transforming into white fire and black water that surrounded his body. The next moment, the water and fire dissipated, his body indeed becoming much smaller. Yan Zhaoge nodded satisfactorily before striding off in the direction of the martial repository. The fourth level of the martial repository that he had always been interested in before would finally be able to experience it for himself this time. It's going to be 515 soon. I hope that I can continue charging into the 515 red packet rankings. On the 15th of May, the reign of red packets will be able to reward the readers as well as promote my work. Being together is also love. I will definitely do my best. Yan Zhaoge smiled, nodding as he walked over. Not having seen you for over half a year, Dragon 2 has grown much taller. He turned to look at Feng Yunxing and said with a smile, the two of you are quite familiar with each other. Feng Yunxing glanced at Ying Long Tu with a slightly strange expression, saying, it's because we have a common interest. The corners of Yan Zhaoge's mouth also twitched slightly. You like it? And it can eat a lot. Feng Yunxing nodded, patting Ying Long Tu's shoulder. Most of the time I don't dare to light a fire in Broad Creed Mountain, having to go outside to hunt. I'm afraid some of the things on the mountain are going to be eaten to extinction. Yan Zhaoge laughed, now that I've returned to the mountain, count me in as well. Feng Yunxing stared, you the lofty Broad Creed young master, a heaven's favored son of the new generation whose fame has spread throughout the world, actually snatching food from weak women and children. How can you bear to do that? Aren't you afraid of ruining your reputation? The two of you can also be considered weak women and children? Yan Zhaoge appraised her and Ying Long Tu, shaking his head disdainfully. However, after a few glances, Yan Zhaoge suddenly burst out laughing. The burden of taking care of Long Tu has fallen much on your shoulders. Do you feel like a mother now? Lanta, what do you call her? Without waiting for Feng Yunxing to retort, Long Qin asked. Not waiting for Feng Yunxing to retort, Yan Zhaoge asked Ying Long Tu smilingly. Ying Long Tu glanced at Feng Yunxing rather blankly before answering honestly, Senior Apprentice Sister Feng. Yan Zhaoge shook his head repeatedly, wrong. You can call her? Mother Yun. Yinglong Tu blinked. Swiveling his head to stare at Feng Yunxing, he seemed to really be considering whether he should change the way he addressed her. Even the usually magnanimous Feng Yunxing felt a little uncomfortable being stared at by this gaze. Staring at Yan Zhaoge indignantly, after a moment she snorted, sending via sound transmission with her aura chi, "Whose family's child is this? Already rather old, still so immature, only knowing how to snatch food from his younger brother all day long. Why do you care so much? It's not like you're snatching milk to eat." Relaxed, Yan Zhaoge didn't think through his words as he casually retorted. Just having said it, he instantly felt that it was inappropriate. I'm sorry. Feng Yunxing was stunned, only reacting after a long time as she couldn't help but look at Yan Zhaoge, amused whilst also exasperated. She instead laughed now, not feeling embarrassed as she chuckled. "I'm really sorry, sir. I've let you down. The season isn't right and this shop indeed doesn't have this dish. Even the cleverest housewife can't cook without rice." Yan Zhaoge coughed dryly. It's fine, don't take it to heart." Luckily, the last few words had been spoken via sound transmission with their aura chi, with others unable to hear them. Otherwise, with so many junior apprentice brothers and sisters by the side, if they heard them, that would really be a little too funny. Exchanging glances, the two tacitly began to change the topic. Feng Yunxing smiled generously. "It is said that we maidens of extreme Yin with our martial scholar cultivation bases can shake the entire world. But at the end of the day, the root of this is still the sacred artifact, the extreme Yin crown. However, it cannot be compared to you, senior apprentice brother Yen, truly using your own strength to reverse the heavens and earth, saving the raging tides." Yan Zhaoge waved his hands. "You overpraise me, there was some luck involved in this." "After the matter, I also reflected on it," Yan Zhaoge sighed. "Looking back on the entire matter, it was still a little risky. As the saying goes, one only regrets not having enough knowledge when it is time to use it. This time I felt it rather deeply. Before this, while I had some research on formations, comparatively speaking, it was still only on the surface. In the devilish domain grand formation this time, I was still unable to see through many of its principles and operating details. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had to risk my life at the final juncture." As he spoke, Yan Zhaoge shook his head. "Returning to the mountain this time, apart from cultivating, I've already decided to put more effort into the Tao of formations, making up for my shortcomings." As he said this, Yan Zhaoge suddenly discovered that Feng Yunxing was currently looking at him with a strange gaze. Yan Zhaoge lowered his head to look at his clothes, not wearing them inside out. "What does that expression of yours mean?" Yan Zhaoge asked curiously. Feng Yunxing appraised Yan Zhaoge, saying with a strange tone, "Senior apprentice brother Yan, do you know? The way you said those words with a straight face just now, it was especially arrogant." Yan Zhaoge was unable to make heads or tails of it. Feng Yunxing said, "Senior apprentice brother Yan, while I didn't go this time, I also heard that in order to break that devilish domain grand formation, it is not something that can be done just with a sacred artifact fragment. It requires a very high level of attainment and formations, only then being able to accurately grasp the timing of a single breath. Generally speaking, even many martial grandmasters are unable to do so. Now, you say that your attainment in formations is too low, and that you still want to continue working on it. This is really..." Feng Yunxing looked at Yan Zhaoge with a look of disdain on her face. Perhaps she didn't know what the word acting cool meant, but this didn't stop her from despising Yan Zhaoge's actions. Yan Zhaoge was momentarily dazed before he reacted, not knowing whether to laugh or to cry. "Although I rather like acting cool, rather like being in the limelight, rather like showing off in front of others, but I really didn't want to do that just now. This time I was really very seriously reflecting on myself, being humble and reflecting on myself. I really want to put in more effort into researching formations, raising my level in this area. It's going to be 515 soon. I hope that I can continue charging towards the 515 red packet rankings, and on the 15th of May, the reign of red packets will be able to reward the readers as well as promote my works. Being together is also love. I will definitely do my best to improve." Chapter 205. At the same time, I also need to take a breather. I've been fighting too hard these few days. However, a new rampage would come soon. The May Carnival was far from over. I would like to request for subscriptions from everyone. Please support genuine subscriptions. Thank you everyone. Yan Zhaoge had a dazed expression on his face. He looked at Feng Yunxing, the corners of his mouth twitching. Junior Sister Feng, I am very serious and solemn that I really need to improve my attainments and formations, and I will work hard in this area. A look of surprise appeared on Feng Yunxing's face as she carefully appraised Yan Zhaoge. After a while, she said rather helplessly, Senior Apprentice Brother Yan, wouldn't you be making the others feel even more ashamed? At least right now I feel like an idiot. Yan Zhaoge was silent for a moment before he suddenly laughed. Forget it. Anyway, most of the time, it's actually not wrong for you to think this way. Occasionally accusing me is also caused by the impression I left on you. If you really want to say it, it can't be considered as accusing me. Hearing his words, Feng Yunxing could not help but look at Yan Zhaoge once more, her gaze growing gentler and gentler. Yan Zhaoge's gaze turned towards Ying Longtu by the side, placing his hand on the meridians on Ying Longtu's wrist. After checking for a while, he smiled. Longtu has improved very quickly. While he seemed a little slow, having received Yan Zhaoge's praise, Ying Longtu smiled happily. Feng Yunxing also laughed. The heavenly dipper body is truly powerful. Lanta's speed of improvement has even shocked eldest martial uncle and master. Regarding Ying Longtu's discussion, Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunxing did not continue using sound transmissions with their aura qi, instead conversing normally. When the other disciples heard this, they looked over curiously. Ying Longtu instantly became the focus of everyone's gazes. While it had only been over half a year since he had returned to Broad Creed Mountain, the talent and potential that Ying Longtu had displayed was really too shocking. As one of the current world's 6 great sacred grounds, Broad Creed Mountain's disciples who were able to enter the sect were all 1 in 10,000. Within Broad Creed Mountain, everyone was outstanding. Perhaps it still couldn't be manifested. Only geniuses amongst geniuses like Xue Fei, Lu Wen, Yan Zhaoge, Feng Yunxing and Xikong Qing would be able to display their excellence. But actually, in front of Yan Zhaoge and the others, while they seemed mediocre if they were brought to first or second-rate powers other than Broad Creed Mountain, they would all be geniuses. But under such an environment, Ying Longtu displayed a rate of improvement that shocked all of the younger generation disciples. He was a child who didn't even seem to be very bright in his daily life. In terms of martial arts cultivation, it was not enough to describe one's progress. 10,000 miles in a day was more appropriate. Even Yuan Zhengfeng was alarmed. This little monster's cultivation speed in the body refinement realm was even faster than that of Yan Di that year. A fellow disciple who had suddenly appeared out of nowhere and caught up with the others made the other young disciples feel immense pressure. The reason why Feng Yunxing often brought Ying Longtu along to look after him, other than taking care of him in his daily life, was also to prevent others from bullying him and boycotting him. This was to prevent people from taking advantage of the fact that he was usually not very smart to secretly set a trap for them. Although Ying Longtu was obedient and studious, he was usually a little lacking in intelligence. Sometimes, if he was secretly misled by someone, he might not even realize that he had caused trouble. Yan Zhaoge surveyed their surroundings, saying calmly, the Big Dipper body, also known as the 36 acupoints true dragon body, or the Big Dipper dragon body. His innate qi and blood are as majestic as dragons and elephants, and his mind is as clear as water and a mirror. Yan Zhaoge said, as long as it is something related to the qi and blood of the fleshly body, Longtu can virtually accomplish it in a single step, equivalent to having cultivated it in the womb. That's why we need to train our flesh and blood. He was probably the strongest at that time. As for other aspects such as the regulation of breath, the accumulation of internal qi and so on, he also has a huge advantage. His innate capital is strong and he is one of the top in the world. Yan Zhaoge stroked his lower chin. Therefore, in the early stages of cultivating in the body refinement realm, his rate of improvement is very fast. That is to be expected. Feng Yunxing nodded. A martial artist's body refinement realm consisted of the 3 realms of physical body, meridian opening and qi conducting. Basically, it was related to qi, blood, muscles and bones. Starting from the early stage of the physical body martial artist, one had to first pursue the strength of one's bones and flesh. One had to train all the muscles in one's body to be full and powerful, so that one's strength and flexibility would be stronger than that of a normal person. Then, in the mid-fleshly body realm, one had to train one's muscles and bones to be tough, tempering one's body a step further, increasing the explosive power of one's muscles and meridians. In the late fleshly body realm, one's bones and flesh would resonate together. This would be the first time one would be able to train in one's bones. The hardness and tenacity of one's bones would both increase greatly, and one's flexibility and strength would also rise to a whole new level. Then one would begin to step through the first major threshold of martial cultivation, advancing towards the meridian opening realm. Successfully opening the meridians in one's body, one would be considered to have stepped into the early meridian opening realm. Afterwards, unceasingly strengthening and expanding the meridians, roughly 3 times that of the initial stage, with this as the boundary, one could be said to be in the mid-meridian opening realm. Finally, when all the meridians in one's body had been opened, it indicated that one had reached the late meridian opening realm, establishing a solid foundation for further cultivation. Late meridian opening realm martial artists could begin cultivating qi. Successfully cultivating a mouthful of inner qi without dissipating, one could be called a qi-directing martial artist. In the early qi-directing realm, one's blood and qi were vigorous and vigorous. Through breathing in and out, one's qi and blood circulation was accelerated and regulated. The mid-qi-directing realm was a very important stage, opening up the Dantian's qi ocean, greatly strengthening one's inner qi. The late qi-directing realm was also known as the realm of washing the marrows of the bones. For the first time, a martial artist would cultivate their martial arts to the marrow within their bones. Through the regulation of the qi and blood, the interior and exterior becoming one, the inner qi penetrating deep into the marrow, thus achieving the initial effect of being reborn and reborn. Its characteristic was that the inner qi entered the bones, the sound of thunder washing the marrows. Finally, the 10th level was known as entering the intricate realm, where one would be able to look within, gradually grasping the internal state of one's body, being able to feel the acupoints of one's entire body. Having reached this stage, the cultivation of a body refinement martial artist had reached the peak, beginning to attempt to cultivate their inner qi into aura qi. As soon as their aura qi was formed, they would be considered to have stepped into the martial scholar realm. Yan Zhaoge patted Ing Longtu's shoulder. To Longtu, of the 10 levels of the body refinement realm, there are only the 7th to 8th levels, opening up the Dantian's qi ocean, as well as the 9th to 10th levels, entering the intricate realm. These 2 stages require time and serious cultivation, while the other stages can be easily passed just by playing around. At this point, Yan Zhaoge also felt a little emotional as he looked at Ing Longtu. You've only officially started cultivating for half a year, right? Having already entered the intricate realm, this is already unprecedented in the recorded history of post-Great Calamity times. He smiled. My father's other records are hard to say, but the record of being the youngest martial scholar will definitely be broken by Longtu. Hearing his words, the other disciples all sucked in a breath of cold air, their gazes as they looked at Ing Longtu instead becoming much calmer. Yan Zhaoge smiled. It's still not over. Starting from cultivating qi into aura qi and breaking through into the martial scholar realm, Longtu will also have to put in a lot of effort in his cultivation afterwards. However, in the mid-inner aura martial scholar realm, washing the internal organs with aura qi, and in the early outer aura martial scholar realm, washing the marrows a second time, this should still be something that can be accomplished in a single stroke. Everyone smiled bitterly. When the lead was too great, it would instead cause others to not feel any jealousy. Especially looking at Ing Longtu's ignorant and clueless manner, if they really wanted to get along with him, it actually wouldn't be hard. Chapter 206. Looking at the group of youths before him, Yan Zhaoge did not continue speaking. For some things, going too far was as bad as not going far enough. Letting them know more would instead dampen their enthusiasm and confidence. Upon reaching the martial scholar realm, apart from the mid-inner aura stage and the early outer aura stage, Ing Longtu's advantage in terms of the qi and blood of his fleshly body was still very obvious, but it was no longer as heaven-defying. After becoming a martial scholar, the advantage of Ing Longtu's physical body in terms of qi and blood was mainly reflected in actual combat. His daily cultivation speed was no longer as frightening. However, the heavenly dipper body, in addition to the dragon and elephant blood, also had the advantage of being quick-witted and sensitive. Outer aura martial scholar was an important juncture in breaking through to the Xiantian martial scholar realm. Cultivating one's astral energy into spirituality, and comprehending the heavens and earth was much easier for Longtu than for ordinary people. At the same time, this advantage would have a profound effect on his future cultivation, including when he reached higher realms. Yan Zhaoge himself, through various fortuitous encounters and methods, unceasingly improved and strengthened his physique. As for Shi Tai, who had cultivated the diamond body to the extreme, his body was like a glazed diamond. His physical body's defensive power far surpassed that of ordinary martial artists. There were quite a few similar situations, but they were all acquired, unlike Ying Longtu who relied on his natural talent. Looking at them, Yan Zhaoge said, "Good talent means that your starting point is high, but it cannot determine your final accomplishments. At the end of the day you still have to rely on yourself." Lanta's thoughts are simple. He's focused on learning and training diligently. He doesn't need anyone else to worry about him. Everyone, on the other hand, must remain calm in such a situation. Yan Zhaoge said mildly, "Don't be afraid of others being more talented than you. Only be afraid of those more talented than you working harder than you. Our starting point is already behind. If we don't put in more effort in the process of catching up, how can we catch up to those who are ahead?" Yan Zhaoge lightly clapped his hands. "Then we can only hope for the one in the lead to fall by themselves. This sort of thing that completely depends on luck, do you think it's reliable?" The younger generation disciples all grew vigilant, solemnly accepting his teachings. "Thank you for your pointers, senior apprentice brother Yan. We will cultivate diligently." Yan Zhaoge smiled slightly, swiveling his head to glance at Feng Yunxing. As far as he knew, this was the model of a pursuer. Cultivation maniacs like Shi Tai and Fu Enshu were full of praise for it. Her talent had always been top-notch. Under his hard work, his cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds. Even though it wasn't as eye-catching as Ying Longtu's, it still caused everyone to sigh in admiration. Feng Yunxing's expression was the same as usual as she smiled at the group of young disciples. Still, as she and Yan Zhaoge exchanged glances, they both sighed silently. While Yan Zhaoge's encouragement was not wrong, it would still be extremely difficult for the other youths to catch up to Ying Longtu. In this flourishing world of martial arts, a powerful individual's advantage was often not something that could be made up for with numbers. It was not just Broad Creed Mountain, the Sacred Sun Clan and the other powers of the 6 great sacred grounds. Any power, whether first-rate, second-rate or even lower, would do their utmost to groom their most outstanding descendants. The last resource. It was unavoidable that priority was given to the minority. Therefore, it was very easy to create a situation where the strong grew stronger. Yan Zhaoge knew even more information than Feng Yunxing did. For example, as far as Yan Zhaoge knew, Broad Creed Mountain's Qilin Spring baptism originally had 3 times remaining. After Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunxing had been baptized, there was currently only 1 left. There was at least an 80% chance that the Qilin Spring baptism would fall on Ying Longtu. The pitiful Lu Wen, who had always been thinking about the Qilin Spring baptism and was similarly of Broad Creed Mountain's direct lineage, was pitiful. His hopes were about to be completely dashed. Was this fair to Lu Wen? If he was stronger than Yan Zhaoge, Feng Yunxing and Ying Longtu, it would definitely be unfair. However, if he really displayed greater potential and ability than the 3 of them, other than Feng Yunxing's unique situation, Lu Wen would most likely be able to squeeze out either Yan Zhaoge or Ying Longtu's chance. As Fang Zhuan's direct disciple. For such an important reward of the clan, even facing Yandi's only son Yan Zhaoge, Lu Wen would also be able to compete for it. Sadly, even not taking into account Feng Yunxing's unique status as a maiden of extreme Yin, facing the 3 of them, Lu Wen also did not possess any advantage at all. Instead, he was at a disadvantage. Yan Zhaoge and Ying Longtu having popped up one after another, this consecutive blow to the others who were aiming for the Qilin Spring baptism was too fierce. However, to Lu Wen, even without Ying Longtu, he still had to face Xikong Qing's competition. After stepping into the martial scholar realm, Xikong Qing's rate of improvement had been too shocking, her limelight and potential also vaguely overshadowing Lu Wen's. If not for Ying Longtu's sudden appearance, in this final Qilin Spring baptism, Xikong Qing's chances might even be greater than Lu Wen's. It was just that Xikong Qing didn't seem to care much about this. Thinking about it sometimes, Yan Zhaoge also felt a little uncomfortable. While he had been defeated by Yan Zhaoge, it could not be said that Lu Wen had not worked hard in his cultivation, and his talent could not be said to not be outstanding. It was a pity that the new waves of the river surpassed the old, each more intense than the previous, causing Lu Wen to become a large tea table filled with Cu. Everyone was outstanding, far surpassing the average person. However, resources and opportunities were still limited at the end of the day. Therefore, they could only choose even more outstanding people from amongst the outstanding. For the clan's long-term plans, the environment for the grooming of the younger generation had to be fair and just, but it definitely could not be done evenly. Good steel was used on the blade's edge. No matter which clan it was, the principle was the same. Sailing against the current, not advancing or falling back. Yan Zhaoge shook his head slightly, taking his leave of Feng Yunxing, Ying Longtu and the others, heading to a higher level. Currently, Yan Zhaoge was already able to enter and leave the third level of the martial repository as he pleased. Ever since the founding of Broad Creed Mountain, there had only been the exalted heaven shaker Zhan Dongge and Yan Zhaoge's father Yendi who had obtained this privilege in the martial scholar realm. This was the greatest affirmation of a junior disciple's martial talent and ability, representing the clan's trust and expectations. From a certain perspective, not mentioning anything else, just this privilege alone had already set Yan Zhaoge apart from the other core, direct disciples of the same generation. What was worth mentioning was that as compared to her indifference towards the Qilin spring baptism, Xikong Qing was instead extremely envious of this reward that Yan Zhaoge had obtained. The girl who had always been cold showed a rare expression of envy. To Yan Zhaoge he could slowly tour the third level and beyond. What drew his attention now was the fourth level of the martial repository. Yan Zhaoge sucked in a deep breath, ascending the stairs. From the third to the fourth level, Yan Zhaoge could clearly feel that he had passed through some sort of barrier. On the fourth level of the martial repository, there was an independent protective formation. And the one in charge of this formation was the old man before Yan Zhaoge, directly lying sideways on the floor, pretending to sleep. He was also the first seat elder of Broad Creed Mountain's martial repository. He had already heard from Yuan Zhengfeng earlier that Yan Zhaoge had obtained special permission. If it were anyone else swaggering up the building like this, he would have long since beaten them out. After Yan Zhaoge's feet had both landed on the fourth level of the martial repository, the old man opened his eyes, looking calmly at Yan Zhaoge. Yan Zhaoge smiled slightly, greeting him, senior apprentice granduncle. Perhaps other disciples of the younger generation might not know, but Yan Zhaoge was clear on how extraordinary the old man before him was. That year, it was precisely this old man who had competed with his Grand Master Yuan Zhengfeng for the position of clan chief of that generation. Chapter 207. Seeking monthly votes, seeking subscriptions. When Yan Zhaoge had inadvertently chatted with his father, Yendi had once mentioned that with his current cultivation base, there was only one person in Broad Creed Mountain other than his master Yuan Zhengfeng whom he did not have absolute confidence in being able to defeat. This person was the present first seat elder of the Martial Repository Tower, Xan Dongping, who had competed with Yuan Zhengfeng for the position of sect leader back then. Of all the martial grandmasters under the heavens, other than Yuan Zhengfeng, there was only Xan Dongping whom he currently had no confidence in. Ever since Xan Dongping had been defeated in the competition with Yuan Zhengfeng that year, he had always been cultivating in seclusion at Broad Creed Mountain, rarely appearing in public. As a result, there were already very few people of the current younger generation of the Eight Extremities world who knew of his existence. Even Broad Creed Mountain's own younger generation only knew that the first seat of the martial repository, Elder Xn, was a longtime elder of the clan, of the same generation as the old chief and the two grand elders. However, very few of them truly knew what kind of figure this Elder Xn was. However, Yan Zhaoge's background, as well as the degree to which he was currently valued within the clan, allowed him to come into contact with a lot of information that his peers of the same generation did not. For example, currently, there were a total of 4 people in Broad Creed Mountain who were proficient in all 8 of the 8 extreme arts, including his own father, Yendi. Other than Yendi, the other 3 were the number 1 expert of Broad Creed Mountain, the old clan chief Yuan Zhengfeng, Yan Zhaoge's second apprentice uncle Fang Zhuan, and Xn Dongping who was currently before him. Of Broad Creed Mountain's 3 supreme martial arts, Fang Zhuan cultivated in the limitless heavenly sword, Yendi cultivated in the immeasurable heavenly saber, trying to create a martial art that was more suitable for him, while Yuan Zhengfeng cultivated in the heavenly Broad Creed palm and the immeasurable heavenly saber. And Xan Dongping was the only one other than Yuan Zhengfeng who was proficient in 2 of Broad Creed Mountain's supreme martial arts. Cultivating in more martial arts didn't mean that one's combat prowess would be higher, but cultivating in all 3 of Broad Creed Mountain's supreme martial arts wasn't easy. For Xan Dongping to be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with Yuan Zhengfeng, it was enough to show how extraordinary he was. Although they wouldn't admit it verbally, the other sacred grounds, the Sacred Sun clan included, had all agreed to it. They all privately acknowledged that Broad Creed Mountain was the strongest of the 8 extremities world in terms of martial grandmasters. The younger generation didn't know of Xan Dongping, but the older generation wouldn't forget that Broad Creed Mountain still had such a figure. Although it was rumored that Xan Dongping lost in the competition against Yuan Zhengfeng, As a result, his spirit was damaged, leaving behind a barrier in his heart. Like Yuan Zhengfeng, it was difficult for him to break through to the martial sage realm. But at the martial grandmaster realm, Xan Dongping's strength still possessed deterrence that was not much weaker than Yuan Zhengfeng's. Xan Dongping was still lying sideways on the fourth floor of the martial repository, not getting up. However, his eyes were very seriously appraising Yan Zhaoge. After a long while, he nodded slowly and did not say much. He asked directly, "Are you going to choose one of the three great absolute techniques now or wait until you become a great grandmaster?" Imparting the second half of the clear chi profound art to Yan Zhaoge was already something that was already set in stone. It was also certain that Yan Zhaoge would be allowed to cultivate in the three supreme martial arts. The only problem was that it would be sooner or later. "I want to try it now," Yan Zhaoge smiled, answering, "I choose the heavenly broad creed palm." Xan Dongping didn't probe further, directly nodding his head, pointing upwards. The roof of the fourth floor of the Library of Martial Repository immediately lit up. In the light, 4 phantoms appeared. One was in the middle, while the other 3 were arranged in a triangular formation. Looking carefully, Yan Zhaoge saw that the phantoms in the middle was actually a scroll. That was the second half of Broad Creed Mountain's orthodox direct lineage clear chi profound art. Around the scroll hovered 3 things. They were respectively a saber, a sword and a seal plate. When Yan Zhaoge's gaze came into contact with that saber, before his eyes seemed to appear a domineering, heroic man, mighty beyond compare, his aura majestic as the heavens. The exalted Hantian Jianghu. Broad Creed Mountain's lineage. The #1 expert in history since the founding of the mountain, and also the #1 expert of the 8 extremities world after the Great Calamity. What caused countless people to feel pity was that such a Jianghu actually still had immense room for growth. If he hadn't died early, no one knew what heights he would have been able to reach. It was precisely when Jianghu had been the chief that Broad Creed Mountain had reached its golden age in history. Before Jianghu, Broad Creed Mountain had actually only had the supreme martial art of their founder, the heavenly Broad Creed palm. Afterwards, Jianghu had created the immeasurable heavenly saber, adding another supreme martial art to Broad Creed Mountain's lineage. Yan Zhaoge gazed to the side. As his gaze came into contact with that sword, the scene before him changed as the figure of another person appeared. This person's appearance was somewhat similar to Jianghu's, but his aura was calm as if the great earth could bear all things. Jianghu's younger brother, the heaven diviner, Zhan Shilo, the chief of Broad Creed Mountain after Jianghu. After experiencing their first great battle with the Flame Devil world, when Broad Creed Mountain had suffered a great blow to its vitality, falling from its peak to its lowest point, it had been this calm and serene-looking man who had led Broad Creed Mountain through its darkest years, ushering in the dawn of its rise once more. Afterwards, like his brother, Zhan Shilo had perished in yet another great battle with the Flame Devils, dying a heroic death in battle. Other than his personality, Zhan Shilo's martial arts were also different from his brother Jianghu's, opening up a new path for Broad Creed Mountain. The limitless heavenly sword, along with the heavenly Broad Creed palm and the immeasurable heavenly saber, were known as Broad Creed Mountain's 3 supreme martial arts. At the same time, along with the other 3 sword arts, they were known as the 4 peak sword arts of the 8 extremities world. The exalted Heaven Shaker and the Heaven Diviner, as the most legendary twin brothers of the 8 extremities world of post-Great Calamity times, had left a deep and lasting impact on Broad Creed Mountain's history. Not only was this reflected in all that they had done while they were still alive, the light they left behind after their deaths was also not extinguished for a long time. Looking at the flare of the ancients, Yan Zhaoge also felt very emotional. However, Yan Zhaoge had long since had a plan in mind for choosing a supreme martial art today. Not choosing the immeasurable heavenly saber or the limitless heavenly sword, his target being Broad Creed Mountain's most ancient supreme martial art, the heavenly Broad Creed palm. That's right, the most ancient supreme martial art. The foundation of Broad Creed Mountain's martial arts was the clear chi profound art and the heavenly Broad Creed palm, one internal and one external, complementing each other. The other martial arts, including the 8 extreme arts, had all been derived from this foundation. Being ancient was not the reason why Yan Zhaoge had chosen the heavenly Broad Creed palm. What truly interested Yan Zhaoge was that the heavenly Broad Creed palm had some hints of the Jade Clear lineage of before the Great Calamity. Meanwhile, the Clear Chi profound art was somewhat related to the Clear Chi lineage of before the Great Calamity. The founder of Broad Creed Mountain, the heaven-establishing old man Xiao Yuan, had excavated the legacies of the Great Calamity, analyzing and developing them on this foundation, finally forming the earliest martial legacies of Broad Creed Mountain. It was just that what left Yan Zhaoge rather speechless was that the heaven-establishing old man Qiu Yuan had actually combined a bit of the scattered legacies of the Clear Qi lineage and the Clear Jade lineage. However, this was currently not the main point. The main point was that while the legacies of the Clear Qi and Clear Jade lineages that Qiu Yuan had excavated were only scattered bits of them, Yan Zhaoge was 70 to 80% certain that they were of the direct lineage. This caused Yan Zhaoge to be extremely interested. This was because before the Great Calamity, such legacies had only existed in the Divine Palace. The peerless heavenly scripture that Yan Zhaoge cultivated and had originated from the Clear Jade lineage. Yan Zhaoge's gaze fell on that scroll and that seal. While it was only a silhouette, he could still feel a bit of ancientness from it. During the Great Calamity that year, if I am not wrong, it actually did not affect the entire heavens and earth at the same time. Instead, it was the Divine Palace that bore the brunt of it. A dim light flickered within Yan Zhaoge's eyes. Chapter 208. Within Yan Zhaoge's mind, many thoughts surfaced, rising and falling one after another. He narrowed his eyes slightly and calmed his heart. His gaze was calm and tranquil, only revealing the yearning and longing for the supreme technique of the sect as a junior disciple. Yan Zhaoge looked at Xan Dongping, who nodded mildly. Therefore, Yan Zhaoge walked towards that illusory silhouette of radiance, entering it entirely. Streams of light instantly descended from that silhouetted scroll, enveloping Yan Zhaoge. A great amount of characters surfaced within Yan Zhaoge's mind, the contents of the second half of the Clear Qi profound art. While there were some hints of the Clear Qi lineage of pre-Great Calamity times, ever since the heaven-establishing old man Qiu Yuan and having been analyzed and perfected by successive generations of Broad Creed Mountain's experts, the Clear Qi profound art had already possessed its own unique profundities, being an outstanding martial scripture. Yan Zhaoge compared it with the Divine Palace's scripture vault that he had browsed before, gaining much from it. Still, these could all be slowly thought about later. What Yan Zhaoge paid most attention to at this moment was that as he came into contact with the Clear Qi profound art's secret martial art, his consciousness seemed to have traversed through space as scenes from many years ago appeared before his eyes. Boundless calamities and tribulations arose uncontrollably, and the heavens and earth were turned upside down. It was as if doomsday had arrived. A streak of light descended from the heavens, breaking through the layers of the heavens and tearing through the infinite space as it descended upon the Eight Extremities world, landing amidst a mountain range. On one of the mountain peaks, there was a mysterious and long mark. After an unknown number of years, one day someone passed by this place and looked at the traces left behind. His heart was moved and he realized the profoundness within. He then sat in front of the mountain peak for many days trying to comprehend the concept. Looking at that person's features, Yan Zhaoge recognized him as the founder of their clan, the heaven-establishing old man Qiu Yuan. This was the scene of the divine light descending to the ground, leaving behind a relic. Qiu Yuan faced the wall to gain enlightenment of the Tao, gradually forming the process of creating the grand clear energy art. The divine light might have been caused by the power of one of the Divine Palace warriors. Perhaps after the Divine Palace was destroyed, the wreckage fell down. As Yan Zhaoge neared the silhouette of that square imprint once more, the world before his eyes instantly darkened, as though the very heavens and earth were collapsing. Through analyzing the faint marks left on the seal platform, he was able to see through them. Yan Zhaoge suddenly felt a chill in his heart. As the images within his mind changed, he seemed to vaguely see a fragment of something traversing through layers of space. He descended from the sky, falling into the Eight Extremities world. Having obtained this, Qiu Yuan used it as a foundation to create the heavenly Broad Creed palm. While the image was simple, Yan Zhaoge could feel his heart throbbing as he knew that the fragment of that thing was very important. Gazing over carefully, Yan Zhaoge saw that as the fragment fell, a figure could vaguely be seen rising upwards from the hole in the void. The fragments did not seem to have fallen by accident. Instead, it was intentionally thrown down by this person. It was just a pity that this simple remnant of wool stopped when Qiu Yuan created the heavenly Broad Creed palm. Yan Zhaoge felt a little vexed. After calming his emotions, Yan Zhaoge pondered, I've never heard anyone mention this fragment before. Was it already lost long ago, or was it because it was too important that only the clan's highest echelon members knew about it, perhaps even the chief passing it down to only one person? Yan Zhaoge let out a long breath, calming his mind. The confusion has not been resolved. There are more and more questions, but there are also more clues and directions. Temporarily burying these questions that could not be resolved within his heart, Yan Zhaoge began carefully comprehending the profundities of the heavenly broad creed palm. Due to certain reasons, Yan Zhaoge had comprehended this supreme martial art. Compared to the clear qi profound art from before, he was even more proficient in it. When everything had ended, Yan Zhaoge slowly opened his eyes, bowing to Xen Dongping. "I've troubled senior apprentice granduncle." Xen Dongping glanced deeply at Yan Zhaoge, shaking his head. "No matter, go and cultivate diligently." Yan Zhaoge left the martial repository. Ahu was already waiting outside with Pan Pan. Seeing Yan Zhaoge emerge, he gave a simple and honest laugh. "Young master, it's settled?" "It's just swallowing it in one gulp. Go back and slowly analyze and cultivate." Yan Zhaoge waved his hands. "Now let's go back first." Pan Pan lunged over once more. This time Yan Zhaoge did not stop him, hugging this big furry ball. The current Pan Pan's size was roughly similar to that of the giant panda in Yan Zhaoge's memories. While he was still slightly larger, at the very least he no longer had that aura of a charging elephant like before. Returning to his lodgings, Yan Zhaoge cultivated in peace. One day as he walked out towards the morning sun, Yan Zhaoge's heart suddenly jolted. Silently calculating the days, he walked out. Following beside him, Ahu asked curiously, "Young master, where are we going?" Yan Zhaoge sighed, "To look for eldest apprentice uncle. Today is the anniversary of senior apprentice brother Shi's death. I will also go and offer incense." Ahu blinked, realizing what was going on. Not speaking, he obediently followed behind Yan Zhaoge. Proceeding along the mountain, Yan Zhaoge ascended a small hill. Indeed, he saw two people standing there. One was a tall, mighty man. It was precisely his eldest apprentice uncle, Shi Tai. Behind him stood Xuefei. Xuefei's expression was solemn. Seeing Yan Zhaoge and Ahu arrive, he nodded lightly, completely unlike his usual relaxed, unrestrained smile. Shi Tai swiveled his head. "Zhaoge came? How thoughtful of you." Yan Zhaoge greeted Shi Tai. "Eldest apprentice uncle, my condolences." Shi Tai's expression was calm as usual. "I'm fine." Turning his head and advancing once more, his gaze fell on a tomb. While it was simple, its surroundings were exceptionally clean, with no weeds to be seen at all. Before the tomb stood a tombstone, on which the words "Tomb of Beloved Son Shi Songtao" were written. On the two sides of this tomb, there were also two other tombstones. Yan Zhaoge and Ahu were both silent. Those two tombstones also had tablets erected before them, stating the identities of their owners, respectively belonging to Shi Tai's daughter-in-law and grandson. These three tombstones were actually all tombstones of his personal belongings. However, this made one feel even more stifled, because Shi Songtao's family of three had perished, not even their corpses and bones having been found. Yan Zhaoge and the others stood silently behind Shi Tai. For a white-haired person to send off a black-haired person had always been a great tragedy. Looking at Shi Songtao's name, the figure of a handsome youth surfaced in Yan Zhaoge's mind, his features 90% similar to Shi Tai's, the father and son virtually having been cast from the same mold. Yan Zhaoge himself had never personally interacted with this senior apprentice brother Shi before. His understanding of him all stemmed from the memories of his body's original owner. Shi Songtao was even older than Xuefei. When his name had spread far and wide in the Eight Extremities world, hailed as the heavens favored son of Broad Creed Mountain's new generation, Yan Zhaoge had still been a child, just starting to cultivate in the martial arts. As compared to the upright, serious Shi Tai, Shi Songtao was more gentle, but both father and son were similarly warm-hearted. In their youth, Xuefei and Yan Zhaoge had received much guidance and care from this senior apprentice brother of theirs. At that time, Shi Songtao had also been a high-spirited young heaven's favored son, having even tied the knot with his lover, having given birth to a son early on, being blissful to the extreme. Even Shi Tai enjoyed the happiness of his family during those few years, and the smile on his face had increased by a lot. Sadly, all of this was now a thing of the past. Shi Tai stood there, his entire person resembling a statue, as if he had already been standing there for 1,000 years. To be continued. Chapter 209. Shi Songtao had treated others warmly in the past, his relations with them being rather good. Every year, on the anniversary of his death, many old friends would come to pay their respects, but everyone would tacitly avoid the mourning. Other than Shi Tai himself, there were only a few personal disciples who would come with him to Shi Songtao's tomb. Since Yin Zhaoge had the heart to come, Shi Tai naturally wouldn't refuse. After Yin Zhaoge and the others had offered incense to Shi Songtao's family, Shi Tai said, "You are considerate. Go back and rest." Yin Zhaoge and Su Fei exchanged glances, before bringing Ah Hu along and leaving. On the way looking back, Yin Zhaoge saw that Shi Tai's figure was still silently standing there. Beside him, Su Fei sighed, "Master is still blaming himself." Yin Zhaoge sighed along with him. As one of the few in the know, he knew what Su Fei meant. That year, when Shi Songtao's family of 3 had met with danger, Shi Tai had actually had the chance to save them. However, the situation had just been critical, with Broad Creed Mountain's interests also about to be severely damaged. Of those present, only Shi Tai had had the ability to stop it. In the end, faced with such a dilemma, Shi Tai had ultimately chosen to protect the clan as a whole. However, this way he had been unable to save his descendants in time, finally having to send them off. This was the regret of Shi Tai's life. Having always felt no guilt towards the heavens and earth, he had only felt guilt towards his own kin. Even now, while a cenotaph had been erected, Shi Tai had actually still not given up on his final hope. As long as there was a chance, he would head to that place to investigate, hoping that there was a chance that Shi Songtao's family could still be alive. After all, he had never seen their corpses. Sadly, after 5 years he had still not found anything, his final hope also being extinguished bit by bit. Su Fei murmured, "If he could do it all over again, would Master make a different choice?" He was talking to himself. Not expecting an answer from Yin Zhaoge walked silently by the side. Su Fei sighed, continuing, "Although I feel grief, although I blame myself, although I feel guilty, perhaps I would still make the same choice." "Master," Yin Zhaoge asked softly, "what if it was you, senior brother Su? Between you and your family, how would you choose?" After a long silence, Shui Fei replied, "I don't know. Perhaps I will only be able to give an answer when I truly face it." Yin Zhaoge nodded, the two no longer speaking as they advanced side by side. Arriving at a fork in the road, they cupped their fists towards each other, bidding each other farewell. They returned to their respective residences. Returning to his lodgings, Yin Zhaoge sat in the meditative position, closing his eyes as he calmed his heart and settled his thoughts. After a short while, Yin Zhaoge reopened his eyes and took out a golden talisman from his bosom. This golden talisman had been obtained by Yin Zhaoge after he had slain the fallen Xiazi in the devilish domain at Clear Concealed Lake. He looked at the mysterious and complicated patterns on the surface of the golden talisman. Yin Zhaoge pondered seriously, "It seems to be a rather strange and rare type of text, something that only appeared after the Great Calamity." Yin Zhaoge laughed bitterly. It was the same as the relic of the glacial dragon Martial Saint back then. This sort of thing that had appeared after the Great Calamity, yet was comparatively ancient compared to the present, made him feel the most helpless. It just so happened to be the weakest link in his knowledge. However, Yin Zhaoge was also working hard to make up for his shortcomings in this area. Currently, looking at the golden talisman, it was not that he had no way of dealing with it at all. It seems a little like the text of the extreme northern regions, only circulating amongst a small number of people there. After pondering for a moment, Yin Zhaoge instructed his retainer, "Go fetch all the ancient texts circulating in the north of the gold region and give them to me. Take as many as you have, the older the better." Of the Thunder Domain's 6 regions, the northernmost region that was directly connected to the extreme northern ice sea was the gold region. Very quickly, a black-clothed martial practitioner delivered over what Yin Zhaoge wanted. After spending some time analyzing it, Yin Zhaoge gradually had an idea of what it was. He lightly tapped on that golden talisman, his fingertips tracing the patterns of the golden talisman, leaving behind numerous marks. Those marks remained on the surface of the golden talisman, not dissipating for a long time. Yin Zhaoge retracted his finger, scrutinizing the patterns on the golden talisman that were nearing completion, before finally striking it with his palm. The golden talisman suddenly erupted with a dazzling light, actually transforming into specks of light before vanishing without a trace. Seeing this, a satisfied smile instead appeared on Yin Zhaoge's face. Then those specks of golden light floated about, condensing and not dissipating as they transformed into clumps of light mist, hovering in midair. Yin Zhaoge sucked in a deep breath, resembling a whale sucking in water, as those clumps of light mist were instantly sucked in by him. For just that one moment, a feeling of smoke and fire burning arose within Yin Zhaoge's heart and lungs. With Yin Zhaoge's current cultivation base, the various internal organs within his body had already been tempered countless times by his aura qi. The feeling of discomfort only lasted for an instant before vanishing very quickly. Looking within his body, Yan Zhaoge saw specks of golden light drifting about unceasingly, evenly adhering to the surface of every single one of his blood vessels, as though adding a layer of golden radiance to the blood vessels within his body. Even the tiniest, most delicate blood vessels were no exception. Yan Zhaoge calmly inhaled and exhaled, circulating his qi and blood, his blood resembling boiling lava as it emitted a heavy roar. After circulating his aura qi 36 times, Yan Zhaoge retracted his cultivation, a faint golden light flickering on his skin. Standing up from the ground, Yan Zhaoge stroked his lower chin. Some things seem like they can also be brought forward. Thinking thus, Yan Zhaoge waved his hand, a few streaks of light flickering past, hovering within the air. They were all low-grade spirit artifacts. Lofty mountain armor, incinerating light sword, mistlock sword, radiant sun wheel, purple gold thunder sword, flying thunder blade. Other than the mid-grade spirit artifact, the hidden clear sunlight saber, and the jade dragon sword that Yan Zhaoge had always carried along with him, all of Yan Zhaoge's current low-grade spirit artifacts were basically all here. Speaking of which, all of them were the signature weapons of the other Holy Land's core heirs. The original owners of these spirit weapons were Lu Shengfeng, Zhao Hao, Xie Zi, Shao Xin, Yan Shan, and Lin Zhou. Just this list and the spirit weapons were enough to make other martial practitioners of the same generation sigh in amazement. If Yan Zhaoge were to hold an exhibition of his spoils of war, there would probably be many people who would be angered to the point of vomiting blood. With Yan Zhaoge's current cultivation base, he could basically only wield a single low-grade spirit artifact at any one time. The remaining ones would either be swapped out or used as hidden weapons, relying on the explosive power of the moment their connection was broken to injure the enemy, or to restrict his opponent's spirit artifact. If one had too many spirit weapons, they could directly smash their opponents to death. This was not a joke. After Yan Zhaoge had stepped into the martial grandmaster realm, these spirit artifacts would be of use at the same time. However, Yan Zhaoge had other ideas. With his rate of improvement, the martial grandmaster realm was not far away. After pondering for a moment, Yan Zhaoge lightly tapped out with his finger, keeping the lofty mountain armor, the radiant sun wheel and the flying thunder saber, only leaving behind the incinerating light sword, the vapor sealing sword and the purple gold thunder sword. Then, with a flip of his palm, a bamboo branch appeared within it. A dark green bamboo branch that vaguely flickered with a purple light. Opening the internal crystal furnace, Yan Zhaoge threw that bamboo branch and the 3 low-grade spirit artifacts within. Chapter 210. The internal crystal furnace rumbled, overflowing with light. The circulation within the furnace was actually very slow, enveloped by numerous clouds, unable to clearly see what was happening within. Yan Zhaoge, on the other hand, appeared exceptionally serious as he controlled the internal crystal furnace. At the same time, he was also exceptionally patient. He wanted to forge a treasure for himself, one that was completely based on his own will, fitting in with what he had learnt, a treasure that was purely created by himself. Yan Zhaoge had a plan in mind, pursuing a perfect result as much as possible. In his plans, this was not something that could be accomplished in a single stroke. Regarding this, Yan Zhaoge was not flustered or flustered. In the process of forging, he also unceasingly adjusted and perfected his original thoughts according to the actual situation. In the following days, Yan Zhaoge's life was extremely fulfilling, whether it was cultivating in the martial Tao to raise his strength, studying the principles of formations, or activating the internal crystal furnace to forge treasures. Time flew and a few months had already passed. During this period of time, Yan Zhaoge had always remained in seclusion, only emerging from seclusion when the black nightmare storms of the Wind Domain's great western desert were about to weaken. Ahu, help me contact our clan's people over at the Wind Domain, and prepare some things in advance. Yan Zhaoge stretched lazily. Ahu nodded in agreement, then left to handle the matter. Yan Zhaoge narrowed his eyes, raising his head to look at the forest, the mottled sunlight falling through the gaps between the branches and leaves. The 4th extreme Yin bout should already have ended. I wonder what the final result was? Yan Zhaoge muttered to himself, pondering. As he strode forward. In the 4th extreme Yin bout, Broad Creed Mountain still sat on the sidelines, not participating. While Feng Yunxing's extreme Yin physique had already recovered, she was still in secluded cultivation. Whether it was Yan Zhaoge, or Fu Enshu and the other higher echelon experts of Broad Creed Mountain, while all of them were anxious, they all tacitly did not let Feng Yunxing participate in the fourth extreme Yin bout. The reason was none other than that Feng Yunxing still needed time to make up for that gap of 2 years. His opponent was also improving. Furthermore, he also used his full strength to fly forward, instead of standing still and waiting for Feng Yunxing to catch up. As Yan Zhaoge pondered, he arrived at the small valley where Feng Yunxing was. Sure enough, he could see that Feng Yunxing was cultivating diligently as usual. The hand holding the saber remained stable, but there seemed to be a flame rising in the depths of his eyes. It was becoming more and more intense. It was often difficult for an outsider to understand what kind of energy would erupt from a person who had gained something and then lost it. After falling to the bottom of the valley, when there was a chance to regain something that was lost and then lost again in front of him, what kind of energy would erupt? Feng Yunxing's mentality and willpower were both top-notch. All the pressure was turned into motivation, allowing her to burn herself endlessly. Even if she was temporarily not sent by Broad Creed Mountain to participate in the extreme Yin bout, she would also be able to understand. He just had to work harder to improve himself. Yan Zhaoge stood quietly where he was, watching Feng Yunxing train. On the other side there was another person who was training methodically. It was a child who was not even 12 years old. However, he had already refined his qi into heavenly energy and stepped into the Grandmaster realm. Ying Longtu had successfully broken the record of Yan Zhaoge's father Yan Di, becoming the youngest martial scholar in the Eight Extremities world's recorded history following the Great Calamity. The current Ying Longtu. He was fully focused, his gaze flickering with a spirituality that was usually not present as he trained meticulously, his level of concentration not inferior to Feng Yunxing by the side in the slightest. It was only at this time that he did not seem as slow as he usually was. Accompanied by his punches, the qi and blood of his majestic fleshly body surged, far surpassing most martial practitioners of the same cultivation level. Yan Zhaoge smiled as he watched the two of them train. In the distance, the giant panda Panpan was currently sitting on the ground, bored to death as he stuffed food into his mouth. Now, seeing Yan Zhaoge appear, his eyes instantly lit up as he ran over. Following junior apprentice Sister Feng, "You really have good food," Yan Zhaoge smiled as he hugged Panpan, stroking his big head. Feng Yunxing's little black dog Little Meaty had long since become familiar with Yan Zhaoge. While it didn't rush over like Panpan now, it also wagged its little tail happily. Ying Longtu, having completed a round of training, stopped. Seeing Yan Zhaoge, his eyes also lit up as he walked over, smiling a little bashfully. "Senior apprentice brother Yan." Yan Zhaoge smiled. "Were there any problems in your cultivation?" Ying Longtu scratched his head, trying hard to summarize his words. "Earlier, I heard a senior apprentice brother mention that it is hard to balance speed and strength at the same time, even using Infinite Boundless Mountain and the Heavenly Thunder Hall as a comparison. However, I feel like there seems to be something wrong with what he said." Yan Zhaoge smiled. Han Longer was straightforward enough. It was just that he didn't know if he had raised this question with that senior apprentice brother of his. "What he said is also right and also not right," Yan Zhaoge explained. "Just saying that it is hard to balance speed and strength at the same time is not accurate. Similarly, when you punch out with your fist, if your fist is fast, the power contained within it will also not be weak. It is often said that the attacks of the Heavenly Thunder Hall are as fast as lightning, as fierce as the rumbling of thunder. The first half is that they are fast, while the second half is also praising their ferocious strength." Yan Zhaoge raised his palm, extending it forward. "However, when we make a move, it involves the problem of exerting force. Only after accumulating and exerting force together can it be a true attack. However, in this process of accumulating and exerting force, it involves the choice between speed and strength. Under most circumstances, the more sufficient the accumulation of force, the more ferocious the force exerted, but the longer the time required to do so." Yan Zhaoge looked at Ying Longtu. "It is often said that the Heavenly Thunder Hall and Infinite Boundless Mountain both walk extreme paths, one fast, one slow. Actually, this is where their divergence lies." Ying Longtu nodded rather dazedly. "It refers to the choice of speed and strength in the entire process of exerting force, and not just the speed at which they have already exerted force." Yan Zhaoge smiled. "That's right. Rather than saying that there is a difference in the speed at which the Heavenly Thunder Hall and Infinite Boundless Mountain have it, it would be better to say that there is a difference in the speed at which they change their moves. In terms of strength and style, the two both walk the path of ferocity. The Heavenly Thunder Hall is more violent, while Infinite Boundless Mountain is more vigorous." As the two spoke, Ah, who arrived within the valley, walking towards Yan Zhaoge, a smile blossoming on his face. Young master, I have already contacted the Wind Domain according to your instructions. After first completing the normal report, Ahu said smilingly, also the results of the 4th Extreme Yin bout are out, the Sacred Sun Clan's Mengwan failed. Yan Zhaoge raised his brows slightly, tell me what exactly happened. Ahu smiled happily, something seemed to have happened to Mengwan herself, resulting in her defeat in the final round of the bout. Yan Zhaoge knit his brows slightly, did the clan's spectating seniors bring back the images of the battle? Ahu nodded, yes. Seeing the actual scene of the battle, not only did Yan Zhaoge not feel happy, his expression instead turning solemn. What I feared has come. The worst situation has appeared. Chapter 211. Looking at the engraved traces of light, Yan Zhaoge's expression turned a little gloomy for once. In the 4th Extreme Yin bout, Yan Zhaoge and the higher echelons of Broad Creed Mountain had not allowed Feng Yunxing to participate. The previous 2 years had caused Feng Yunxing to lag behind the other maidens of Extreme Yin. She needed time to catch up, especially when he had to make up for the gap between him and the Sacred Sun Clan's Mengwan. While Yan Zhaoge's various methods had allowed her to advance by leaps and bounds, the Sacred Sun Clan's Mengwan was not someone to be trifled with in the first place, also having held the Extreme Yin crown for at least 2 years. The crown of Extreme Yin had an immense effect on the cultivation of maidens of Extreme Yin that could not be neglected. In order to take first place in the Extreme Yin bout, Feng Yunxing still needed patience, needed effort and even more needed time. Participating in the Extreme Yin bout was for the sake of winning the Extreme Yin crown, and not for the sake of accompanying others. If it was number 1, it meant that it was a holy weapon. If it wasn't number 1, it meant nothing. While it was very cruel, this was the truth of the Extreme Yin bout. The result of the discussion between Yan Zhaoge, Fu Enshu and the others was to wait until the next Extreme Yin bout before letting Feng Yunxing participate. Before this, he could only calm his heart and endure. Actually, according to Yan Zhaoge's predictions, in the next Extreme Yin bout, which would also be the 5th Extreme Yin bout, Feng Yunxing's chances were still not high. It was more for her to accumulate further experience in clashing with the other maidens of Extreme Yin. Fortunately, they did not have to wait for too long. Broad Creed Mountain could still afford to wait. It was just that the pressure was still not small, with the current situation rapidly changing. What Yan Zhaoge and Broad Creed Mountain were especially concerned about. The Sacred Sun Clan's east-coming Marshal Saint Huang Guanglia could emerge from seclusion at any time. If Huang Guanglia emerged from seclusion and successfully advanced a step further, the pressure on Broad Creed Mountain would be. That was huge. Moreover, the ending of the incident at Clear Concealed Lake did not mean that the decimating abyss and the 9 underworlds would cease to exist just like that. Therefore, time was still limited. However, according to Yan Zhaoge's estimations, barring any major unforeseen events, the 6th Extreme Yin bout would be the time for Feng Yunxing to exert her strength. However, a great change happened. The changes did not lie with Feng Yunxing and Broad Creed Mountain, but with others. When clashing with Lin Zhou back then, Lin Zhou had revealed that he knew about Feng Yunxing's background, also knowing that Yan Zhaoge had used Cloud Portent Mountain's Yin-Yang Cloud Spring to help Feng Yunxing recover her extreme Yin physique. Yan Zhaoge had a general understanding of Lin Zhou's background. He had always been curious as to how Lin Zhou knew about Feng Yunxing. According to Yan Zhaoge's calculations, if not for his interference, Feng Yunxing would most likely not have entered Broad Creed Mountain. If she had been able to escape the pursuit of the Sacred Sun Clan, she would most likely have entered Jade Sea City. She had previously been born in the Sacred Sun Clan, and was also a maiden of Extreme Yin. However, it was still understandable that her Extreme Yin physique had been neglected by the outside world. However, how did Lin Zhou know that Yan Zhaoge had used a yin-yang coexisting technique to help Feng Yunxing recover her Extreme Yin physique? Jade Sea City had a similar technique? Or could it be that Lin Zhou figured out such a method himself? If it was the latter, Yan Zhaoge was actually not worried. What he was worried about was that someone else having researched out this method, Lin Zhou coming to know of it afterwards. It was fine if Lin Zhou knew about it. The Heavenly Thunder Hall's maiden of Extreme Yin did not have much competition. The crux was who the original owner of this method had been in that era. Jade Sea City aside, the worrisome thing was that the one who was most likely to have researched out this method. Actually, it was the Sacred Sun Clan. Firstly, they had originally cultivated in the pure yang qi of the sun, having researched it deeply. Things would always move in the opposite direction when pushed to the extreme. This was a common principle. Secondly, they were the sacred ground that had been in contact with the extreme Yin crown for the longest time. Even if they did not have sufficient information left behind from before the Great Calamity, the Sacred Sun Clan's experts, having researched it for many years and months, would also very likely have some results. This was something that had always been on Yan Zhaoge's mind. Now his worst predictions had come true. Carefully watching the process of Meng Wan's competition with others, Yan Zhaoge knew that something had indeed happened to her, but it was not like she had been injured during the second extreme Yin bout. Instead, it was that she had been trying out a yin-yang coexisting cultivation technique, still in its initial stages, still not mature enough, thus affecting her performance. Even though the Sacred Sun Clan and the Heavenly Thunder Hall were allies, it was also impossible for Lin Zhou to tell them about this technique. Moreover, while the Heavenly Thunder Hall's Maiden of Extreme Yin indeed had the same symptoms, it was still inferior to Meng Wan's. This meant that Lin Zhou actually only knew of the existence of yin-yang coexisting technique, but did not understand the specifics of it. The Heavenly Thunder Hall had also only recently obtained this train of thought, beginning to explore it from the very beginning. Over on the Sacred Sun Clan's side, while it was not as good as Yan Zhaoge's, it was already on the right track. Different from the previous accident, Meng Wan's loss of the Extreme Yin crown this time was an acceptable loss for the Sacred Sun Clan. Temporarily lying dormant was for the sake of absolute dominance and dominance in the future. It could be predicted that having lost the Extreme Yin crown once more, with Huang Guanglia still in seclusion, the Sacred Sun Clan would at least have to retreat conservatively for the next year. However, when they raised their heads again the next time, they would also erupt with even more terrifying power. Moreover, the one who had won the fourth Extreme Yin bout was a strictly neutral disciple of Turbid Wave Pavilion. The Sacred Sun Clan would have it even easier. Speaking of this was also the first time a disciple of Turbid Wave Pavilion had participated in an Extreme Yin bout this time. In the end, she had won the championship. While there was also a problem with Meng Wan herself, being able to suppress the Maidens of Extreme Yin of Jade Sea City, Infinite Boundless Mountain and the Heavenly Thunder Hall, it looked like she had also been preparing for many years. While Turbid Wave Pavilion was strictly neutral, like Jade Sea City, facing the threat of the Flame Devils of the East Sea head-on, being able to obtain the Extreme Yin crown would be of great help to them. However, barring any major accidents, it would also only be this once. Next year, Meng Wan, having made all her preparations, would most likely return as a king once more. Yan Zhaoge gradually knit his brows. This time it's really bad. As he pondered, Feng Yunxing kept her saber. Seeing Yan Zhaoge arrive, she smiled and greeted, "Senior Apprentice Brother Yan." Yan Zhaoge's brows instantly relaxed as he praised, "Good saber art." Feng Yunxing glanced at Yan Zhaoge. "Senior Apprentice Brother Yan, have the results of the fourth Extreme Yin bout already come out? Or was it Little Wan who won the championship?" Yan Zhaoge shook his head. "No." Feng Yunxing was a little taken aback. Yan Zhaoge sighed. However, the results were even worse than Meng Wan's. After explaining the matter clearly, Feng Yunxing's expression turned heavy, but her emotions were calm. She grasped the hilt of her saber. "I will work harder, definitely." While her heart was firm, Feng Yunxing also didn't feel optimistic, only doing her best. Having always been strong and independent, not willing to rely on others, for the first time, a look of anticipation appeared on her face as she looked at Yan Zhaoge. "Senior Apprentice Brother Yan, do you have any other methods?" Yan Zhaoge lowered his eyelids. "No." Feng Yunxing looked calmly at Yan Zhaoge, not speaking, the two facing each other silently. After a long time, Feng Yunxing said softly, "Senior Apprentice Brother Yan, I admit that I have unwillingness within my heart, extravagant hopes, fantasies. However, having come this far, winning the Extreme Yin bout has long since not been for myself alone. For the clan that took me in, for my master to teach me, for you, Senior Apprentice Brother Yan, who stood up for me back then, I must win." Feng Yunxing looked straight at Yan Zhaoge. "No matter what method it is, I am willing to try it. No matter how difficult and arduous it is, I am willing to bear it. No, I must definitely be able to bear it." Chapter 212. Looking at Feng Yunxing, Yan Zhaoge could not see within the girl's gaze any impulsiveness of a moment of hot-headedness, but instead a calm yet resolute resolution. Feng Yunxing said word by word, "This is my own choice. I will take responsibility for it." There is indeed a way. Yan Zhaoge said slowly after a moment of silence. Yan Zhaoge was not a pretentious person, also not purposely making things difficult for Feng Yunxing so that she could bring it up herself. Although he still had a solution this time, he really didn't want to use it. You shouldn't be in a rush to make a decision. Yan Zhaoge slowly shook his head. Have you heard of cold marrow needles? Feng Yunxing was a little at a loss. Yan Zhaoge said, it's normal that you haven't heard of it. Still, you should have heard of lighting a soul lamp, right? Feng Yunxing had indeed heard of this before. In pre-Great Calamity times, there was a legendary torture that caused one to be unable to live or die, suffering eternal torment to the point where one wished they were dead. Yan Zhaoge nodded before looking deeply at Feng Yunxing. Before the Great Calamity, the cold marrow needles and the soul-lighting lamp were amongst the 7 great tortures. This technique causes extreme coldness to spread from the bone marrow to the outside. However, the coldness will not numb the person. Instead, it will be as painful as being pierced by billions of needles. While being tortured, one's consciousness will always remain awake. It's impossible to faint even if one wants to. Yan Zhaoge said calmly, this is not something that one can grit their teeth and endure through purely with strong willpower. It is not just the fleshly body, even the soul of the one being tortured will be riddled with thousands of holes. While weak, they will not die, they will forever be tortured, every moment, every part of their body inside and out. I'm talking about every part of your body. It's not like I'm stabbing you with thousands of needles. It's not like I'm stabbing you with every pore or acupoint. It's like there's no gap and it's all over your body. Yan Zhaoge scanned Feng Yunxing from head to toe. Some parts of the human body are stronger in endurance while others are exceptionally weak. For example, your eyeballs and other places. But the cold marrow needles don't care about that. It takes care of every part of your body, so the more vulnerable the place, the more painful it is. Feng Yunxing listened to Yan Zhaoge's narration quietly. Yan Zhaoge said slowly, afterwards, because you possess the extreme Yin physique, you are unable to do so. Therefore, the pain you feel from the cold marrow needles will be more intense than normal people. This method can indeed strengthen your extreme Yin body. It can even accelerate your daily martial cultivation through the extreme Yin body. It can further increase your cultivation speed, but the prerequisite is that you can endure the pain. Having said that, Yan Zhaoge fell silent. He had never intended to use this method from the very beginning. He would rather Feng Yunxing improve a little slower and wait for another 1 or 2 years. After learning that the Sacred Sun clan was also searching for a yin-yang coexisting technique to help Mengwan advance, Yan Zhaoge had actually still not considered this method, instead trying to think of other methods. This method was something that even Yan Zhaoge himself did not have absolute confidence in persevering through. I'm willing to try. Just as Yan Zhaoge finished speaking, Feng Yunxing answered calmly. Yan Zhaoge looked at her. Feng Yunxing smiled. Currently there's no other way, right? Time waits for no man. If senior brother Yan has a better method, that would naturally be for the best. But before that, let me try this cold marrow needle. With Feng Yunxing having wasted 2 years, Mengwan was the most outstanding maiden of extreme Yin, and was already far ahead of the rest. Now that Mengwan was also using the yin-yang coexisting technique to strengthen herself further, if Feng Yunxing and Broad Creed Mountain wanted to catch up, their hopes instantly dimmed. The difference in their starting points was too great and they were both advancing. Feng Yunxing's rate of improvement had to be much faster than Mengwan's in order to catch up. Otherwise, even if her speed was faster. However, there was a limit to how fast she could be. By the time she caught up, who knew how long it would be? With the current situation rapidly changing, there was not that much time left for her in Broad Creed Mountain. She pursed her lips. Senior brother Yen, look at how confident I am now. Actually, I'm also not confident that I can really endure it. As you say, it's one of the 7 great tortures. Its original intent is to torture people, to extort confessions, to make people wish they were dead. If it's so easy to endure, how can it still be considered a great torment? However, I want to try. Feng Yunxing sucked in a deep breath, her gaze resolute as ever. I want to win the extreme Yin bout. However difficult, I must also endure it, persevere. Yan Zhaoge was silent for a long time before he nodded. All right. Feng Yunxing smiled. Don't tell master and the others first. Yan Zhaoge sighed. All right. Having come to a decision, the tense atmosphere finally relaxed somewhat. When the two had been conversing earlier, a formless aura had seemed to have enveloped the surrounding area, causing others to unconsciously not dare to approach. Now that the atmosphere had relaxed, Little Meaty instantly ran towards Feng Yunxing happily. However, just having run halfway, a massive black shadow suddenly flashed past before her eyes, causing a gust of wind which nearly knocked the little black dog over. Pan Pan, with a speed even greater than little Meaty's, rushed before Feng Yunxing, his big eyes blinking repeatedly. As a qualified glutton, his stomach had also been captured by Feng Yunxing in recent days. Feng Yunxing shook her head and laughed, stroking Pan Pan's head before waving towards little Meaty. Little Meaty leapt up, leaping into Feng Yunxing's embrace. It first rubbed itself comfortably before baring its teeth towards Pan Pan, finally turning its head away very proudly, no longer looking at Pan Pan. With dark circles around his eyes, Pan Pan looked at little Meaty's figure before lowering his head to look at himself. He shook his big head, letting out a light cry as white fire and black water surged on his body once more, enveloping him. The next moment, the water and fire dissipated. Pan Pan, who had originally been the size of an ordinary panda, shrunk once more. His external appearance was still that of a mature panda, not having turned back into a furless cub, just that his figure had shrunk greatly, becoming about the same size as little Meaty. Then Pan Pan let out a happy cry, his chubby body resembling a small fur ball as he leapt up from the ground, also leaping into Feng Yunxing's embrace. Little Meaty instantly stared, looking nervously at her owner, her eyes filled with helplessness. Feng Yunxing shook her head and sighed, hugging them with both arms. Seeing this scene, Yan Zhaoge's gaze drifted a little. A thought very suddenly arose within his mind. If only he were a little stronger, a little more capable, a little more capable. Let this strong, bright girl before him, even if she didn't do anything at all, just happily playing with Pan Pan and little Meaty, then also being able to wear that crown. Yan Zhaoge shook his head slightly, stabilizing his mind once more, his gaze no longer drifting. He could not help but laugh, completely given by others, yet not putting in any effort herself. That way, I'm afraid that she herself would instead feel a little disappointed. Looking at Feng Yunxing, Yan Zhaoge shook his head lightly. While there is a saying that the heavens reward the diligent, those who work hard might not necessarily be rewarded. I've really seen this sort of thing too many times. But you will wear the extreme crown. Chapter 213. The cold marrow needle wasn't actually used to stab someone. Instead, it was used with a special technique in medicine to adjust the opponent's qi and blood, causing it to change. It would create extreme coldness from the inside out, and at the same time, it would be felt everywhere, affecting every inch of the body as if it was being stabbed by needles. Feng Yunxing was a straightforward and decisive person. Since she had decided to try and endure it, she would not just say it but not do it. At this moment, her entire body was emitting wisps of white gas. It was incomparably cold, as if her entire body was enveloped in a layer of frost. Everything that came into contact with her body was also frozen. But in reality, the cold marrow needle technique would lock most of the cold energy within the body in order to achieve its desired effect. Only a little of it would leak out. This was the result of Feng Yunxing's qi and blood being in disorder, so it was very difficult for her to circulate her qi to resist. Under such circumstances, one could imagine how much pain he was left in. Moreover, her senses would always remain clear and sensitive, even amplifying the pain brought by the cold marrow needles by several times. Feng Yunxing was originally sitting cross-legged, but now she was completely unable to maintain her posture. She could only lie on her side on the ground, subconsciously curling her body into a ball. Gritting her teeth and not making a sound was the last thing she could do. Yan Zhaoge stood in front of her, expressionlessly watching this scene. Ahu also stood at the side, his expression solemn as he looked at Feng Yunxing. After a while, he exhaled and said, "Young master, Miss Feng is really amazing." Yan Zhaoge did not speak as he silently calculated the time within his heart. Ying Long Tu, Pan Pan and little Meaty stood by the side, their gazes all revealing looks of terror. Even though Feng Yunxing had already informed them beforehand, they still felt the urge to charge forward. There's enough time for today. Going too far is as bad as falling short. Finally, with a light yell, Yan Zhaoge struck out with his palm towards Feng Yunxing's back at lightning speed. Feng Yunxing's body trembled, and the cold air surging on her body finally began to gradually disappear, and the frost melted. She didn't even make a sound before fainting. For those who were being tortured by the cold marrow needles, losing consciousness was actually a great blessing. Yan Zhaoge did not let go of Feng Yunxing's back as he unceasingly helped her recuperate the qi and blood within her body. If a person was really subjected to the cold marrow needles, then the punishment would be suspended. He didn't know how to recuperate. Yan Zhaoge's current method was to ensure that Feng Yunxing would not suffer for nothing and pay a huge price. What he wanted was an increase in strength, a return. At the same time, he was not blindly warming Feng Yunxing up. Blindly driving away the cold would cause the effect that he had worked hard for to be reduced and wasted. After a long time, Feng Yunxing slowly woke up. Although the pain had not completely subsided, she could already endure it. Feng Yunxing didn't say anything more as she sat upright once more, breathing deeply as she followed Yan Zhaoge's instructions to regulate her qi and blood. Although it was so painful that I was hovering between life and death, the effect was really immediate. After she finished cultivating, Feng Yunxing revealed a slightly weak smile. Yan Zhaoge said, using the extreme yin scripture as the foundation, using the method of coexistence of yin and yang as the strategy, and then using the cold marrow needle technique to speed up the process, along with other supplementary techniques, both your power of yin and your personal martial cultivation will improve by leaps and bounds. Looking deeply at Feng Yunxing, Yan Zhaoge said, use this method for as long as you can endure, even if the time is limited. The effect will be very obvious. Feng Yunxing smiled, although it really is rather difficult, I will continue persevering, doing my best. Yan Zhaoge spoke no more. He nodded silently, currently you are rather weak. If you continue cultivating, it will instead harm your body. Rest well and recuperate. Calm your mind, don't be impatient. Feng Yunxing hugged the little meat that was leaping over towards her, answering, rest easy, senior apprentice brother Yan. I understand. Pan Pan also came over and Feng Yunxing smiled as she stroked his head. Standing by the side, Ying Longtu asked a little uncertainly, senior apprentice sister, are you all right? Feng Yunxing smiled, rest easy Han Longer. I'm fine. Yan Zhaoge said, after recuperating you can just cultivate as usual. The cold marrow needle technique cannot be too closely spaced. At the same time, after using it once, its effect will not be temporary. Cultivating on your own afterwards will also allow you to digest the results of this time. I understand. Feng Yunxing nodded earnestly, looking at Yan Zhaoge. Thank you, senior apprentice brother Yan. Yan Zhaoge sighed lightly, the main thing is you. After taking his leave of Feng Yunxing, Yan Zhaoge returned to his lodgings. As he walked, he shook his head slightly, it really is a coincidence this time. The Sacred Sun clan even managed to take advantage of the timing of the day. The chaos of the decimating abyss and the 9 underworlds had caused the tense atmosphere between the sacred grounds to ease somewhat. For a considerable period of time, everyone had been wary of the decimating abyss and the 9 underworlds, also working hard to eliminate spies that might exist within their ranks. Other than the Flame Devils, with the addition of the decimating abyss as a common enemy, the conflict between the sacred grounds had temporarily eased. Now that the Sacred Sun clan had lost the Extreme Yin crown, as long as they didn't act too ostentatiously, it actually wouldn't be too much of a problem. If not for the decimating abyss and the 9 underworlds, Broad Creed Mountain, Infinite Boundless Mountain and Jade Sea City would have completely been able to join forces and suppress the world-illuminating peak. At the very least, they would have been able to force the Sacred Sun clan's Huang Guanglia to be unable to complete his cultivation, leaving seclusion early. However, with the current environment, this plan would be very hard to carry out. Not speaking of anything else, because of the decimating abyss joining forces with the Flame Devil world earlier, the Flame Devils had been causing trouble on the East Sea for the past few months, still not having completely calmed down even now. Yan Zhaoge's gaze turned rather deep and distant. Forging iron still requires one's own strength. I hope that Father's heaven returning divine pill can bear fruit as soon as possible. As he thought about this, Yan Zhaoge returned to his lodgings, continuing his cultivation once more. An ice-blue jade coin appeared within his hands, having been obtained by Shi Tai from the legacy site of the glacial dragon martial saint that year, which he had brought back for Yan Zhaoge. The essence qi contained within the jade coin had already been virtually completely absorbed by Yan Zhaoge at this moment. Holding the jade coin, Yan Zhaoge circulated his aura qi, absorbing the final remnants of its essence qi into his body. The luster on the surface of the jade coin completely dimmed, while the ice-cold aura qi within Yan Zhaoge's body grew stronger and stronger, numerous ice dragons coiling within his acupoints, roaring unceasingly. The earlier glacial dragon bone soul as well as the essence qi within this jade coin had already been absorbed by Yan Zhaoge at this moment. In terms of quality, It was inferior to the extremely hot fire qi that Yen Zhaoge had obtained from refining the seed of Li Flame True Fire with the sacred heavenly fire scripture. However, in terms of quantity, it was much more abundant. 2 powerful aura qis, one hot, one cold, surged unceasingly within Yen Zhaoge's body, emitting the roars of dragons. Within Yen Zhaoge's Dantian's qi ocean, the clear qi dispersed, the chaotic qi mass appearing, unceasingly inhaling and exhaling the power of ice and fire, causing the spirituality of his aura qi to grow more and more abundant, more and more natural. After having returned to the mountain for a little over half a year, Yen Zhaoge had lived in seclusion, cultivating unceasingly, causing his cultivation base to also soar by leaps and bounds, shooting towards a higher cultivation level. Chapter 214. The vigorous aura qi gradually changed, no longer radiating blazing heat or cold as it slowly resembled the chaotic qi mass within Yen Zhaoge's Dantian, becoming blurry and indistinct. It was as if it could contain all things, create all things, and annihilate all things. Yen Zhaoge looked within himself, a hint of a smile gradually appearing at the corners of his mouth. Accompanied by his thoughts, the chaotic aura qi within Yen Zhaoge's body abruptly shuddered, slowly condensing into a single point. His aura qi casually shifted within Yen Zhaoge's body, moving unceasingly as he wished, completely in tune with his thoughts. At this moment, the aura qi within Yen Zhaoge's body resembled an extension of his fleshly body, as it could be gathered and dispersed at his will. When he was still, he was like the ocean, but when he moved, he was like thunder. To be able to cultivate stellar energy to such a level, it was a sign that a middle-stage Xiantian master had stepped into the late-stage Xiantian master realm. With just a thought on Yen Zhaoge's part, that aura qi that resembled chaos instantly changed in form, rapidly turning into an existence that resembled blazing fire, setting the plains ablaze and incinerating the heavens. In the next moment, the stellar energy had already turned into ice, forming a world of ice and snow. The frigid ice qi was divided into 2, one of which remained unchanged, while the other transformed back into the form of raging flames. Then the 2 streams of aura qi transformed together, transforming into a vast clear qi, vast as the heavens, vast and boundless. It was precisely the qi of Broad Creed Mountain's direct lineage clear qi profound art. The streams of clear qi were majestic and vigorous. But soon one of the streams of clear qi suddenly turned turbid and sank. As the turbid qi circulated within Yen Zhaoge's meridians, it did not feel sluggish at all, instead resembling the heavy earth as it stood in opposition to the clear qi up above. Yen Zhaoge nodded slowly. My original thinking was correct. As Zhang Xian pondered, the 2 streams of stellar energy merged back into one. Then it turned into primal chaos. Yen Zhaoge stood up, letting out a long breath as the acupoints of his entire body shuddered simultaneously, as though there were innumerable powerful existences within them. They roared and shouted together. The black nightmare storm has weakened. It's time to head to the Great West Desert. As Yen Zhaoge pondered, he left his lodgings, where he saw Ahu standing with his hands behind his back, facing the sun. From an ordinary person's perspective, Ahu seemed to be basking in the sun out of boredom. However, with Yen Zhaoge's eyesight, he could see that Ahu's head was moving slightly upwards at a virtually imperceptible speed, changing its angle very slightly. He kept the space between his eyebrows facing the sun, as if there was an invisible line connecting the sun in the sky and the space between his eyebrows. Straight into the brain. The sun was high up in the sky, moving across the horizon. Its position was constantly changing, but when it was specific to a certain moment, it looked like it was not moving at all, and the range of changes was extremely small. However, Ahu could keenly and accurately grasp the changes in the gap and adjust the angle of his head. Seeing Yen Zhaoge emerge, Ahu lowered his head, smiling in a simple and honest manner. Young master, you've only been in seclusion for a few days this time. Yen Zhaoge smiled. There are already results. It would be a waste of time if we continue to waste it. Ahu's eyes lit up. Young master, have you advanced to the Xiantian late-stage Grandmaster realm? Yen Zhaoge smiled as he nodded, Ahu clicking his tongue in praise. Really fast compared to you, young master. The rest of us have all become stupid oxen and wooden horses. Young master, while you might not be able to break Family Head's record as the youngest martial grandmaster in time, in the martial scholar realm, your speed of improvement is very likely to be faster than Family Head's. Yen Zhaoge smiled slightly. While I am also very satisfied with my own speed of improvement, everything still has to wait until I truly reach the martial Grandmaster realm. He looked at Ah Hu. Instead, it's you. Do you have confidence in breaking through into the martial Grandmaster realm? Ah Hu scratched his head. It feels like it's still lacking that little bit. Yin Zhaoge said, it's fine. After all, it has only been a year since you stepped into the heavenly connection stage. However, with your talent and potential, you should already be at that final step, breaking through your current bottleneck and entering a brand new heaven and earth. Ah Hu chuckled, I think so too. I'll be able to catch up to Brother Fei and the others very quickly. The young geniuses of the various sacred grounds who had participated in the heavenly connection meet had all gained quite a bit from it. With the calamity of the 9 underworlds having occurred afterwards, it had been even more of a rare tempering experience. After the heavenly connection meet at Clear Concealed Lake, in the half-year that Yin Zhaoge had been in secluded cultivation, the others had also been diligently cultivating. Xue Fei, Tang Yonghao and Song Chao had long since been in the heavenly connection stage. Now, they had successively broken through their bottlenecks, stepping into the martial Grandmaster realm. From peak martial scholars of the heavenly connection stage to early martial grandmasters, there were naturally still many martial grandmaster experts before them. At this level, even those as strong as Xue Fei and the others had become juniors. However, having crossed the heavenly chasm from martial scholar to martial grandmaster, the gazes with which the world looked at them would also gradually change, no longer the gazes with which they had looked at disciples of the younger generation in the past. Moreover, in comparison to their age and the talent and strength they had displayed at the same cultivation level, it could be foreseen that Xue Fei and the others still had great futures ahead of them. Just becoming a martial grandmaster was merely a new beginning for them, their future bright. Just like how there was a heavenly chasm from martial artist to martial scholar, countless people had been stuck at this point for a long time. From martial scholar to martial grandmaster, there was similarly a heavenly chasm. Many martial scholars stopped at the late Xiantian stage or the heavenly connection stage, unable to advance any further, passing the latter half of their lives muddle-headed like this. As elites of the direct disciples of the various sacred grounds, Xue Fei and the others naturally wouldn't have reached such a level. However, being able to become a martial grandmaster at just over 30 years of age was still a rare thing. As long as no major accidents occurred, their futures were destined to be limitless. Yin Zhaoge patted Ah Hu's shoulder. Let's go, we will head over to the Wind Domain. The various disasters of the Great Western Desert are currently at their weakest. After reporting to his father Yen Di and his Grand Master Yuan Zhengfeng, Yin Zhaoge brought Ah Hu and his entourage along with him and left the mountain. Other than Ah Hu and the others, because of the cold marrow needles, Feng Yunxing also traveled together. After all, even Yin Zhaoge himself wasn't sure how long he would be away in the Great Western Desert this time. While the clan seniors were rather worried that Feng Yunxing might meet with any mishaps during this journey, the cultivation of a maiden of extreme yin was similarly not something that could be achieved just by cultivating bitterly in the depths of the mountain. In the end, they still allowed Feng Yunxing to travel together with them. Towards Yin Zhaoge, the higher echelon experts of Broad Creed Mountain were currently extremely trusting. Moreover, along the way, other than the Great Western Desert, they would also be passing through the lands of Broad Creed Mountain, with experts sitting over them. Leaving the clan heading west out of the Central Heaven region, they arrived at the West Heaven region of the Heaven Domain's 5 regions. Continuing west, they left the boundaries of the Heaven Domain, arriving at the Sand region of the Wind Domain's 4 regions. The Sand region was currently also under Broad Creed Mountain's control, with its first seat elder sitting over it. The Wind Domain's 4 regions in terms of geography were aligned vertically from north to south, bordering the Great Western Desert together, forming the vast territory of the Wind Domain. The Great Western Desert was virtually a forbidden zone for the living. Including the Wind Domain's sacred ground of the past, Black Nightmare Mountain, no one had been able to completely control it. It was rumored that it was a remnant of the power of the Great Calamity. Therefore, it was filled with calamities and tribulations, even possessing destructive power. The competition between Broad Creed Mountain, the Sacred Sun Clan and Infinite Boundless Mountain in the Wind Domain was mainly launched against the Wind Domain's 4 regions, keeping a respectful distance from the Great Western Desert. Yin Zhaoge was rather interested in this place. Chapter 215. Please support the official subscriptions and monthly tickets. Thank you. Because of the natural climate, the scenery of the Wind Domain was completely different from the Heaven Domain. Here it was a desert scenery in all directions. Not only the Great Western Desert, more than 80% of the entire wind region was a desert. However, although there were many dangers in other deserts, they were not as dangerous as the Great Western Desert. Feng Yunxing gazed into the distance. The last time I came to the wind region was a few years ago. Yan Zhaoge asked nonchalantly, when you were at the Sacred Sun clan, you came out to temper yourself? Feng Yunxing's tone was similarly very casual. That's right. Although as a maiden of extreme Yin, we have to keep our whereabouts a secret, there are still some cultivation trials that we have to go through personally. Yan Zhaoge smiled. Is it the Gan region or the Qin region? Before the Battle of the Eastern Tang, the Sacred Sun clan had been powerful. Of the Wind Domain's 4 regions, other than the southernmost Qin region that bordered the Fire Domain, the Gan region to the north of the Qin region had also been under the Sacred Sun clan's control. And at that time, Broad Creed Mountain controlled the Sand region to the north of the Gan region, while Infinite Boundless Mountain controlled the northernmost Silver region, the 3 sacred grounds dividing up the 4 regions of the Wind Domain. During the War of the Eastern Tang, Broad Creed Mountain had swept through everything. Other than counterattacking in the Fire Domain, they had similarly launched attacks in the Wind Domain. In order not to alarm Huang Guanglia, the Sacred Sun clan clenched their teeth, retreating step by step. Of the Qin and Gan regions that had been occupied by the Wind Domain, the northernmost Gan region had all fallen into Broad Creed Mountain's hands. Only after the third Extreme Yin bout in which Meng Wan won the Extreme Yin crown, did the Sacred Sun clan stabilize their footing, gaining confidence as they began attempting to regain their lost territory. The lost territories of the Fire Domain had basically all been recovered, but in the Wind Domain, Broad Creed Mountain and the Sacred Sun clan clashed once more over the Gan region. Afterwards, because Yan Zhaoge had used the Thunder Element Revival Art to trap Infinite Boundless Mountain at Cloud Portent Mountain, the Heaven Domain, the Mountain Domain and the Water Domain had joined forces, causing the Heavenly Thunder Hall to suffer a great loss. The Sacred Sun clan would also be hard-pressed to maintain their momentum, having no choice but to cease all activities in the Wind Domain. Currently, the Gan continent and the Sand continent were located in the middle of the Wind Domain's 4 continents. Under Broad Creed Mountain's control, the Sacred Sun clan could only retreat to the southernmost Qin region. In the current situation, they should already be thanking the heavens and the earth for being able to protect the Qin region. Feng Yunxing answered, Gan continent, near the border of the Great Western Desert. Yan Zhaoge nodded. The Sacred Sun clan had also put in a lot of effort in grooming its descendants, willing to let its disciples temper themselves, broadening their knowledge and experience with real sabers and spears, stimulating their potential. That's right. Speaking of which, the Black Nightmare Mountain was destroyed by our sect. I wonder what the ruins look like now. Feng Yunxing suddenly woke up and asked with a smile. The clan that she was currently speaking of was naturally not the Sacred Sun clan, but Broad Creed Mountain. Yan Zhaoge smiled. The exalted Han Tian was in secluded cultivation that year. The final lord of Black Nightmare Mountain attacked our Broad Creed Mountain, with that purple yang of the Sacred Sun clan also watching from the side. In the end, Ancestral Master Han Tian came out of seclusion and killed the Mountain Master of Black Nightmare Mountain on the spot. Then he went to the Wind Domain and trampled on Black Nightmare Mountain's mountain gate. From then on, the 7 great sacred grounds became the 6 great sacred grounds. Zhang Purple Yang should be rejoicing that he didn't really make a move back then, immediately turning tail and fleeing after Ancestor Han Tian left seclusion. Therefore, Ancestor Han Tian only chased him into the mouth of the volcano and called it a day. Otherwise there wouldn't be a Sacred Sun clan now. It's hard to say. The Purple Sun Marshal Saint Zhang Chao was that Sacred Sun saint whose fate was currently unknown, the most legendary expert in the history of the Sacred Sun clan. It was also precisely after he had suffered a great blow to Broad Creed Mountain's vitality. He had led the Sacred Sun clan to rise to prominence, becoming the new #1 sacred ground. If not for the Heaven Diviner Zhan Shilo releasing the radiance that had previously been concealed beneath the shadow of his elder brother, under the pressure of Zhang Chao and the Sacred Sun clan, Broad Creed Mountain would have been very hard-pressed to walk to where it was today. Feng Yunxing felt a little yearning. The exalted Han Tian had already suppressed the 8 extremities world, and there was also the Heaven Diviner who had always remained deeply concealed. At that time our clan was truly flourishing. It is very likely that we were the strongest sacred ground recorded after the Great Calamity. Even now, it is still unprecedented. Yan Zhaoge smiled. Just from the historical records, it was not that the Heaven Diviner had intentionally remained deeply concealed. Instead, his personality was indeed rather simple, more willing to focus on the martial Tao and the culture of before the Great Calamity. Our clan's relevant information before and after the Great Calamity mostly originated from the Heaven Diviner. If not for the exalted Han Tian perishing, our clan suffering a great blow to its vitality, there might never have been anyone who knew how extraordinary the Heaven Diviner was. Hearing his words, Feng Yunxing nodded. What is more regrettable is that compared to the longevity they should have originally possessed, the two of them could be said to have died young. Otherwise, who knows what heights they would have attained. Perhaps she was not as infatuated as Sikong Qin, but Feng Yunxing was similarly addicted to the martial Tao. Yan Zhaoge was actually the same in this regard. The past is over, we still have to look at the present. Yan Zhaoge pointed towards the north. While there was nothing on the horizon, that was where the Wind Domain's sacred ground, Black Nightmare Mountain, had originally been. Black Nightmare Mountain was flattened by the exalted Han Tian. Now only its remains can be seen, but they have already been eroded very badly. Glancing at Ah Hu, Feng Yunxing smiled. I heard that Big Brother Huang cultivates in the supreme martial arts of Black Nightmare Mountain. Ah Hu grinned. Family head once obtained a portion of Black Nightmare Mountain's legacy, which was relatively complete, and passed it down to me. Yan Zhaoge seemed to have thought of something. Oh, right. While Black Nightmare Mountain was destroyed that year, there were still some survivors who remained concealed, some even having fled into the Great Western Desert. All these years, the descendants of Black Nightmare Mountain have been decreasing in number, but there are still some who remain. Currently, as we travel through the Wind Domain as compared to those of the Sacred Sun Clan, those descendants of Black Nightmare Mountain and those of the Decimating Abyss are more worthy of our vigilance. Feng Yunxing nodded. I understand. They did not stop along the way, passing through the West Heaven region, directly entering the territory of the Sand region. Here, Broad Creed Mountain also had a higher echelon expert who assumed the position of first seat elder of the Sand region, presiding over this place. Beneath the first seat elder of the Sand region, there were similarly principal elders and acting elders who were in charge of matters of the various regions. Along the way, Yan Zhaoge had to greet these local principals. While only a little over a year had passed, the current Yan Zhaoge was completely different from when he had first gone to the Eastern Tang. Not to mention that his current late Xiantian cultivation base was already higher than most acting elders. Even principal elders of the martial Grandmaster realm no longer treated Yan Zhaoge as a senior would a junior when interacting with him. Strictly speaking, the Battle of the Eastern Tang was still fine, but after Yan Zhaoge's trip to Cloud Portent Mountain, his position in the clan was truly incomparable to before. Previously, he had always remained at Cloud Portent Mountain, then headed to the East Strangling Snow Mountains, then to Clear Concealed Lake. After returning to the Heaven Domain, he had always remained in secluded cultivation within the clan. It was only this time that he had once more walked the outer territories controlled by Broad Creed Mountain. Meanwhile, the attitude of the clan's elders who had been sent outside towards Yan Zhaoge had already undergone a heaven-flipping, earth-overturning change. Let alone those who had originally belonged to his father's faction or those who were neutral, even those who belonged to his second apprentice uncle Fang Zhuan's faction, no matter what they thought in their hearts, they could at least still live with him on the surface. At the level of acting elders, they could even be described as extremely respectful. Because this youth in front of them was already no longer that junior disciple whom they could use to attack Yendi's weakness and find out where he had gone wrong. The current Yan Zhaoge himself had already begun to occupy a certain position within the clan, and his weight was clearly growing greater and greater. Chapter 216. To the martial practitioners of Broad Creed Mountain in the Wind Domain, the changes in Yan Zhaoge's position and the role he could play were more directly felt. Earlier, when the Sacred Sun clan had counterattacked and fought with Broad Creed Mountain in the Gan region, it had been precisely from the Mountain Domain that news had come that Infinite Boundless Mountain had joined forces with Broad Creed Mountain and Jade Sea City, causing the Sacred Sun clan who had intended to reclaim their lost territory to have no choice but to retreat to the Qin region. The entire Broad Creed Mountain, from the old clan chief Yuan Zhengfeng to the elders, had all praised and revered Yan Zhaoge greatly at that time because his trip to Cloud Portent Mountain had really been of great significance. Infinite Boundless Mountain's direct enmity with the Sacred Sun clan and the Heavenly Thunder Hall had far-reaching effects, manifesting in all aspects. From a certain point of view, Yan Zhaoge's thunder element revival art at Cloud Portent Mountain from a great distance away had given his clan a great boost in their battle in the wind domain. Stirring up the world with one's own strength was not as simple as it seemed. The slightest change in the overall situation could cause the situation of a local region to change drastically. Moreover, such a massive change had directly forced the Sacred Sun clan, even with 2 sacred artifacts in their hands, to only be able to take a defensive stance before Huang Guanglia emerged from seclusion. The changes in the situation and the changes in their views were also subtly influencing their stances and decisions. Even as Yan Zhaoge obtained the blessings of his father, Yan Di, he himself displayed increasingly outstanding abilities, which in turn caused Yan Di's reputation to grow stronger. In the Battle of the Eastern Tang, Yan Di had leapfrogged levels, domineeringly defeating the Grand Elder of the Sacred Sun clan, the transcending mortality martial Grandmaster Pan Buotai, causing the name of Yan Wudi to resound once more within the martial Grandmaster realm. Currently, in the competition for Broad Creed Mountain's next chief, the original balance of power had finally gradually ceased to exist. Yan Di's momentum began to officially surpass that of his senior apprentice brother Fang Zhuan. Especially in the incident of Clear Concealed Lake, Fang Zhuan had been in charge of leading them, but the result had been extremely dangerous. If not for Yan Zhaoge's all-out attack, if the Great Nine Underworld's door had truly opened, the consequences would have been hard to predict. Fang Zhuan himself was not in the wrong, but Yan Zhaoge was Yan Di's son. It was the direct result of the situation changing between the two sides. It was just that some of Broad Creed Mountain's middle echelons of authority who did not have a firm stance, not being completely bound to Fang Zhuan's faction, began to waver in their hearts. Even if he didn't change his faction, his style was gradually becoming more relaxed. Leave a way out today so that we can meet again in the future. As a result, they were even more courteous towards Yan Zhaoge. While it was not so blatant, Yan Zhaoge could very directly feel this. Yan Zhaoge's attitude had not changed much from before. Those who needed to socialize and those who needed to visit would do so. However, the target of this trip was the legacy site within the Great Western Desert. Yan Zhaoge also wouldn't linger on the road for too long. The black nightmare storms of the Great Western Desert were fierce for a longer period of time, with the time when they were week limited. If they were delayed, they would have to wait until next year. Although he had some thoughts in his mind, he did not know if he could successfully bring the stone pillar out of the desert. It was still unknown how long it would take to bring it out. Yan Zhaoge habitually prepared more time for himself. The sand region bordered the Great Western Desert. The one occupying this place was a first-rate power, the Howling Wind Sword sect. Broad Creed Mountain also had a principal elder sitting over it, the first elder of the Howling Wind Sword sect. Within its territory, there were also properties of Broad Creed Mountain. Closest to the Great Western Desert was a city known as Suzhou. Suzhou City was where Yan Zhaoge and the others had left the sand region. It was the final stop before heading to the Great Western Desert, and could also be considered the westernmost border of Broad Creed Mountain's territory. There was a massive market here for people entering and exiting the Great Western Desert to do business. Like the Earth domain, while the Great Western Desert was filled with many dangers. However, it also produced many unique, rare treasures, attracting martial practitioners of the Eight Extremities world to come adventuring here. Because of this, Suzhou City's flourishing trade was also born. Broad Creed Mountain's acting elder in Suzhou City was surnamed Li, an early Xiantian martial scholar. Elder Li warmly received Yan Zhaoge's group. However, at their first meeting, looking at Pan Pan sitting beneath Yan Zhaoge, Elder Li couldn't help but feel a little dazed. The corners of Yan Zhaoge's mouth twitched slightly. I said using a panda as a mount is a little, however, he seemed to have been thinking too much. After regaining his wits, Elder Li clicked his tongue in wonder. This is that legendary Pichio? It is indeed of high quality, extraordinary. Hearing his words, Yan Zhaoge forcibly resisted the urge to roll his eyes, leaping down from Pan Pan's body, greeting Elder Li. I'll have to trouble you this time. Elder Li smiled. No trouble, no trouble. You are actually also here for the clan's official matters. The things that you sent over to prepare earlier have already been prepared. After checking them, Ahu nodded towards Yan Zhaoge. Young master, they are all prepared and also in double portions. Yan Zhaoge said, I'll have to trouble Elder Li. Elder Li said, the environment of the Great Western Desert is, after all, special. For convenience's sake, this old man will enter together with you, acting as your guide. Yan Zhaoge thanked him once more. Since everything had already been prepared, they did not tarry any longer, exiting Suzhou City together. In the distance, a desolate desert appeared before their eyes. Compared to the desert they had passed through earlier, it had an even more brutal feeling to it. Gazing from afar, the Great Western Desert actually seemed to be completely black. Where the heavens and the earth intersected, terrifying black hurricanes were everywhere, connecting the heavens above and descending into the great earth below, wreaking havoc unceasingly. This was still when the black nightmare storms were at their weakest, and they were already like this. If they were at their fiercest, who knew what they would look like? Other than Elderly himself, there were also the martial practitioners under his command accompanying them. Along the way, other than the harsh environment, there was nothing else that Yan Zhaoge had to worry about. However, halfway there, a faint light suddenly flashed before their eyes. After identifying it for a moment, Elderly swiveled his head to look at Yan Zhaoge. It's the protective treasure that the Howling Wind Sword sect often uses. There should be people trapped here. Yan Zhaoge looked at their surroundings. The all-encompassing black storm swept up a great amount of sand and dust, obscuring the sky and obscuring the sun. The biting cold black winds resembled steel blades. If no special preparations were made, even the Orochi of peak martial scholars would be unable to withstand them. Protective treasures all have a time limit. If before they are used up and no one from the Howling Wind Sword sect comes over, they will be in danger. Yan Zhaoge said non-committally, the Howling Wind Sword sect has always been on good terms with our sect. Elder Jun is a good friend of my father's. If the people of the Howling Wind Sword sect are in danger, we should help them if we can. As the group neared, they helped a few youths avoid the storm. Seeing Yan Zhaoge, the girl at the front instantly lit up. Brother Yan. Seeing her, Yan Zhaoge matched the girl's appearance to his memories. Luo, why are you so careless? The newcomer was someone he knew. It was precisely the youngest daughter of that Elder Jun of the Howling Wind Sword sect, who could be considered a family friend of Yan Zhaoge's. Jun Luo chuckled, saying to the two youths beside her, haven't you always been curious about what kind of person Brother Yan is? Now, the real person is right before your eyes. The two youths were a little dazed, as though they were in a dream. Only after a long time did they regain their wits, hurriedly bowing to Yan Zhaoge in thanks. Lian Ing of the Sand Region's Lian family thanks Broad Creed Young Master for saving my life. Lian Cheng of the Sand Region's Lian family thanks Broad Creed Young Master for saving my life. Elderly understood Yan Zhaoge's meaning, calculating for a moment before replying, it would be best if we could advance a little further. Yan Zhaoge nodded, you are familiar with the situation here. Please make the arrangements. Then he said to Jun Luo and the other two, I'll bring you along a little further. After setting up a rendezvous point, I'll drop you there. There will be martial artists from our sect watching over you, so you just wait there. I'll bring you out of the desert. If I have to stay for too long, I'll arrange for someone else to send you back. Jun Luo and the other two instantly let out sighs of relief, Jun Luo smiling, this time, we've really troubled Brother Yan and the various seniors of Broad Creed Mountain. As everyone set off, Jun Luo's mind relaxed, her attention instantly drawn by Pan Pan. Although Pan Pan had now completely let go of his body, his size was a little too huge, even larger than an ordinary elephant. However, when he was not encountering an enemy, he would always have that charmingly naive look on his face, causing the little girl to rather like him. Seeing Jun Luo leaping entirely onto Pan Pan's body, her body sinking into the thick fur, her movements of rubbing against him, Yan Zhaoge couldn't help but smile. Your cultivation is still shallow, how did you end up in a place like the Great Western Desert? Jun Luo laughed a little awkwardly. Her eyes swiveled about. Yan Zhaoge rolled his eyes, yearning for the days where you wield your sword in the pugilistic world, indulging in your passions as you please? Feel that there's no place under the vast heavens and earth that you can't go? Want to properly look at the long-famed unique sceneries of the world? Jun Luo chuckled, it's mainly because I heard Brother Yan tell me many stories about this when I was young. Yan Zhaoge was amused by this rather boyish girl. Oh, so you're blaming me? Jun Luo hurriedly waved her hands, smiling, I don't dare. After we return, I'll still have to ask Brother Yan to put in a few good words for me. Yan Zhaoge smiled, in coming here this time, I originally wanted to pay a visit to Uncle Jun passing by the Howling Wind Sword sect. However, he has yet to return from his travels. If you can reach the Howling Windsword sect before he returns. Jun Luo's eyes lit up. Definitely, definitely. At that time, Brother Yen, remember to hide it for me? Before she had finished, she heard Yen Zhaoge continue. After this, I'll still have to mention it to Uncle Jun. Jun Luo was instantly stunned, resembling a frosted eggplant. Feng Yunxing and Ah, who were both laughing happily as they looked at this scene rather interestedly. Looking at Jun Luo acting like a spoiled child in front of Yen Zhaoge, Lian Cheng and Lian Ying's gazes revealed uncontrollable envy. Afterwards they set up a meeting point. With the help of specially made talismans and supplementary treasures, they jointly established a fixed formation that could be sustained for a certain amount of time, keeping the sandstorms of the outside world at bay. A few capable Broad Creed Mountain martial practitioners stayed behind under Elder Li's orders to look after them, as did Jun Luo's trio. Yen Zhaoge and the others continued on their way. Their destination had already been opened up by Broad Creed Mountain martial practitioners earlier, just that with the intensity of the Black Nightmare storm earlier, the path had gradually been buried once more. However, with traces of it still present, it was much easier for Yen Zhaoge's group to continue on. After a long, arduous journey, that damaged stone pillar that stood erect in the desert finally appeared before their eyes. Yen Zhaoge's gaze was fixated on the patterns on the stone pillar, not speaking for a long time. Elder Li waved his hands, dispersing along with his subordinates, setting up the formation once more, keeping the sandstorms at bay. While they had arrived at their destination, Yen Zhaoge's journey this time was not something that could be completed in a short period of time. At the same time, Elder Li, who was an acting elder, did not have the authority to come into contact with such precious remains, much less the martial practitioners under him. Elder Li was extremely law-abiding, fulfilling his duty as well. Other than acting as Yen Zhaoge's guide, having arrived at the place, he stood guard outside. Elder Li, I really didn't think that young Master Yen would actually be so knowledgeable about these ancient ruins. A middle-aged martial practitioner followed beside Elder Li, following him behind a sand dune as he sighed in admiration. Even more unexpectedly, young Master Yen actually possesses the authority of a first-seat elder. Elder Li said, don't underestimate him. He is someone with true ability. Being able to achieve what he has today, it is not entirely due to Elder Yan's protection. As he said this, Elder Li suddenly felt a sharp pain on his back. I know. Otherwise, there would also be no need to go through so many twists and turns, the middle-aged martial practitioner beside him said smilingly. Elder Li could only feel his life rapidly flowing away. He opened his mouth, yet was unable to utter a sound. He swiveled his head in shock to look at this middle-aged man who should have been his trusted aide, only to see an even more horrifying scene. The other party was smiling, but his facial features were actually slowly changing, becoming more and more like Elder Li himself. Chapter 218. Students who haven't grabbed red packets since the new year can now show their skills. Elder Li felt his thoughts slowing down, but looking at the middle-aged man whose appearance was gradually changing, a thought suddenly popped into his mind: imitation killing jade. The rare treasure, the imitation killing jade, was a consumable item that was extremely rare. It had not appeared in the world for many years, and most people thought that it was already extinct. After killing a target within a certain period of time, the user could use his own flesh aura to imitate the target he had killed. The middle-aged man was not of Broad Creed Mountain's direct lineage, instead being a talent that Elder Li had personally recruited from outside. He had already followed him for many years, always loyal and devoted, even having saved his life before. But today the other party bared his fangs and assassinated him. What made Elder Li even more shocked was the meaning behind the other party's words. There was clearly a greater scheme. Having killed him with an imitation killing jade, this person would be able to impersonate him for a short period of time. Even with his inner chi, as long as he did not fight, even other Broad Creed Mountain martial practitioners would be hard-pressed to distinguish him. Yao. Shan. Elder Li wanted to shout, but found that he couldn't make a single sound. The cultivation of the person in front of him was far beyond what he remembered in the past. He could only watch as the other party gradually took on his appearance, which was remarkably lifelike. Yao Shan, who had already taken on the appearance of Elder Li, smiled. Don't worry, I've been with you for so long. I can roughly imitate 90% of your habits, style, movements, and tone of voice. No one else will be able to see through it. As for why I disappeared. As Yao Shan spoke, he took out a shadow shrinking pouch. The shadow shrinking pouch opened and a figure jumped out. Elder Li's eyes widened as another Yao Shan appeared in front of him. Yao Shan smiled and said, "This isn't an imitation kill jade. It's my companion who disguised himself as me. He is also very familiar with my habits. I won't reveal any flaws. Moreover, compared to you, I'm much more inconspicuous. As long as I don't disappear for no reason, I'll be able to find you. Or maybe I'm trying to attract attention so that no one will notice me. I didn't cause much of a commotion when I killed you. Although there were fluctuations of stellar energy, it was very normal. We drove the beasts in the desert away. We have to make a move." Elder Li's eyes were still wide open, but his life had already left him. Yao Shan smiled. "I had a good time with you. Have a good journey." After saying that, he tidied up the things on Elder Li's body and transferred them to himself, before keeping Elder Li's corpse into his shadow shrinking pouch. Keeping the shadow shrinking pouch properly, Yao Shan dusted off his sleeves and exchanged glances with his companion, who had transformed into him, and smiled. The two of them, one in front and one behind, continued to walk forward like the real Elder Li and Yao Shan, as if nothing had happened. In front of the stone pillars, Yan Zhaoge stood with his hands behind his back, earnestly looking at the patterns on the stone pillar. "I did not see wrongly. It is indeed a pillar of the divine palace that year, having fallen here after breaking off." Looking at the damaged and broken stone pillar, Yan Zhaoge fell into deep thought. These marks of damage are not simple. I'm afraid that it really was not a simple natural disaster but rather a man-made disaster. Yan Zhaoge raised his head slightly. If it really was a man-made disaster, who exactly was it that caused all of this? Even such a powerful divine palace has been destroyed. The entire world has suffered a calamity. To be able to change the world, to be able to do this. Although it was somewhat illusory and unreal, it might be very far away from the current him. However, Yan Zhaoge still felt a shadow cast over his heart, as though a great mountain was pressing down on him. This was pressure. Perhaps it was not direct enough, but it was much greater than that of the Sacred Sun clan in Huangguanglia. The current situation of the Eight Extremities world could still be balanced, could be gambled, could be chased, could be resisted, could be defeated. However, if that power that could destroy the heavens and the earth, resembling a world-ending tribulation, descended once more, how would they survive it? Perhaps, in Yan Zhaoge's entire life, such a tribulation would not occur once more. However, perhaps it would happen tomorrow? Yan Zhaoge closed his eyes. After a long time, when he reopened them, his gaze was already calm. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. Yan Zhaoge muttered, extending his palm forward, pressing it on the broken and damaged pillar of the divine palace before him. Yan Zhaoge's aura qi infused into the pillar of the divine palace. On that damaged pillar, numerous patterns of light lit up, extending along the patterns on its surface. However, as soon as they reached the crack, the light patterns broke apart, also beginning to dissipate, turning into specks of light dust, dissipating within the air. However, even so, numerous formless waves, with the stone pillar as their center, expanded outwards in all directions, dispersing a great amount of wind and sand. Looking at the fracture of the stone pillar, Yan Zhaoge could not help but knit his brows slightly. After pondering for a moment, Yan Zhaoge infused his aura qi once more, the light patterns on the stone pillar lighting up once more. As the light patterns extended to the fracture once more, the light suddenly became even brighter and more dazzling, also more condensed and tangible. The formless and intangible radiance seemed to have taken on a tangible form at this moment, no longer relying on the stone pillar at a slow yet stable speed, instead continuing to extend amidst the air. The light patterns that contained infinite profundities seemed to entangle a complete stone pillar within the air just like that, continuing to interweave and circulate. Coiling around the formless stone pillar that did not exist, the light patterns circulated, becoming more and more complete, the spiritual qi that emanated from within also becoming more and more majestic, unceasingly shaking the surrounding space. From within that originally broken stone pillar, the profound concept also gradually became complete, causing one to feel that it was hard to grasp, yet also shocking to the soul. Yan Zhaoge's expression was focused as he instead closed his eyes. Within his mind, that existence buried within the depths of his memories gradually surfaced once more. The majestic divine palace stood above the 9 heavens. The stone pillar buried within the desert suddenly began to shake. Accompanied by the shaking of the stone pillar, with it as its center, numerous spirit patterns extended far into the distance within the desert, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws, their auras violent. The surrounding sand dunes all began to undulate intensely. At this moment, the desert seemed to have become an ocean, wild winds rampaging, waves surging. By the side, Hu and Feng Yunxing both had solemn expressions on their faces as they barely managed to stabilize themselves. Yan Zhaoge's expression was as per usual. After a while, he let out a long breath, ceasing the infusing of his aura chi into the stone pillar. The turbulent desert finally regained its original state, but on the ground, numerous light patterns that resembled fissures still extended outwards in all directions. As the light patterns on the stone pillar lit up, those light patterns that seemed to have restored the broken stone pillar to a complete state in mid-air, still congregated in mid-air, not dissipating. Looking at the stone pillar, Yan Zhaoge fell into a slight daze as he pondered. Indeed, it has merged together with the terrain of the Great Western Desert. Under such circumstances, if I want to pull the stone pillar out and take it away, I'm afraid that I'll have to first undergo an initial refinement on the spot. Guarding by the side, Ahu's heart suddenly jolted slightly. Turning his head, he saw Elder Li and a few of his subordinates returning, seemingly having something to report to Yan Zhaoge. The countdown for the 515 red packet ranking is starting. I'm here to ask for more and appreciation tickets. One last push. Chapter 219. Those students who haven't snatched any red packets since the new year can now display their skills. Before entering the Great Western Desert this time, he had also crammed in some knowledge regarding the Great Western Desert with Yan Zhaoge, having heard of the famous Black Dragon Dread before. The so-called Black Dragon Dread was a black nightmare storm, suddenly strengthening within a small area for a short period of time, forming a terrifying storm that far surpassed its usual strength. Generally speaking, Black Dragon Dreads left as quickly as they came, but their destructive power would be extremely shocking. Imitating Yan Zhaoge, who stroked his lower chin, our current barrier formation can't withstand it? Elderly nodded, very hard. Looking at the signs of the changes in the weather, this wave of Black Dragon Dread will be extremely fierce, and our current methods will not be able to withstand it. Ahu smacked his lips. I'll go ask young master. Hearing Ahu's report, Yan Zhaoge pondered for a moment before saying, it's fine. Get everyone to close to the stone pillar. If a Black Dragon Dread really attacks, leave it to me to deal with. I am currently in the process of refining this stone pillar. If we retreat now, not only would all our previous efforts be wasted, it might even result in the opposite, causing the stone pillar to be sucked into the ground by the terrain of the desert, being completely buried by it. At that time, wanting to take it out again would be difficult. Hearing this, Ahu nodded. I understand, I'll go inform them right now. The big man turned and walked away, returning before Elder Li. He conveyed Yan Zhaoge's decision to temporarily not leave. Glancing somewhat worriedly at Yan Zhaoge, Elder Li finally still nodded. All right, this old man will go inform the others right now. The people scattered in the outskirts gathered towards the area where the stone pillar was located once more. However, under Elder Li's lead and arrangements, they still didn't approach the stone pillar and Yan Zhaoge. Everyone stood facing outwards, still on guard, but behind them was the stone pillar that flickered with a profound radiance. He was still attracting everyone's attention. Although he did not understand what was going on, just looking at the light patterns on the stone pillar, he could sense that there was a boundless profundity contained within. And standing beneath the stone pillar, Yan Zhaoge gave everyone the feeling that this youth seemed to be gradually merging as one with the stone pillar. The real Yao Shan, the current Elder Li, seemingly unintentionally glanced back at Yan Zhaoge and the stone pillar, muttering to himself within his heart, as expected, he has some skill. His reputation is not undeserved. The martial artist disguised as Yao Shan was right beside him. Didn't you say that he's only here to survey the ruins? What did he want to do now? Could it be that you want to take the stone pillar away from the desert by yourself? When Broad Creed Mountain's peak martial grandmaster experts came here previously, they were also unable to uproot the stone pillar. Elder Li muttered, looking at his appearance, he does indeed have this intention. However, whether or not he can fulfill his wish is another matter entirely. Yao Shan laughed lightly. Even if he really has a way, the Black Dragon Dread will arrive soon. There's not much time left for him. Elder Li narrowed his eyes, his gaze deep and distant. This ruin is rather valued by Broad Creed Mountain's lineage. Although it was only an acting elder like Old Li who accompanied this Yan Zhaoga in, it is very likely that there will be martial grandmaster experts standing guard in the surroundings, creating a safe zone. Therefore, our clan's martial grandmaster experts also cannot get close, only able to do something from afar, thinking of a way to bring up the Black Dragon Dread. At that time it will still be up to us to make a move. Hearing his words, his companion nodded lightly. With the attack of the Black Dragon Dread, the situation will definitely be chaotic. I hope that you will have a chance to make a move at that time. Elder Li said, other than creating chaos, the Black Dragon Dread is more importantly trying to exhaust the power of that sacred artifact fragment of his. Otherwise, even if we make a move, it will also be hard to succeed. Other than that retainer of his who never leaves his side seems to be a heavenly connection martial scholar. Only then will it be easy to make a move. He sucked in a deep breath. This aspect will be left to you when the time comes. Don't force it. If you can draw it away, that will already be a success. Yao Shan nodded. Rest easy, I understand. A cold light flickered within Elder Li's pupils. Zhan Donga, you destroyed my Black Nightmare lineage that year. Retribution will fall on your descendants. Our clan has still not perished. With your Broad Creed Mountain, we will not rest until death. The two Black Nightmare descendants both had respectful expressions on their faces, but were actually looking coldly at that stone pillar and Yan Zhaoga. Standing beneath the stone pillar, Yan Zhaoga extended his palm once more, pressing it on its surface. On the back of his hand, numerous patterns of light shockingly appeared, the same as those on the surface of the stone pillar. The patterns of light on the surface of the stone pillar resembled flowing water, flowing along the stone pillar to Yan Zhaoga's back, extending unceasingly towards his wrist and forearm. A great amount of light surfaced within Yan Zhaoga's mind, one scene after another flashing within. Vaguely, it was as though a massive palm had descended from the heavens, slamming down onto the divine palace. Seeing this scene, Yan Zhaoga abruptly awoke, regaining his wits. And that massive stone pillar inserted within the desert shook once more, the earth quaking and mountains shaking, ripples that resembled flowing water expanding unceasingly in all directions. The vast desert once again resembled the surface of the sea, rising and falling. By the side, Hu, Feng Yunxing, Pan Pan, as well as Elder Li, and the others in the periphery, all shook along with the ground beneath their feet. Finally, the quaking of the great earth regained its calm. That stone pillar still stood where it was, as though it had completely become one with the great desert. Within the gazes of Elder Li and Yao Shan, undetectable mocking and complacent flashed past. They gazed into the distance. It's here. While the quaking of the great earth had subsided, the storm within the sky was growing stronger and stronger. The sky before them had already turned completely black, the terrifying black hurricane resembling numerous black dragons filling the heavens and the earth, rampaging rampantly. The black hurricane that roared in rage enveloped the heavens and covered the earth as it assaulted Yan Zhaoga and the others. Gazing back, Yan Zhaoga quietly looked at the black nightmare storm that was rapidly strengthening nearby. The various barriers and restrictions that the people of Broad Creed Mountain had set up in the surroundings, under the assault of the storm, could not help but tremble. The sudden arrival of the Black Dragon Dread had already surpassed the defensive limits of the barrier formation. Having often traversed the Great Desert, they were also prepared for the sudden arrival of the Black Dragon Dread. They of Broad Creed Mountain immediately began stabilizing the barrier formation. However, this could only be maintained for a rather short period of time. As time passed, the barrier formation finally began to collapse. Everyone looked at Yan Zhaoga. There, the stone pillar still stood on the ground. Yan Zhaoga's expression was calm. Gather over here. They all approached Yan Zhaoga and the stone pillar together. Behind them, the terrifying storm broke through the barrier formation, the all-encompassing black winds sweeping madly. Elder Li and Yao Shan lowered their eyelids, concealing the cold light within their eyes as they rushed towards Yan Zhaoga together with everyone else. I'll poll for votes, requesting for additional favored tickets and favored tickets, making a final push. Chapter 220. Everyone drew closer to Yan Zhaoga and the stone pillar, the surface of that stone pillar flickering with a long radiance. The illusory patterns of light condensed in the air, not dissipating, seemed to be reconstructing the broken and missing parts of the stone pillar. Standing beneath the stone pillar, Yan Zhaoge pressed one hand on its surface, the index finger of his other hand lightly tapping on his dantian. His gaze was fixated on the black storm that had broken through the barrier formation and was assaulting him. The attention of Elder Li and Yao Shan was focused on Yan Zhaoge and Ah Hu, as well as Pan Pan, who had already retreated to Yan Zhaoge's side. Looking at the storm sweeping over towards them, Yan Zhaoge's gaze flickered unceasingly as he rapidly calculated within his heart. Within his dantian, the clear qi dispersed, the chaotic qi mass surging unceasingly. As his aura qi circulated, it suddenly contained a miraculous, unique rhythm, distant yet vigorous. Others were unable to sense its existence, and even if they felt it, they would also be unable to understand it, unable to identify it. Yan Zhaoge's palm pressing on the surface of the stone pillar, infusing it with his aura qi, grew denser and denser, causing the patterns of light on its surface to grow even more dazzling. Everyone rushed over to Yan Zhaoge's side, looking nervously at him. Looking back, the terrifying black nightmare storm currently resembled numerous vicious dragons that soared into the heavens and entered the earth. Where the storm passed, numerous ravines were plowed out in the desert, many undulating sand dunes being flattened, a great amount of sand sweeping through the air. From Yan Zhaoge's vision, he could even see those tiny grains of sand, after being swept into the storm, shattering into even finer specks of dust. Where the storm passed, the sand that buried the stone pillar. Because the stone pillar was connected to the desert, it was still stable as Mount Tai. However, those standing on the desert were destined to be hard-pressed to escape, their bodies ripped apart by the violent storm. The storm was already right before their eyes. As Yan Zhaoge still did not make any movements, everyone began to feel uneasy. While there was no commotion, everyone's gazes were filled with unconcealable anxiety. Previously, because of Yan Zhaoge's decision, they had not retreated in time to avoid the Black Dragon dread. With the assault of the Black Dragon dread at this moment, if Yan Zhaoge had no way of dealing with it, other than himself, everyone else would be buried here with him. The others didn't think that Yan Zhaoge had intentionally tricked them, because Yan Zhaoge himself was similarly in danger. But now that the storm was upon them and they had no countermeasures, it was inevitable that they would be greatly disappointed. Elder Li and Yao Shan looked at each other. He is not allowed to use the power of the sacred weapon fragment? Was it because he couldn't bear to part with it, or was it because he couldn't activate it? Without the saint artifact fragment, where does his confidence come from? If that sacred weapon fragment of his was actually unable to be activated, then we wouldn't even need to create the Black Dragon Fiend. The fake Yao Shan was a little vexed. Now that the Black Dragon Fiend has attacked, we've lost ourselves as well. Elder Li's gaze was gloomy. Although I am somewhat unwilling, if that is the case, then it is fate. Burying the number one person of Broad Creed Mountain's younger generation, a monstrous genius in his early 20s who is able to shake the entire world as a martial scholar, would not be a loss for us. He snorted coldly. Be more vigilant. Maybe he's just heartless and selfish. He has a way to protect himself, so he's not afraid. If that's really the case, we have to make use of this final chance to send him on his way. In just this short instant, the terrifying storm had already arrived before them. The few people standing at the outermost perimeter, unable to stand stably, their bodies were actually unable to remain standing on the ground, as they were directly about to be swept into mid-air. Seeing this, everyone's expressions changed. The shadow of death. Enveloping everyone, danger was already close at hand. Just at this time, Yan Zhaoge's hands pressed down on the stone pillar. The stone pillar that flickered with patterns of light shook intensely, numerous rays of light shooting out in all directions. Radiance that resembled chains. Resembling numerous chains, they extended into the rampaging storm at the speed of lightning. For just that one moment, time and space seemed to freeze. The terrifying black storm appeared sluggish in mid-air, resembling a still image. Within the black wind, colorful radiance rapidly extended, intermingling with the storm. The next moment, time seemed to have stopped for a moment, moving once more, the violent storm still lunging towards them. However, at this moment, on the sand beneath their feet, numerous thick spirit patterns appeared once more, filling the entire area of the nearby desert. Numerous rays of spiritual light shot into the sky, enveloping Yan Zhaoge and the surrounding people, isolating them from the storm once more. Amidst their shock, they saw that the numerous rays of radiance emanating from the stone pillar were still mixed together with the storm, dancing madly within the air along with the piercing strong winds. Yan Zhaoge exhaled, shouting, "Condense!" Spiritual light flickered at the area where the entire stone pillar glowed with radiance, the light actually extending unceasingly, filling up the center of that empty pattern of light. It was as though the broken stone pillar had once more grown out, wanting to recover its original form. Seeing this scene, everyone, elderly and Yao Shan included, were all rendered wide-eyed and tongue-tied. Could it be that he can really pull this stone pillar out from the Great Western Desert? Even peak martial grandmaster experts can't do it. When the broken stone pillar stopped growing, enveloped by the radiance, its external outline seemed to be nearing completion. Yan Zhaoge let out a low roar once more. Rise! With Yan Zhaoge's low roar, the numerous rays of radiance that extended out from the stone pillar abruptly straightened. The black storm that had originally brought them the threat of death now resembled 1,000 mighty divinities, simultaneously grabbing these radiant chains with their hands, before exerting force. The great desert beneath the stone pillar shook mightily, unprecedentedly intensely. At this moment, the surrounding heavens and earth seemed to be shaking as well. Then, under everyone's dumbfounded gazes, that stone pillar that seemed to have been completely forged together with the desert, flickering with infinite radiance, rose from the ground. The massive stone pillar rose up bit by bit from the desert, breaking free of the imprisonment of the Great Western Desert. The desert beneath their feet shook unceasingly, the radiance that protected them weakening unceasingly. However, that rampaging storm above their heads was currently unable to cause them any harm, as it was instead completely locked in a contest of strength with the stone pillar. While they were not clear on the specifics, not knowing how Yan Zhaoge had done it, everyone gradually came to a realization. He is borrowing the power of the natural disaster of the Great Western Desert itself, countering and merging with the imprisonment of that stone pillar by the Great Western Desert. Everyone couldn't help but exclaim in admiration within their hearts. A martial scholar is actually able to borrow the power of heavenly phenomena. This is really too inconceivable, too terrifying. How exactly is he able to do this? Elderly and Yao Shan, after regaining their wits, exchanged looks. He is borrowing our power to create the Black Dragon Dread? If not for the Black Dragon Dread having been set off, causing the storm in the surrounding area to abruptly strengthen, it would probably not have been so easy for Yan Zhaoge to directly uproot the stone pillar with the Black Nightmare Storm of this area. Realizing that their side had instead helped Yan Zhaoge, the faces of the two turned a little green, as though they had swallowed a dead rat whole. I'll poll for votes, requesting for additional favored tickets and favored tickets, making a final push. Chapter 221. Students who haven't snatched any red packets since the new year can now show off their skills. The radiance surrounding the stone pillar rippled in the air, transforming into ribbons of light that were pulled taut by the Black Nightmare Storm. The taut force forcefully pulled the stone pillar out of the desert. In the instant that the stone pillar was completely pulled out of the desert, a majestic force suddenly spread out in all directions. Under the violent waves, the Black Nightmare Storm that was wreaking havoc in the surroundings was directly cleared away. The sand and dust in the air were completely crushed into dust and blown away into the distance. If one were to look down from the 9 heavens above, one would see that within the desert that was enveloped by the black storm, a blank space had suddenly appeared. Where the stone pillar had originally stood, the vast desert had almost been flattened, forming a huge depression in the sand. That stone pillar floated in mid-air, the radiance that extended out had already been completely retracted, leaving only the stone pillar itself, enveloped by the radiance. The radiance on the surface of the stone pillar gradually dissipated, and in the eyes of everyone, they saw that the original fracture had shockingly been repaired. The entire stone pillar had become one as if it had been renewed. Looking at the huge stone pillar before them, then turning their somewhat stiff necks to look at the surrounding sky that had suddenly become clear, everyone finally regained their wits, letting out a cheer in unison. The movements of Elderly and Yao Shan were slightly slower, but they also immediately revealed joyful expressions, joining the ranks of the others. It was just that when the two of them looked at each other, their gazes were slowly filled with gloominess and gloom. The real Yao Shan sucked in a deep breath, calming his emotions, sending a sound transmission with his orochi to his companion, "Don't act rashly." Right now, there's no way to confirm whether that sacred artifact fragment of his can be used. The fake Yao Shan by the side answered, I understand. Although he said this, his tone couldn't help but contain a bit of gnashing teeth. The stone pillar slowly fell down. Ahu saw this. Seeing this, Ahu hurriedly prepared to catch it. Yen Zhaoge had just said, let me, when Ahu's hand had already reached out. Who knew that just as his palm touched the bottom of the stone pillar, his expression would suddenly change greatly, only feeling a boundless force pressing down on his palm, causing his wrist to nearly be dislocated. Just by looking at the stone pillar's appearance. Although he was huge in size, Ahu was already a grandmaster martial arts practitioner at the peak of the reaching heaven state. With a shake of his arms, his gang chi erupted with all his might, and the strength of his flesh and blood was more than 10,000 kilograms. But now with the support of the stone pillar. However, he felt that he couldn't bear it at all, so he could only let go and retreat. Standing by the side, Yen Zhaoge also extended his hand, placing it beneath the stone pillar. A scene which caused Ahu's eyeballs to nearly pop out of their sockets appeared. The stone pillar, which he would not have been able to support even if he were to erupt with all his strength, was actually easily supported by Yen Zhaoge with just a single hand. And from the looks of it, Yen Zhaoge was clearly extremely relaxed. The others who were watching from the side were also shocked. Because of his identity and daily behavior, Ahu would always be looked down upon, intentionally or unintentionally. However, as Yen Zhaoge gained more and more attention from the outside world, everything around him changed. Therefore the outside world knew more and more about Ahu. This big fellow, who often followed by Yen Zhaoge's side, claiming to be his retainer, was a peak expert amongst martial scholars. Many people were even speculating in private about who exactly was stronger between him and Yen Zhaoge, master and servant. Just now, when Ahu lifted the stone pillar, all the gang chi in his body burst out. The vigorous power shocked everyone. Usually, Ahu did not show the spiritual light on the top of his head, but when he exerted force just now, spiritual light surged, piercing through the horizon. It was actually a completely real radiance, clearly showing his heavenly connection realm cultivation. But it was precisely such a Tong Tian grandmaster. The stone pillar, which he had not been able to lift with all his strength, had instead been easily lifted by Yen Zhaoge with just a single hand, causing everyone to feel horrified. Looking at the deeply affected Ahu, the corners of Yen Zhaoge's mouth twitched slightly. This stone pillar is very special. The concept of power contained within it is very profound. Many martial grandmasters can't even lift it. The reason why I can lift it up is because I've refined this stone pillar in the beginning and integrated my martial arts fist intent into it. That's why it's heavier than a mountain to you, but lighter than a straw to me. The bystanders came to a sudden realization. Ahu rubbed the back of his head and grinned. Young master, the fact that you can refine this stone pillar is a testament to your ability. Hearing his words, the others all nodded. If it were any other time, Yen Zhaoge would be extremely happy to be surrounded by such admiring gazes. But now, while his expression didn't change much, his emotions were actually very complex, as he didn't know whether to laugh or to cry. Looking at the stone pillar in his hands, Yen Zhaoge resisted the urge to roll his eyes. Lifting up such a huge fella, it really was awe-inspiring, filled with a great visual impact, extremely shocking. However, if he had to carry this stone pillar all the way back from the Wind Domain to the Heaven Domain's Broad Creed Mountain, that might not be very pleasant. Especially when Yen Zhaoge still had no way of handing it over to someone else. Because of the uniqueness of this stone pillar, even if it was pulled by a carriage, carried by a beast, or carried by many people, it would still be hard to succeed. And yet, Yen Zhaoge was still unable to make it shrink. In other words, if the situation didn't change, Yen Zhaoge would have to personally carry this huge fella all the way back to Broad Creed Mountain. And he would have to walk back. If he rode on it, let alone other beasts, even Pan Pan would be crushed to the ground. Just think about it, having a domineering steed like Pan Pan by his side was already very attention-grabbing. Now he had to carry a thick stone pillar that was over 20 meters long. That scene would really be too beautiful, to the point that people couldn't bear to look at it. Actually, while carrying such a huge fellow was a little silly, it was still rather eye-catching. The corners of Yen Zhaoge's mouth twitched. He rather liked to be in the limelight, swaggering through the streets, but the prerequisite was that this was something that he wanted to do, something that he could control. When he wanted to be in the limelight, he would be in the limelight. When he wanted to be low-key, he would be low-key. This was life. If he was forced to be in the limelight, going to be in the eyes of others, that would really make him a little unhappy. This thing, Yan Zhaoge thought rather maliciously, is actually pretty good for smashing people with. While trying to find joy amidst bitterness, Yan Zhaoge sighed within his heart, not showing it in the slightest on the surface. Holding the stone pillar with one hand, he stroked the patterns on its surface with the other, looking like he was seriously analyzing and studying them. As Yan Zhaoge dealt with the stone pillar, he said to Ah Hu and the others, with our objective achieved, the Black Nightmare storm will rise again very soon. Let's leave this place. In the distance, the storm that had been dispersed was already surging towards them once more. They hurriedly followed behind Yan Zhaoge, heading back the way they had come. Elder Li and Yao Shan felt extremely defeated, but on the surface, they still forced out smiles as they followed Yan Zhaoge's footsteps. The storm arose once more, causing their return journey to become much more difficult. After a long and arduous journey, they finally returned to the meeting point that they had set up earlier. A few Broad Creed Mountain martial practitioners were currently waiting there with Jun Luo and the other two. The countdown for the 515 red packet rankings is starting. I'm here to poll for votes, asking for additional favored tickets and favored tickets, making a final push. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.